excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Title: Rose in Chains. Author: Julie Soto. Digital Galley Edition. This is uncorrected advanced content collected for your reviewing convenience. Please check with publisher or refer to the finished product whenever you are excerpting or quoting in a review. Other books by Julie Soto. Not Another Love Song. Forget Me Not. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, living or dead, is coincidental. Copyright 2025 Julie Soto. Cover design by T.K. Cover copyright 2025 by Hachette Book Group, Inc. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The scanning, uploading, and distribution of this book without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the book other than for review purposes, please contact permissionshbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. Forever, Hachette Book Group, 1290 Avenue of the Americas, New York, NY 1014. ReadForever.com. Read Forever Pub. First edition, July 2025. Forever is an imprint of Grand Central Publishing. The publisher is not responsible for websites or their content that are not owned by the publisher. The Hachette Speakers Bureau provides a wide range of authors for speaking events. To find out more, go to hachettespeakersbureau.com or email hachettespeakershbgusa. Forever books may be purchased in bulk for business, educational, or promotional use. For information, please contact your local bookseller or the Hachette Book Group Special Markets Department at special.marketshbgusa.com. Print book interior design by Taylor Navis. Family Tree by Taylor Navis. Library of Congress cataloging and publication data has been applied for. ISBNs 978-15387-7122-hardcover, 978-15387-7124-ebook. Printed in China. APS 109876543321. E3. For the Saturday Girls. Contents: 1. Cover. 2. Disclaimer. 3. Title page. 4. Copyright. 5. Dedication. 6. Content warning. 7. Map. 8. Part 1. 1. Chapter 1. 2. Chapter 2. 3. Chapter 3. 4. Chapter 4. 5. Chapter 5. 6. Chapter 6. 7. Chapter 7. 8. Chapter 8. 9. Chapter 9. 10. Chapter 10. 11. Chapter 11. 9. Part 2. 1. Chapter 12. 2. Chapter 13. 3. Chapter 14. 4. Chapter 15. 5. Chapter 16. 6. Chapter 17. 7. Chapter 18. 8. Chapter 19. 9. Chapter 20. 10. Chapter 21. 11. Chapter 22. 12. Chapter 23. 13. Chapter 24. 14. Chapter 25. 15. Chapter 26. 16. Chapter 27. 17. Chapter 28. 18. Chapter 29. 19. Chapter 30. 20. Chapter 31. 21. Chapter 32. 22. Chapter 33. 23. Chapter 34. 24. Chapter 35. 25. Chapter 36. 26. Chapter 37. 10. Part 3. 1. Chapter 38. 2. Chapter 39. 3. Chapter 40. 4. Chapter 41. 5. Chapter 42. 6. Chapter 43. 7. Chapter 44. 8. Chapter 45. 9. Epilogue. 11. Acknowledgements. 12. 13. About the author. Navigation. 1. Begin reading. 2. Table of contents. Content warning. This work contains explicit sexual content, scenes with gore and violence, and sexual assault of a POV character. Non-consensual sex is referred to, and the buying and selling of human beings into captivity is a core theme of Rose in Chains. Forced sterilization, death of minor characters, and torture are present in this story. For a more detailed list of content warnings, please visit www.juliesotorights.com. Part 1. Some of us would argue that the source of our magic comes from blood, from the heart, but I think that too simple an explanation. Do we not summon it? With our minds? With our intentions? I shall be hanged for saying it, I know, but I believe harnessing power from our minds is how we elevate our magic beyond our ancestors. Saying we are harnessing our hearts is too simple. For those among us who have loved, have done so with our hearts, yes, but through a willing fault of mind as well. The first writings of Vendecci, circa year 1507. After record, also known as year 8 BV, before Vendecci. Chapter 1. Brioni thought it was strange that she didn't feel it when her brother died. The crack of the boundary evaporating rattled her ribs, and the rock scraped under her fingertips as she gripped the ledge looking out over what was left of the country of Evermore, but she felt nothing in her soul when Rory died. As his twin, she'd tugged on the thread that ran between them many times, when he was injured, when he needed help. Brioni reached for that thread now, seeking out the vein of magic in her chest that was reserved for Rory only. Dark silence was the only response. She supposed she'd had no premonition either when her father had fallen 4 years ago, and her mother had been dead already when they'd cut Brioni out of her. But when the dust billowed up like a cloud on a summer's afternoon, just under half a mile away, and the calm that had curled around her and Cordelia collapsed into rumbling chaos, Brioni knew that Rory was dead. His protection boundary around the castle had fallen. He was dead. And yet, her soul didn't wrench in half. Brioni watched the moon move away from the sun, the eclipse ending as soon as it had begun. How strange, she thought numbly. No, Cordelia whispered. Brioni looked to her right and found her friend's pale fingertips almost translucent against her lips. The wind whipped Cordelia's auburn hair around her eyes as if trying to spare her from the sight. On the other side of Cordelia, Anna stepped forward to the balcony ledge as if in a trance, her mouth open. The sunlight reflected off the purple rose crest on her armor. Brioni looked back to the cloud of dust and ash that blossomed higher and higher to cover the moon and the sun in their dance. She saw the reflection of it to her left in the water of the lake. The last dragon flapped her spindly wings and soared away from the mess of humans on the battlefield, returning north. "Stay here," Anna said, running quickly toward the balcony stairs. She pivoted, changing her mind. "No, you should go inside, get somewhere safe and wait." Brioni stared at her. Cordelia choked on a sob. Anna gazed back, and Brioni watched her guard's mind twirl through her plans and strategies. Anna was supposed to stay by her side. She had held her as a baby and promised her father to give her life for Brioni's. Before she could overthink, Anna darted down the stairs. Brioni turned back to the dust cloud, wondering if parts of her brother were inside of it. Her brother who was supposed to end this war. Her brother who had been foretold. She gasped then, as if the idea of the failed prophecy was the slap she'd needed. Rory was gone. Tears filled her eyes on a shuddering inhale, and she imagined what the front would be like. 1,000 soldiers realizing that their long-held hope, their heir twice over, was just a man after all. She shrugged off her cape. It wouldn't help her run. Neither would her slippers or draped silk gown, but she didn't have time to change. She had one foot on the stairs when Cordelia grabbed her wrist, tugging her back. "Where are you going?" The panic pinched her voice. "We have to hide." Brioni laid her hand on her friend's wrist. "If we hide, we'll be the last ones left," she said, her voice flat. Cordelia's blue eyes widened. The moment Cordelia's grip relaxed, Brioni spun and raced down the stairs, her friend's light footsteps chasing behind her. Chapter 2. 6 hours earlier. Brioni sat at the desk in her bedroom, gaze focused on the steam curling from her teacup like dancing flames. With a distracted twitch of her fingers, she imagined her favorite willow at the edge of the lake and watched as the steam did her bidding, rising up to form a trunk and falling down into hundreds of reedy branches kissing the water. Sometimes it was easier to manipulate something unimportant when she couldn't find the spell she needed to make the world right. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful steam. Steam from her cup could make a pretty picture, even if the picture outside the castle walls wasn't as pretty. She grasped the humming thread of magic between her eyes. The translucent mist of the hot tea billowed out to show the lake next to it, and her mind supplied the silhouette of a boy with a lithe body sitting at the base of the tree. She had just conjured the book in his hands when her bedroom door opened. Brioni startled, and the willow disappeared, steam curling like normal again. She swung around, feeling caught in the act of something, and Rory was there in her doorway. "Is it time already?" she asked, checking the clock. "No, I'm just visiting." Brioni pulled a face. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Don't say goodbye." "All right, I won't." "Good." His lips twitched. As twins, they shared the same curved mouth, the same brown eyes, the same chestnut hair color. His nose was broader like father's, and her hair was wavy like their mother's, but the differences in their appearances were subtle. Rory hooked his thumbs into the tailored trousers he'd had made for battle. "But I should warn you that Didion wants to say goodbye." "Wants to probably say more than goodbye?" Brioni groaned and tilted her face back to the high ceiling. "This is your fault," she said. "If you hadn't proposed to Cordelia, then Didion never would have gotten these ideas." Rory plopped onto her bed. "Actually, I'd say he got the idea when you started taking walks after midnight with him." She gasped. "Who told you about that? That was a year ago, and walking was all we did." Rory leveled his gaze at her. "Couldn't find a better time of day to walk?" Brioni bit her lip. "All right, maybe we did a bit more." Rory covered his ears. "Stop, but I swear my virtue is intact." He rolled on his back and squeezed his eyes closed. "Stop talking, I beg you." Laughing, Brioni dropped onto the other side of the bed. "Is there anyone else who wishes to say goodbye? Any other suitors I should know about?" She fluffed her flowing summer skirts around her legs. Rory smiled, but then the curve of his mouth dripped like wax. "I don't know. Are there?" he asked quietly. Her breath caught in her chest. "What do you mean?" His eyes flickered between her own, seeking. "If it's not Didion, then who does have your attention?" "No one." Her voice was high and rushed. It's war, Rory, in case you hadn't noticed. Why would anyone have time for any of that?" "Well, some of us find the time quite easily. Anyway, after today, things may be different." He sat up, and she watched his fingers as they played with the long leather cord he usually tucked under his shirts. The silver pendant at the end of it had belonged to their mother. Rory was always so humble when the possibility of victory was brought up, as if he wasn't the one prophesied to be the victor, as if he didn't quite believe it himself. Yes, today may change everything. She reached across the bed and grabbed his hand. "Do you want to go over it again?" He looked up at her and nodded. It would always be like this with them, she realized. On the first day of magic school, when Father had asked her to look out for Rory, she hadn't understood why she needed to take care of her 16-year-old twin brother. Shouldn't he be the one looking out for her? "He may struggle in lessons you excel at," Father had said. It would be nice if the Bomardi children didn't see the future king of Evermore bested by his sister. Brioni still didn't comprehend it until the results of the first exams came in, and Father started asking her to switch entire assignments with Rory. Hours upon hours of work she did over the next 5 years were often given to her brother, and she had to gather what she could from his scraps. She never forgave her father for that, not even in his death. Brioni took a deep breath and curled her fingers toward her palm, summoning a small vial filled with water into her hand. She held it up to Rory. "This is water from the lake. It's the same water in the castle's well and the Eversun school's well." Brioni swallowed, thinking of the thousands of Eversun families who were sheltering at the school across the lake until this war was done. When you cast the protection, pour this onto your hands and place the last drop on your tongue. The lake, Claremore Castle, and the school will all link under one shield connected to you." Rory took it from her, nodding. "General Mears doesn't like this plan, by the way. He doesn't understand it." "He's not a Rosewood," Briony said. Their Rosewood bloodline was strong with protection magic, shields, borders, and wards. It was one of the main reasons they were predestined to rule, according to Briony and Rory's father. Him, their grandfather, and all the men behind them were celebrated peacetime rulers. Rory was the first Rosewood to know war in over 500 years. The general values offensive magic. "That's his job," Briony continued. "But it's your job as king and as a Rosewood to protect our people." "What's left of them," said Rory, the exhaustion in his voice clear. Over the past 4 years of war, they'd been beaten farther and farther south, losing their ground and losing people. It wasn't land that Beaumarty truly wanted. It wasn't the captures taken along the way, though that was always a plus for the power-hungry Beaumarty. It was Rory. It was the end to the heir twice over. Briony placed her hand on his. "It will be over soon. Today is the day." "What if it isn't?" Rory asked, the words tumbling out quickly. His eyes pleaded with her. "It is." Briony's voice was stronger than she felt. She smiled reassuringly. "The eclipse, everyone knows it's today. When the sun shines at night, he who will bring an end to war—" Rory yanked his hand from her. "Don't quote the prophecy to me. 600-year-old nonsense." He stood and went to the window overlooking her writing desk. Briony watched him lean forward on the ledge, like a child wishing he could play outside. She ran her fingers over the duvet, thinking of the old prophecy that had haunted Rory for 4 years now. "When the sun shines at night, he who will bring an end to war on this land shall be victorious. He shall be an heir twice over and a rightful sovereign over the continent." The prophecy was from more than half a millennium ago. When it hadn't come true at the end of the Moreland Civil War that split the continent into Evermore and Beaumard, many had forgotten about it. But 4 years ago, at the outbreak of the new conflict, everyone began wondering if Rory was the one prophesied. Briony's eyes drifted to the papers and correspondence on her desk, the letters she'd received back from the countries across the sea, stating that they could not send aid, but that they would accept the Rosewoods and their court warmly in a retreat. The journal page that updated daily with the news from the realm, the victory speech she'd written for Rory, the maps with the locations of Eversun safe houses. She cleared her throat. "You have to kill her," Briony said softly. "It has to end. Completely." Briony hadn't even said Mallow's name, and yet a cold wind settled inside her chest. Rory pressed his lips together. "I know. You'll have to use Heartstop if nothing else is working." "I know, Briony," he said harshly. He sniffed. "Sorry. I will. General Mears and I have been practicing on." His voice trailed off. Briony didn't want to know which small animals or birds around Claremore had been disappearing. Heartstop was outlawed in Evermore. Of all the heart magic, Heartstop, the crushing of a heart within its owner's chest, took the heaviest toll on a magician. The first taking of a human life ripped one's own heart, and every subsequent kill sliced further and further. Rory had had to learn this complex magic from scratch, as only Beaumarty used heart magic, just as only Eversons used mind magic. It was this divide between the two countries that Veronica Mallow had seized upon. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Beaumard had been radicalized under her, believing that the Eversons' mind magic was mind control, instead of what it simply was, a different source from which to pull magic. There were differences between the disciplines, too. Certain mind magic spells could never be mastered by a heart magician, and vice versa. But the true difference was the source of power. Magic pulled from the mind did not exhaust the body, whereas magic from the heart took a greater physical toll. Heart magicians had always needed to rely on animal familiars to keep their strength for prolonged magic use. Or worse, under Mallow's influence, some Beaumarty had taken it all a step further. Why use an animal when you could use a heartspring, another person whose power was greater than an animal's? And eventually, why even ask permission? There was a screech outside the window, and in tense silence, they both watched Mallow's familiar beat its black wings against the sky. The last dragon in the known world, the creature whose name had been lost to time, had begun circling at dawn. There were times Brioni didn't blame the Bomardi for following Mallow. She, too, might have put her faith in the mage able to bond with the last dragon, not to mention the untold power Mallow received from that bond, the strength of magic, and the access to skills that a heart magician could never acquire from a more common animal, or even a heartspring. Bonded to the dragon, Mallow might live 2 lifespans, like the last mage who'd bonded with it. The Dragon Lord, as he was called in the history books, had lived more than 150 years. And it wasn't just a long life that Mallow had with the dragon bond. It was widely known that with the dragon's magic, Mallow could read thoughts, a trait heretofore only known among the most experienced mind magicians. They watched the dragon sail until she disappeared over the ocean again. Brioni refocused her attention as Rory turned from the window. He looked at her with the same expression from when they were younger, like he needed the answer to a tutor's question. "Do you believe the prophecy is about me? Really, in your heart, Brioni?" Brioni was still as she answered without a waver in her voice, "Yes." Rory watched her for hesitation, but she did not show it. There was a knock on the door, and Brioni jumped. Rory sighed. "That'll be Didion, then." Her lips pulled down into a frown. Rory laughed. "Don't be mean to him," he said. "He may die today, you know." "Don't say such a thing." "It's true." Rory ran for the door and pulled it open. "Isn't it true, Did?" Didion's lanky frame stood sheepishly in the doorway. "Isn't what true?" he asked, peering at Brioni and Rory from below messy dark hair. "That you may die today," Rory said simply. "Oh, yes, very sad." Brioni rolled her eyes and sat up tall on her feather bed. "Glad you two have a solid outlook on things." Didion smiled and cleared his throat. Rory clapped his hands together. "I have to find Cordelia. Is it all right if I leave you two unchaperoned?" Brioni parted her lips to protest, but Rory was already halfway out the door. "We've been alone plenty of times," Didion said with a laugh. Rory grabbed the doorframe and swung back inside. "You can die for certain today if you keep saying things like that." Brioni squawked, and a pink blush overtook Didion's olive skin. "As if you aren't off to be unchaperoned yourself," she yelled. Brioni grabbed one of her pillows and threw it at her brother's head. With a flick of his wrist, he split the pillow apart in mid-air. Feathers floated everywhere, and Rory ran out, disappearing in the cloud of fluff. Groaning, Brioni twisted her palms toward her chest, gathering the feathers and floating them into the trash bin. Once the place was clean again, she was alone with Didion for the first time in a year. He looked over her bedroom, searching her desk and the paintings that hung on her walls. "Is it comfortable here for you?" he asked, raising his full eyebrows at her. "I like it. I miss Biltmore Palace, but what can you do?" She shrugged, and immediately felt very awkward. What can you do? As if they'd lost the coastal palace in a coin toss instead of a siege. His gaze focused on her teacup, next to her books. The same teacup whose steam she had been manipulating into the memory of a different boy only 10 minutes ago. He hovered his index finger over the liquid and brought its temperature up again. The steam wisped upward as he held the teacup out to her. "Here," he said with a shy smile. Brioni tried not to wince as she took the cup, and he sat down next to her on her mattress. "It's been a while since we've been properly alone together," Didion said. Brioni nodded. That had been her idea. When the stress of the tactical meetings and tension within the castle walls had become too much, she and Didion used to take walks together at night by the docks near Biltmore Palace, escaping prying eyes and inquisitive ears. He listened while she confided her frustrations about General Mearsa's strategies, and soon the walks began to end with soft kisses, like they'd shared in school. And then the kisses began to end with hands under fabrics. Didion was gentle and patient. His hands seemed to spend hours fumbling to find just the right spot between her thighs, and once he found it, he quickly lost it. But Brioni just smiled when he would ask if she enjoyed herself. Perhaps there was supposed to be more enjoyment. Brioni hoped at least. Perhaps when a bed was brought into it, things became easier. But she refused to let Didion into her bed. As the sister of the king, she'd already allowed Didion many liberties that only a husband should have. It had been her idea to pause things between them after the retreat from Biltmore Palace, even though Didion was a comfortable choice, safe, kind. Her father would have been happy to see her married to Didion Winchester. Her brother, too. Brioni often wondered why she didn't want comfortable, safe, kind. "I was hoping to ask you for your favor today," he said, staring down at his hands. Sipping to stall for time, Brioni watched his thumbs circle each other. "Oh? Perhaps I could wear your pin into the field today?" Her fingers jumped for the silver brooch. "It's my mother's," she said quickly, ignoring her use of the present tense. "I've never taken it off. I'm sorry." "No, of course, right," he stuttered. "Not exactly your pin, then. A lock of hair? That's also my mother's," she quipped awkwardly. All portraits of her mother had borne a striking resemblance to Brioni as she'd aged, 25 years old, coincidentally, the same age at which her mother had died giving birth to Brioni and Rory. "I don't." Brioni cleared her throat. "Is it necessary? Can't I just wish you well? You and my brother both?" He nodded, blushing softly. "That's fine. I had only hoped. Well, if I could know that I had someone to come home to?" "Come home?" she laughed. "You'll be hardly a mile away." "I'm trying to ask formally, and you're making it very hard." He ran a hand through his dark hair. "There's nothing to ask," she said firmly. "Until this is over, we don't know if I'll need to be useful in some other way." He looked at her sharply. "You mean a peace treaty betrothal? Rory wouldn't do that to you." "He won't have a choice. He's thought of nothing but battle tactics for 4 years now, but after today, he'll need to start thinking like the King of Evermore." She set down her teacup, remembering the boy in the steam. "There have been plenty of marriages between Beaumard and Evermore to sustain the treaty." "Don't sound so excited," Didion mumbled. Her head snapped to him. "What?" He sighed and stood from her bed. "Brioni, please just tell me that you'll be happy if I live through today. That's all I ask." "Of course, I'll be happy if you live through today." "Wonderful. Thank you," he said. And before she could form another sentence, he was out the door, closing it behind him with a soft click. She groaned and fell back on her bed. She wasn't being purposefully evasive. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful laughter. Aside from 2 cousins, she was the only woman left in the Rosewood line that could be offered as a human sacrifice to a political marriage. Rory probably couldn't hold that thought in his head, but a political marriage would go a long way in restoring trust once today was over. There were many families in the Beaumardy line of succession who weren't bloodthirsty vengeance seekers. A marriage between herself and a young Beaumardy within the line wouldn't have to be a life of torture. There were some with whom she'd attended school who looked down on the Eversons but hadn't been so outwardly despicable. Finn Racken, with his dark skin and darker eyes, was half Everson himself. His parents had been one such convenient marriage. The Racken patriarch was 14th in line for the highest position of power in Beaumardy the seat. Finn was a cad, but he wasn't evil. On the other hand, evil had a face with Canning Trow. With wide-set eyes and pasty skin, Canning was terrible to look at, with a soul that was just as bleak. It had been common knowledge to steer clear of him in the dark corridors at school. The only reason he walked as if he owned the place was that he did. His mother was 3rd in line for the seat, and his father's family owned the entire mountain that the Beaumardy school grounds were carved into. There were several young men who were cruel only when it was convenient for them, like Lorne Volt and Liam Quill, though word was that Liam Quill was more interested in Lorne and Finn than extending his family lines, 6th though his father was. And then there was someone far harder to decipher, icy cold most days, only to thaw at the oddest moments, with strong hands and opaque eyes, a wicked mouth and a silver tongue, who inspired as much fear and uncertainty in her chest as he did yearning. Brioni shook her thoughts loose. It was useless to dwell on such things. She glanced at her teacup. It was cold again, the steam gone on a sigh. A few hours later, Brioni stood in the castle courtyard, watching her brother kiss her best friend goodbye. Cordelia wrapped her arms around Rory's shoulders much more affectionately than was considered proper, but there weren't many people who cared about propriety in these dark days. "Disgusting," said a voice on her left. Brioni grinned at her cousin Finola. She was tugging her gloves on and frowning playfully at Rory and Cordelia's display of affection. Brioni chuckled. "That will be you one day, you know." "Not if I can help it," Finola said, winking at her. She flipped her honey blonde braid over her shoulder. "I'll see you when this is over, yeah?" Brioni nodded. Finola ran for the corner of the courtyard, the only location in the castle one could portal out of. Brioni longed to ask where Finola was off to, but she wasn't given access to that kind of information, much to her disappointment. Off to her right, General Billia Mears spoke softly to Anna Weven, Brioni's personal guard. Anna was, in fact, the only woman aside from Finola whom Brioni had ever seen General Mears give any respect to. Certainly not Brioni, when she used to sit in on strategy readings, which always seemed to devolve into arguments. The general prioritized aggression in their attacks, to the point of callous risk-taking, and Brioni was always quick to remind Rory about defense, shields, and protecting their people. At some point in the past 2 years, General Mears had convinced Rory that, out of caution and efficiency, military strategy meetings should involve essential advisors only, and then Brioni was barred. Rory briefed her in private now. He could have named her an advisor, but he hadn't, and she wouldn't suggest such a thing. Anna saluted the general and came to stand 3 paces behind Brioni, as she had her entire life. General Mears gave Brioni a cursory nod, which she returned with a glare. The general's son, on the other hand, could not have been more opposite from his father. Sammy Mears, with his russet brown hair, rosy skin, and cherry blue eyes, came to a stop in front of Brioni. He swept the ground in a deep bow and grabbed her hand before she could pull it back. "Miss Brioni Rosewood," he said loudly, "though you offer me your favor today, I cannot accept it." Brioni tugged her hand back. "Stop it," she hissed, cheeks flushing as she caught Didion rolling his eyes at Sammy's theatrics. "I know you want me to propose upon my return," Sammy continued, yelling for the entire courtyard, "but my heart belongs to another." Sammy turned lovesick eyes over Brioni's shoulder to Anna, who was 20 years his senior. He bowed deeply. "Please back up from the princess," Anna said dryly. "How I enjoy these little flirtations," Sammy said, batting his eyes. He winked at Brioni and headed to join the line of troops outside the gates. He took up the Everson flag, the purple rose, her family's crest, dominating the white background. Brioni looked over the courtyard at the easy faces and relaxed conversations. There was a buzzing in the air, the sense that this was the prophesied day, and that the long 4 years of warfare after the death of their father, King Jackal, would soon be over. Rory's rule would extend over both kingdoms, as he proved himself the heir twice over. Brioni tried to feel the same ease, tried to relax in the same way. The moon inched closer to the sun, as prophesied. A dragon's cry pierced the sky, and everyone continued chatting and hugging and drinking one last toast. When it was time for the troops to leave, Rory approached her for a hug. "No," she said, "no need." He dropped his arms and frowned at her. "Brioni, I'll see you in a few hours," she said firmly. "Anything else we say to each other is unnecessary." He touched his forehead to hers. "See you soon, Biny. I'll have a feast ready for us, Worry." He winked at the sound of his childhood nickname and pivoted to his horse, ready to take his men out of the courtyard. Didion glanced back at her once before following. Anna stepped up to Brioni's side. "You couldn't give that Didion boy a scrap, could you?" Cordelia snorted. Brioni huffed. "Like I said, no need," she said, crossing her arms. "They'll be home by dark." The castle gates closed behind the soldiers, and Brioni turned to lead them up to the balcony to watch and wait. The world went dark for a moment as something blocked the sun. Brioni turned to see if the eclipse had begun. A black dragon beat her wings above the castle, unable to touch them because of Rory's protection boundary. The creature screeched, and Brioni felt it in her marrow. Chapter 3. Brioni's heart was going to explode out of her chest. She pounded down the stairs from the outdoor balcony, too fast for her to wonder if silence was key. Cordelia's thick breath was only 3 paces behind her as they came to the 4th-floor open arcade. She flew past an archway and stopped at the next, looking out to the lake. The cloud of dust and bone had started floating away on a tilt, and the moon had left the sun behind with a kiss. The dragon was nowhere in sight on the horizon. She looked down into the courtyard, and her blood froze in her veins. A river of deep blue coats ran through the gates, spreading out like tributaries. Mallow's men were inside. Cordelia gasped at the sight. Some of the Bomardi were engaging with the meager number of guards and servants left behind, but some were running straight inside, as if their directive were as simple as capture the flag. From 100 feet up, Briony saw a man in a blue coat slash at the air with his fingers, and a maid grabbed for her throat, her blood spraying wide as she fell. Briony wondered if that was Sophia, her own handmaid. There was a wall inside her mind. As Cordelia choked on panicked sobs next to her, Briony felt a barricade between her brain and her eyes, not allowing her to cry yet. Perhaps it was a dam in her throat, refusing to let her body and her brain interact. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful laugh. She watched that same man come at one of the footmen, and Briony leaned over the windowsill, reaching her arm toward a statue of Vindeci, the father of mind magic, on the tallest tower. She slashed her arm, letting the magic follow her command, and watched as the sainted philosopher slid off its post at a slant. As it fell, she pounded her palms together. The marble statue exploded. She guided a large chunk toward the man just as he reached up to slice the footman's neck. The stone slammed into his shoulder. He yelled out and threw his head back in pain. Briony recognized him, Raven, one of Mallow's most vicious soldiers, who had taken a personal interest in Briony since the day the war began at the Bomardi school. His face haunted so many of her anxious nights. The other stone pieces landed around him, some knocking into other bluecoats. Men halted either in their attack on the staff or in their steady stream inside. And then 50 pairs of eyes turned upward. Briony pulled Cordelia back a moment too late. They knew where to find them. She grabbed Cordelia's hand and ran. They had to get away from this floor, this side of the palace. She twisted them through a maze of servants' quarters and passageways that she had hazy memories of. They ran up a half staircase, crossed over what she knew to be the kitchens below, and then ran back down into the lakeside corridor. There was a narrow staircase hidden somewhere here, meant for the servants to come and go quickly between floors. She needed to remember which wall it was behind. They flew past so many places she and Rory had galloped like horses and taught each other magic meant for older kids. That dam in her throat held fast as she thought of her brother. Where was his body? Why had the prophecy been wrong? Why had she allowed him to think he was invincible? There was a crash ahead of them, behind the door they were running for. The sound of exploding stone and splintering wood. Briony and Cordelia skidded to a halt. Something in her brain skipped a step. That was the direction they were going. That was the one direction she'd known to go. And then it was Briony being dragged by Cordelia. She followed her friend's steps backward, ducking into an alcove and jumping into a linen closet. Their breathing was too loud. That's the only thing Briony could think of as the staircase doors banged open and the men who'd gotten into the castle first came barreling down the hallway. She grasped the thread of magic in her mind and tugged, forcing her heart to slow. Taking Cordelia's wrist, she rubbed her thumb over the vein, slowing her heart as well. Their breathing was quiet, and now all she could hear was the slap of boots on the stone. Take gains and check every room, round them up. Briony swallowed at the voice. The rough crackle of it belonged to Casper Quill, and she realized something terrible. The Bomardi men who were in her father's castle, the men who watched her brother die, the men who were hunting Eversons, they were the men to whom she grew up curtsying, the men she greeted at state affairs, the men who shook her father's hand just weeks before Mallow took the seat and struck him down. She likely knew them all. Liam Quill and Larissa Gaines, two Bomardi she'd been in school with for 5 years. It was their fathers on the other side of the closet door, and she wondered if they would have ever imagined their own children hiding from her father like this. She listened as 2 pairs of footsteps receded down the hall. To the right, she could just make out the sounds of the room being torn apart. She thought it might have been servants' sitting room. A scream broke across her ears. "No, please, please, I'm just a maid." Cordelia gasped, and Brianni pressed her fingers against her wrist to maintain their heartbeats and quiet breathing. The girl yelped, and there was a crash. "They sleep upstairs, 5th floor," she cried. Brianni bit her lip. A lie. All the main chambers were on the 3rd. "Maybe it's not their bedrooms we're looking for," a deep voice said, dripping with malicious intention. It was Gaines. "Think we have a few minutes for a diversion?" his partner said. "What's the point of sacking the place if we can't do any sacking?" The maid yelled out. There was a sound of a body hitting a wall. Fabric tore, and Brianni was out of the cupboard before Cordelia could turn, pleading eyes on her. The closet door banged against the stone wall as she darted forward. She skidded into the corridor, turning to stare into the room. The adrenaline shook Brianni's body. Her breath rattled her chest as she saw a young woman thrown onto a small sofa, 2 men looming over her. Brianni reached with her magic toward the closet door that Cordelia was just stepping out of. She lunged with her whole body and tugged. The door popped off its hinges with a crack and flew toward her. The wood splintered, and she lifted her hands to direct 2 pieces to rise into the air. She shoved at the magic, and the sharp wood barreled into the maid's room. There were 2 matching howls of pain as the wooden stakes pierced both men's thighs. Cordelia twisted her wrists to levitate 2 more sharp pieces. The men's eyes were wide with recognition as Cordelia pushed, hurtling the wood toward their chests this time. Gaines batted the air and the shard of wood changed path, but his partner got a stake to his shoulder. Before Gaines could retaliate, the maid was off the sofa, swinging at his head with a thick candlestick holder from the side table. Gaines stumbled, and Cordelia lifted the final piece of broken door into the air, sending it toward his stomach this time. The squelch of penetrated organs was sure to haunt Brianni's dreams. The maid dashed from the room, grabbing Brianni's and Cordelia's hands and tugging. "We have a passage. You have to go." Her accent was thick with vowels from another land. "That's what I was trying to find," Brianni said, glancing back to make sure the men were down. Gaines was alive, rolling in pain, but at least it would slow him. The other one, she wasn't sure. They followed the girl through a stone wall that disappeared when pressed upon, and suddenly Brianni was tripping down wet stairs. Cordelia lit their path with a twitch of her fingers, a ball of light casting shadows over the back of the maid's strawberry blonde head. Brianni remembered her now, a tumble of thoughts that came 1 per stone step. She had been here for only a few months, just over from Shertarth. She and her brother both. Her brother volunteered yesterday to join Rory's army, the only Shertarthian non-magic willing to do so. Her mind refocused as the staircase started to turn. The maid stopped at the door at the bottom. "This is the 3rd floor. There's another passage down to the 2nd floor, behind the portrait of my mother." "I remember now," Brianni said. "We have to be quick." The maid nodded, and Brianni vanished the limestone door with a flick of her wrist. She looked both ways and then stepped out. They found no one in the large hall, but someone had set fire to the flag of Evermore. The fabric was falling to the floor in crackling pieces, her family's rose burned to ash. The maid led them on quick feet toward the portrait gallery, and in no time at all, Brianni was peeling back the portrait of her mother, all dark eyes and a strong jaw that Brianni hadn't inherited. She held the portrait frame open like a door, and the maid slipped in first, followed by Cordelia. Brianni turned to close the frame behind them, listening to the other women's footsteps descend the steps, and boom! The explosion rattled the very stone under her feet. Brianni braced herself between the 2 walls of the passage as Cordelia turned, a dozen stairs below, her eyes white in the dark. And then the ceiling caved in, erasing Brianni from Brianni's sight. Chapter 4. Brianni pushed out of the passage before she was crushed. Her heart pounded as she fell to the floor. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. A cloud of dust and rubble billowed out behind her, and she thought of Rory, how he had been inside a similar gray cloud. Was Cordelia inside this one? She scrambled forward, reaching out with magic to lift and remove the stones. "Cordelia," she called, inhaling dust into her lungs. Behind her, she could hear paintings tumbling off the walls, the explosions still shaking everything. The castle could no longer hold strong without Rory's cycle of magic protection. It was falling down around them as the magic in the stones leached away. She didn't hear a response from the rubble, and just as she was about to cast to narrow her hearing to one area, the sound of heavy boots running reached her ears. She was on the floor of the portrait gallery, in plain sight, with no exit in front of her. Briony jumped to her feet and ran. She turned past the dining room, listening to a woman screaming from down the hall. She headed for the grand staircase, not knowing which other way to go. She turned the corner and stumbled to a stop. Anna's body lay at a sideways angle across the top of the stairs, her eyes open but empty. Briony swallowed back the pain of it and tried to step around her to continue going down. Another explosion rocked the walls, and she staggered, barely able to keep her balance as the ground shook. When she stabilized, she glanced back at Anna's body again. Why was Anna coming from these stairs? She should have gone down the other side of the castle. There was nothing this way but the bedrooms. And like lightning cracking in her mind, Briony remembered the papers on her desk. The secret correspondence from the countries who would give them refuge. The list of safe houses throughout the continent where the general's spies would gather. At the bottom of the staircase, there were 4 blue coats twisting upward. They hadn't seen her yet. She continued, dashing down the corridor to the right. She flew along, her only plan to get to the papers. There was no other exit this direction. She'd have to check the exterior wall to see if scaling her way down was even an option. She stumbled through her antechamber and into her bedroom, her magic slamming both doors closed behind her. She sparked her hands together, and the papers on her desk lit on fire. A door banged open in the next room. She could hear it through the limestone walls. Briony froze in place, just long enough to have the decision made for hers. She could not leave the way she came. She dashed to the window and looked down. There were 5 of Mallow's men patrolling the ground below. It would be possible to take them out before climbing down. She just needed to be smart about it. She glanced around her chamber, needing a hiding place for now. The attached bathroom was frustratingly sparse. The chest at the foot of her bed would be the obvious place. She ran for the armoire, knowing it was foolish, but it would at least buy her time to cast. A spell for blending was treacherously difficult, but she'd mastered it in the past 4 years while her brother went into battle. It took focused mind magic to deceive someone else's eye. She stepped up into the armoire and shoved her clothing aside. She tugged the door shut and closed her eyes, imagining the string of magic behind her forehead. She stretched her fingers, casting, and imagined herself invisible, blending into the colors of the closet. A cursory glance into the armoire would show nothing, as long as she could maintain her focus. The bedroom door flew open, banging off the stone wall, and in the crack between the armoire doors, Briony watched a man run inside and stop in his tracks. Her heart seized, and a gasp broke past her lips, and her blending spell fell away. He seemed taller. His long, pale limbs were thick with muscles under his black shirt and tailored vest, but his waist still tapered into his black trousers in that frustrating way that had pulled her eyes for so many years. She watched him spin in a circle, eyes casting over every part of her bedroom, every part of her that she never thought he'd see. And while he got his bearings, she refocused on the blending spell, holding tight to that thread between her eyes until her physical form fell away. Between the crack in the doors, she watched as he approached the desk where the papers were curling into cinders. Without giving them a second glance, he ran for the bathroom. He returned quickly, then ripped open her trunk at the foot of her bed. A small shiver of satisfaction rose in her. Exactly right. Those were the 2 easiest places. But then he ran for the armoire, and she focused her intent on the spell, holding her breath. He flung the doors open, and then she was face to face with Tovin Hurst. The eyes she'd realized years ago weren't fully gray, but also speckled blue, stared directly into her. She should have cast another spell to soften her heartbeat. He must hear it. His hair fell across his forehead, fine and so pale that the gray was almost silver. The last time she'd seen this man, he'd been hunting her through the woods and killed the people that got in his way. She quivered with his nearness. She told herself it was fear. He stepped forward, looking from side to side. The height of the baseboard in the armoire made her taller, so she was almost his height. And if he poked his head any farther in, he'd touch his lips to hers. There was something in his eyes as he pulled back, like he was trying to recall something. He stared into the armoire again, reaching his hand out. Briony shivered. This was the end of it. And then his fingers trailed down the side of a green dress to her left, one she hadn't worn in many years. Tovin! They both jumped. Tovin spun away from her, his hand almost brushing her body. Finn Raquin, his best friend, stood in the doorway. "We have to go," Finn said. His chest was rising and falling fast. "Mallow knows you're here." Tovin pulled away from the armoire and moved to Briony's desk to look out the window. "Tovin," Finn repeated. He scrubbed a hand over his face. "Don't do this." She watched Tovin's pale fingers reach out and brush against something on her desk, the teacup from that morning. "They haven't called it off yet," Tovin said. His voice was a deep baritone that always rumbled low in her stomach whenever he spoke. "There's still time." He bolted from the room, and Finn sighed, following behind. Briony could scarcely think. She listened to their footsteps pounding, leading them away. She lifted the blending spell and took a deep cleansing breath. Peppermint and spice hit her nose. She stepped from the armoire and ran to the door of her room, peering out. Finn was disappearing down the far corridor, hot on Tovin's heels. There's still time. For what? He was clearly looking for something. She thought of the chest at the foot of her bed and the armoire, looking for someone. It was as if she had plunged into a cold bath. He was looking for her. Tovin Hurst was hunting her again, just like the rest of them. She always knew she was worth less than dirt to him, that all of Evermore was, but she had hoped he wouldn't be on the front lines today. Had he watched her brother die? Would he have gloated if he caught her? Briony took a deep breath and turned to head toward the other end of the palace, and smacked into a chest. She gasped, and a hand wrapped around her throat. She had 1 second to recognize the victorious grin on Gain's face before he cast a spell. Her eyes closed, and everything was darkness. Chapter 5. 8 years ago. It seemed to take Briony longer than the others to acclimate to the cold of Beaumard. When the young people of Evermore had arrived in the spring for their first year of shared education, Briony had assumed that spring meant warmth and breezes and crisp-smelling trees. That was what spring was in Evermore. In Beaumard, spring was merely the end of winter. Snow was still melting, and heavy furs were still worn. Outdoor activities were limited. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful love. Briony and Rory had visited Beaumard with their father plenty of times on official state business, but never this far north. Here, carved into the side of the mountain range that protected Beaumard from the realms across the sea, the Beaumardy school was crystallized in snow. Briony longed for the warm breezes in Evermore. She pulled her cloak more tightly closed and tapped her fingers across her face, encouraging her blood to magically warm under the surface. "Careful," Rory said, moving behind her at their shared breakfast table. "I saw Simon Leatherby trying that last week, and he ended up giving himself a fever." Careful," she said, teeth chattering. She sent a yearning glance at the dying fire. "Do you think they're toying with us, giving the Eversun heir only 3 logs per day?" Rory sat across from her, wrapping his fingers around his warm cup of tea. "Yes, I think they're hoping to laugh at our weakness. Maybe they want us to beg for it." Briony rolled her eyes. "Well, we'll just have to remember this next year when we're home. Perhaps we'll weld all their windows shut so they can just swelter." Part of the treaty that had kept Evermore and Beaumard peaceful for 500 years was that the youth of both countries would be schooled together, in alternate countries, for the last 5 years of their magical education. Next year, the Beaumardy would be schooled near Evermore's temperate lakes, but this year it was Beaumard's turn to host. While there was certainly a divide between those who practiced mind magic and those who practiced heart magic, the basic principles were very much the same. It was the source of the power and the connection to it that differed. For a heart magician, lifting a rock into the air started in the muscle. For a mind magician, it started at the source of movement, the brain. Heart magicians felt a pulsing vein of magic in their chest, while mind magicians felt a thread between the eyes, tying their mind to the outside world. Bryony had always been taught that the Eversun mind magic was an evolved technique. Mind magicians didn't tire as quickly as heart magicians, and the Bomardi didn't have the patience for mind magic. Heart magicians could accidentally deplete their magic, yes, but it took less training to get strong results the first time. Consistency was the friend of the mind magician. "Let's just be happy that there are private rooms assigned to the Rosewoods," Rory said. "I don't know what good it does us. At least in the dormitories, there's more body heat." Bryony reached for her teacup and heated the liquid to scalding. They'd been in Beaumard for a month, and she was the last Eversun still shivering in the classrooms. She stared at Rory from across the small table laid with fruit and bread as he shoveled food into his mouth. He was a full head taller than her now and had been eating twice as much. Now, a few months shy of 17, they were finally looking less alike. He had put on muscle during a winter of training with the infantry, and she had spent the season broadening in all the places she wished she wouldn't. It had taken only one glance at Larissa Gaines' cinched waist and delicate wrists upon arriving in Beaumard for Bryony to realize that perhaps a winter spent reading and honeyed pastries wasn't doing her any favors. "Shall we go?" Rory asked, popping one more biscuit into his mouth. Bryony swallowed down the last of her tea, letting it burn her tongue. She grabbed a wool scarf from her wardrobe, hating the cool weight of it across her neck before it acclimated to her warmth. She followed Rory down to the grand hall on the first floor, where the Year 1 students were taught every morning from 9 till noon. The Year 2s were the floor above, and the Year 3s were the floor above that, and so on, with the dormitories above those. The private suite for the Eversun heir was at the very top, in a turret. Rory and Bryony were 10 minutes late to the first day of lessons, and the Bomardi tutors had been incredibly unpleasant about it. Father had sent a letter the next day instructing Bryony to focus on her brother's timeliness. On the 7th floor, they picked up Didion from the boys' dormitories, and on the 6th, Cordelia joined them. "How many logs for the fire do they give your dormitory?" Bryony asked Cordelia as they linked arms. "Wait, I'm coming," a voice called from behind them. Bryony and Cordelia groaned. They pasted on smiles and turned. A girl with bright green eyes and hair as yellow as straw stumbled to catch up. "Good morning, Katrina," Bryony said. "It's starting to warm up, isn't it?" Katrina said, voice perpetually a bit too loud. Bryony frowned, suppressing a chill. Katrina's eyes popped wide. "I forgot my notes." She turned and ran back toward the dormitory door. Bryony glanced at Rory and Didion as they continued on, descending the next set of stairs already. "I suppose we can't just leave her now," Cordelia said dryly. Bryony sighed in agreement. Her father had foisted a friendship with Katrina Cove upon Bryony a year ago, despite the two of them having nothing in common. Katrina was the daughter of a peace treaty marriage. She'd been raised in Beaumard for her first 15 years, but after her mother's death, her father returned home to Evermore with her. There was nothing wrong with Katrina, strictly speaking, but she was loud, clumsy, and talked about how happy she was to be back in Beaumard daily as Bryony seethed and shivered. Cordelia and Bryony waited for her and watched the rest of the early risers leaving their rooms, starting to pack the stairwell. Bryony's bones shook as a draft seemed to breeze by them. "Still cold, Your Grace?" The air in her chest seemed to frost over. She didn't need to turn to see who had spoken. There were only a handful of people who felt the need to poke fun at the Rosewood royalty. Tovin Hurst and his pack of Bomardi boys were descending from the 7th floor dormitories. Bryony had suffered more slights and humiliations in the past month at the hands of Tovin and his friends than she had in her entire lifetime. They called her Princess or Your Grace. They threw purple roses at her in the hallways, the symbol of the Rosewood crest. They swept into low bows when she entered a room. For someone who'd spent the first 16 years of her life instructed not to outshine her brother, to be plain and unnoticeable, it was mortifying. Bryony had sobbed into her pillow for the first week, wondering if her own people thought she was as snobbish and condescending as the Bomardi claimed she was. Bryony tilted her chin up and waited for them to pass without a glance in their direction. "Oh, stones, the chill has gotten her hearing as well," said Liam Quill, a handsome, dark-haired boy with copper skin whose arrogance ruined his looks. "Hey, princess," a thick voice said, "I know what will warm you up." Bryony's nose scrunched and she spun to face them as they howled in laughter. The lewd one was Canning Trow. He was 3 years older than them and had no business talking that way to a 16-year-old, in Bryony's opinion. She glared into his wide and leer-in face as they passed. "No, haven't you heard?" A high-pitched voice came from the girls' dormitory. "Her brother keeps her warm enough. That's why they share a suite." Larissa Gaines glided toward the pack of boys. A floral scent somehow preluded her arrival instead of following it, and her thick sheets of blonde hair swayed hypnotically in time with her hips. The boys' laughter rang from the stairwell as they descended. Tovin Hurst hung back with a sharp smirk in her direction and waited for Larissa to grab his arm before following her down the stairs. Bryony had learned from a very young age that as a woman in the Rosewood line, the most valuable thing she could learn to do was smile when she'd rather scream. Cordelia, on the other hand, what an absolutely depraved thing to say, she yelled after Larissa. Bryony grabbed her wrist, trying to shush her, but Cordelia continued.
"And you can't even say it to her face?" Larissa paused on the top step and called back. "I did say it to her face. I just find it so hideous to look at directly." She winced dramatically and flounced down the stairs. Tovin threw his head back and laughed deep in his throat. "You're so bad," he said, the sound disappearing with him as he followed. Bryony closed her eyes and took deep breaths. Cordelia grumbled next to her. "Where the fuck is Katrina?" Bryony hissed. "Here, sorry." Katrina linked arms with both of them and dragged them to the stairs. Did anyone else have troubles with the assignment? Bryony let herself be dragged. There was a bottleneck in the circling stairwell, as there always was if the younger students waited too long. They quickly caught up behind Tovin and Larissa, and Bryony slowed Katrina down. As the stairs twisted, Tovin looked up and smiled smugly up at them. Bryony frowned at her shoes. The draft was back in the stairwell again, and she had to focus everything in her to keep from full-body shivering. "It's a shame we don't have royalty in Beaumard," Larissa said to Liam Quill, loud enough for them to hear. "I'd like to be a princess." "Our rulers follow a bloodline," Cordelia said briskly. "Yours follow wealth and power. Completely up to chance." "Oh, I don't know," Tovin said, his voice drifting up to her ears. "My father's the richest man in Beaumard, actually the entire continent of Moorland, and he's only 8th in line for the seat." Liam scoffed. "Richest only if you count properties and holdings across the sea." "Which we do," Tovin said patronizingly. "We all do." There was only one more staircase to take, and then they'd be free of them. Bryony squeezed Cordelia's elbow, begging her to hold her tongue a little while longer. "Katrina, dear, I don't know how you survived leaving us," Larissa said. "You must prefer Beaumard to Evermore." Katrina looked between them all, unsure how best to respond without insulting anyone. "Well, I do miss it." "Of course you do. I prefer Beaumard to Evermore any day," Larissa said. "At least in Beaumard they abolished patriarchal succession. A woman could never be ruler of Evermore, despite how high and mighty they may act." Her eyes drifted up Bryony's embroidered wool dress to her face. "I'd be pretty full of myself, too, if I had gold running through my blood," Tovin said. Bryony kept her expression blank, even though the energy around them crackled. When they finally turned into the classroom, a long hall with tapestries on one side and large windows on the other, they found it unrecognizable. 3 dozen towering pine trees lined the center of the room, seemingly sprouted up overnight. Needles littered the bases of the trunks as wide as a human chest.
Brioni found Rory and Didion staring up at one tree and wandered over to join them. "Are we climbing the trees?" Didion asked. "No, Mr. Winchester." The long-suffering voice of Tutor Amelia came from behind them as she walked to the front of the classroom. She was a brusque woman in her 40s who didn't seem to enjoy teaching all that much. Didion blushed and pulled out his notes. As Brioni smiled at Didion's embarrassment, a chill crested over her shoulders and her breath shuddered in her chest. She burrowed further into her cloak and scarf. Tovin Hurst came to stand at the tree next to theirs, and Finn and Liam joined him. "Positively balmy in here, wouldn't you say, Finn?" said Tovin conversationally. Brioni frowned. So he'd seen her shiver. "Makes me want to strip down," Finn said. "Wish I had some of those Eversun fabrics about now," Tovin said, shedding his cloak dramatically and tossing it to the side of the room. "The silks." She sent a glare his way and found him rolling up the sleeves of his shirt as if it were a warm summer's day. The veins under his pale skin seemed to strain. "Absolutely," Finn agreed, "and I'd do anything for an iced glass of fairy wine, so cold it could crack the glass." Brioni turned back to the front, waiting for Tutor Amelia to begin. She tucked her chin into her scarf, blowing hot air into the fabric and letting it warm her lower face. Rory frowned at her. "You're cold? You're not." She felt that draft again, and suddenly it clicked. Brioni's neck snapped to look at Tovin. He was rolling up his other sleeve, his mirthful eyes on her. The fingertips of the hand by his side were rotating in infinitesimal circles. He was the one sending a breeze her way. She was cold because of Tovin Hurst. Brioni's eyes lit on fire. She watched Tovin's lips turn up in a smirk. "Comfortable, Your Grace?" She flushed in anger, but despite that, her body shivered without her permission. She heard Finn cover a laugh with a cuff. Brioni ripped off her scarf and followed Tovin's lead, defiantly shucking off her cloak and tossing it to the corner of the room. The air hit her in a rush, breezing over her uncovered arms and shoulders, but she grasped the thread of magic between her eyes and began pulling on the heat in her blood with rotations of her fingertips, warming her against the chill. Now that she knew what was affecting her, she could counteract it nicely. Tutor Amelia called for attention. Brioni faced forward, but she could still feel Tovin's eyes on her. "We are going to put last week's lesson into practical use today," Tutor Amelia said. "As we know, all magic is done with gesture. From your early schooling, you may have learned simple magic that brings objects to you or pushes them away, but that is rudimentary at best. Last week, we identified the original 8 magical gestures, which are..." A dozen hands shot into the air. Brioni stayed by her side, even as Rory's palm shyly lifted. She knew the answer, but this was part of the deal with her father. She was allowed to receive good marks, but never better than Rory. She couldn't outshine him in class. If Rory was struggling, it was her duty to make sure he succeeded, no matter how. "Mr. Rosewood." Tutor Amelia turned to the chalkboard. "Push, pull, throw, smash, tear, lift, drag." Rory cleared his throat and glanced down at his notes. He was forgetting the one gesture that Brioni, and Tovin actually, was currently using. Brioni paused the circling of her fingers that gathered the warmth in her blood and tapped into the thread behind her eyes again. With a curl of her finger, she pulled the words on Roar's page into new shapes, new letters. She watched him focus on the ink she was manipulating. "Gather," he said, finishing the list. Brioni released the ink, allowing it to return to the form it was before. Rory sent her the briefest of smiles in gratitude. "Very good." Tutor Amelia wrote the first 8 on the chalkboard. And Vindeci identified 2 more with the advent of mind magic. "What are they, Miss Rosewood?" "I don't know, Tutor Amelia." The older woman dropped her arm from where she was adding the word gather to the bottom of the list on the chalkboard. She turned, and the classroom held its breath. 2 gestures, not on this list," she said, pointing to the board. Brioni felt her skin heat, and it had nothing to do with the warming charm she was employing. She shook her head and stared again at Rory's notes, knowing exactly what would happen next. She twitched her finger and dragged the ink around the page again. One of them, Miss Rosewood? The letters rearranged. R, E. Mr. Rosewood, can you assist your sister? She seems to have slept through last week's lessons, Tutor Amelia said disdainfully. Rory looked down at his notes, following the letters she manipulated. Even in the early years of their education at home, she'd helped him in maths and history like this. When they were very young, he used to say that they were answering the questions together, as a team. This spirit of teamwork continued at school now. Reach, Rory said, looking up from the moving letters on his page. Mr. Hurst. The final gesture added. Tutor Amelia turned back to the board. Brioni lifted her gaze, watching the word reach added to the list.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. The pause before Tovin spoke caused Brioni to look over at him. He was leaning against the nearest tree trunk, arms crossed and eyes narrowed on her. No, not on her, on Rory's notes. He glanced up at her with suspicion in his gray gaze and answered silkily, "Penetrate." Brioni tore her eyes away, cheeks burning. "Excellent. Please take note, Miss Rosewood." Tutor Amelia clapped her hands. "Today we are giving a practical application to the gestures. Step 1 is carving words or designs into the wood. Step 2 is cutting off the branches. And the more advanced step is cutting the trunk down, as with an axe." Cordelia grumbled, "Wasteful, these poor trees." "They were destined to become your firewood, Miss Hardstark," said Tutor Amelia. "We in Beaumard don't consider our warmth wasteful." Cordelia pursed her lips against the laughing whispers of their Beaumardy classmates. "Now, 4 to a tree," Tutor Amelia instructed. Brioni inched closer to the tree to her right, but unfortunately, Rory, Didion, Katrina, Cordelia, and herself made 5. They shuffled, looking around for an empty spot. When Brioni turned backward, Tovin Hurst, Liam Quill, and Finn Racken were smirking at her from their tree. "Oh, Brioni, dear," Finn said in a sugary sweet voice, "we have room for one here." Brioni sighed and resigned herself to separating from her friends. "Begin by choosing which of the gestures best suits your task," Tutor Amelia said. "You are to draw your initials into the tree trunk, first from a close distance, then from a farther one." Brioni stood 2 feet from her tree and frowned at the bark. Just beyond the trunk, she could see Tovin Hurst doing the same. Finn was to her left, Liam to her right. Push, pull, throw, smash, tear, lift, drag, gather, reach, penetrate. Which one? Once you've chosen a gesture, call upon your magic. The vein in your chest for heart mages, the thread in your mind for mind mages. She imagined a knife in her mind's eye. She placed it against the bark and dragged. The first line of the B eased its way into the bark. It was faint, but it was there. Brioni smiled at her success on the first try. The joy was short-lived as she glanced past the trunk and found Tovin narrowing his eyes at her. She tilted her chin up and refocused on carving the curves of the B. She'd just gotten the basic outlines of it and was beginning to go over the letters again when she heard Liam huff in exasperation to her right. She glanced at his side of the tree, finding not even the first line of the L. Brioni quickly searched behind her. There were no letters carved yet into the tree Rory, Didion, Cordelia, and Katrina were working on. All around her, classmates were glaring at their tree trunks. Some of them even had veins popping out in their temples in their concentration. Tutor Amelia was circling them, coming closer to Brioni's tree. Brioni turned back and quickly pushed the bark back together, healing the tree and hiding her initial. Tutor Amelia approached them, standing over Tovin's shoulder. "Barely there, Mr. Hurst, but it is there." "Very good," Tutor Amelia said. "Work on the H now." Brioni's brows rose. Of all of them, Tovin was making progress? It shouldn't have been a surprise, really. The Hurst family had an incredibly powerful bloodline. Every few generations, a Hurst would manifest a powerful giftsome, strength, or skill that others worked years to build. Tovin's father, Orion, could split his casting endlessly.
Normally, a magician could only cast one spell per hand, but Orion Hurst could split one magical gesture into 2 spells. As Tutor Amelia came around the tree, tutting at Liam's lack of progress, Tovin smirked proudly at Brioni. Maybe Tovin Hurst would manifest a skill for chopping down trees, Brioni thought petulantly. He'd make a fine lumberjack. She almost snorted at the image of Tovin tasked with such menial work. Her gaze flicked to his exposed forearms again before refocusing on the bare bark of the tree as Tutor Amelia came to stand beside her. A heavy sigh came from their instructor. Pay better attention in the theory lessons, Miss Rosewood, and perhaps you'll have progress. Yes, Tutor Amelia. Brioni stared at the spot in the bark where she'd hidden her bee. As the older woman walked away, Brioni's eyes were drawn to gray ones on the other side of the trunk. Tovin had knit his brows together, staring at her as if she were a rock stuck in his boot. The first person to carve 2 even initials on their tree will receive the top marks for today's lesson and the month, Tutor Amelia announced. Mr. Hurst is leagues ahead of everyone else so far. The class groaned, but Tovin was still watching her. Brioni looked away from him, turning to see how Rory was coming along. No progress. She sighed. Their father wouldn't be happy to hear that Rory was bested by a Bomardi for the first month's marks. Brioni faced forward, staring at her tree trunk but relaxing her gaze. There was a vein in her chest thumping with unused magic. She imagined a string between herself and Rory, connecting their hearts, connecting their magic. It wasn't the first time she'd amplified him. He'd been unknowingly accepting a push of her magic for years, during lessons, when healing from injuries, in rare boyhood brawls. She couldn't remember how she'd done it the first time, and it wasn't like there were a lot of people in Evermore whom she could ask about this kind of magic. This had to be a kind of heart magic that she assumed came from a bond with her twin. She pumped her magic on a string to Rory's heart, and waited. She heard a gasp from behind her. "Oh, wow," Rory whispered. "I did it." She glanced at his tree. She wasn't sure what gesture he was using, but there, in the bark, was a perfect R. Didion craned his neck to see it. "Well, do it again," he whispered excitedly. Brioni watched Rory concentrate, and now that she'd opened the connection, she felt him tug on it. The bark split apart. A matching R appeared next to the first. She saw the corner of Rory's mouth turn up in an amazed grin. He didn't look to her in silent thanks this time. It was only the book studies and assignments that Rory thought he needed extra assistance in. Brioni looked down at her shoes. Didion raised his hand. "Tutor Amelia, Rory's done it." The entire class turned to look at Rory and Didion's tree. The entire class but one. Tovin Hurst's gaze was narrowed on her. Tutor Amelia congratulated Rory and told him to try it from 10 feet away. Brioni watched as he backed up and refocused. Tutor Amelia stood at his side. Now that Rory had felt the burst of power, even without knowing where it had come from, he knew how to draw it quickly. RR appeared like a crack of a whip. The class gasped, and Rory's smile was so bright that Brioni couldn't help but match it. That morning, Rory carved an entire poem into his side of the tree, while the others worked to get their initials. Overall, the Bomardi were faster at making the carvings, but the Eversons had more precision. With practice and patience, mind magic was much more effective, but heart magic would always show strength first. Even so, Liam Quill was the last to accomplish it. He had sweat rolling down his temples, and his breath was shallow by the time he'd crossed the queue. Not for the first time, Brioni was glad she pulled on magic from the mind instead of the heart. Liam wasn't the only heart magician who was looking worse for wear. "Mr. Quill," Tutor Amelia said. She placed a kind hand on his shoulder. "Excellent work, but you'll need to rest now. Your magic will be drained soon." He shrugged off her comfort, a snarl on his face. "I'll do no such thing. I intend to cut down every one of these trees." Brioni felt the shame and anger radiating off him in waves. She glanced at his friends and found Finn chewing on his cheek in concern and Tovin rolling his eyes. "You look far too close to husking, Liam," Tovin said. Husking was what happened to heart magicians who drained themselves.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence. There was no such risk for mind magicians. This wouldn't be an issue if familiars were allowed in school, Liam grumbled. And have bears and wolves roaming the school? No, thank you, Finn said. Tutor Amelia called for them to turn to the task of cutting down the tree, striking at the trunk. Won't that mean there will be trees falling down in here? Larissa said, looking pale with the drain on her magic. I will be very surprised if anyone can actually slice through a tree today, Miss Gaines, Tutor Amelia said patronizingly. This lesson will test your skill as well as your aim, so please be mindful of not casting at classmates. Brioni watched as Tovin Hurst raised a hand and sliced through the air, as if an axe were in his hand. Their tree shivered. Excellent, Mr. Hurst. Liam made the same motion, but it was sloppy. Watch it, Finn said. Focus, or you'll end up slicing me in half. Brioni glanced at Rory, casting a tearing gesture with his hands, trying to separate the trunk from itself. As he lifted his hands to try again, she pushed the pulse of her magic down the vein to him. There was a mighty crack, and the room went silent. Everyone turned to stare at Rory's tree. It had split up the middle, two halves separating from the center of the trunk outward. The class screamed as the pieces fell sideways, but Tutor Amelia slowed their descent to a soft landing. Very well done, Mr. Rosewood. The rest of you spread out to another tree. Katrina quickly joined their tree, and Brioni made room for her between herself and Liam. Stones, it's so much harder to use mind magic over heart magic, Katrina said, pushing her hair away from her face. It's incredible to see how much power Rory has, though. Brioni heard a huff of exasperation and turned to see Tovin glaring at them. He swung his arm through the air, and their tree shivered again. Liam turned to Tovin and whispered, Are you boosting? You know that's not allowed in school. Tovin replied. Then he turned his eyes on her. Is it, Rosewood? Brioni narrowed her eyes at the conversation. What was boosting? A heart magic technique? I'm not letting every Everson outrank me, Liam said under his breath. He checked to make sure Tutor Amelia's gaze was elsewhere, and his left hand twitched toward Katrina. Liam, Finn said sternly. Brioni watched in confusion as Katrina gasped, her hand going to her chest. Before Brioni could figure out what was happening, Liam sliced his right arm at the tree, and a mark like the chop of an axe appeared in the bark. Katrina stumbled, and Brioni helped her stay upright. What happened? Brioni asked her. Katrina looked at Liam, fear in her eyes as he smirked back at her. Nothing, Katrina said, just a pain in my stomach. Brioni was about to ask why her hand had been at her chest and not her stomach when Tutor Amelia came over. Miss Cove, I thought you were focusing your education on mind magic, not heart magic. There is no reason for your body to be exhausted. Yes, Tutor Amelia, I should be using mind magic instead. My apologies. Husking is a very real thing, Tutor Amelia said. Go rest. Katrina retreated to the side of the room, and Brioni looked from Liam to Tovin and Finn, trying to figure out what Liam had done to Katrina. She caught Larissa's smug eyes at the tree in the center, then watched her left hand stretch toward the person at her side, an Everson girl. The girl gasped, and then Larissa sliced at the tree in one solid motion, the crack of breaking bark drawing everyone's attention. Larissa smiled as the Everson girl coughed, catching her breath. Come on, Tovin, Liam said. It's only against the rules if you get caught. Liam glanced at Brioni, and she saw his hand reach for her. She waited for the shock, the pain, anything. Liam's brow furrowed. Brioni glanced at Tovin, who showed no surprise at the lack of results. He was still watching her, almost disapprovingly. Liam tried again. Hey! They turned to see Rory, looking furiously at Liam. Are you boosting? Rory hissed. From the daughter of the king. That's rich coming from you, Tovin said. Rory turned his glare on him. What are you talking about? Tovin looked to her again, as if waiting for her to explain. Was she boosting him? Was that what it was when she sent him her magic?
But it didn't exhaust or pain her to send her magic to Rory like it had done to Katrina when taken from her. "I'm hearing talk of boosting over here," Tutor Amelia said as she arrived. "I hope we all know that the use of boosting from a human is grounds for expulsion for the Bamadi, not to mention illegal for the Eversons." Brioni blinked at her, shock creeping over her skin. She looked down at her boots, worrying her lip between her teeth. The Bamardi boys muttered excuses, but as a group they seemed to stop whatever it was they had been doing. As class ended, with no one but Rory able to fully cut down a tree, Brioni stayed behind with Katrina, who was almost back to full strength again. "Katrina, what is boosting? I've never heard of it." Katrina sighed. "It's a quick boost of heart magic, only without permission." Brioni frowned at her, waiting for more. Katrina continued. "Heart magic can be shared, like when a couple marries and decides to share their magic. They become heart springs with each other, in a ceremony that's usually incorporated into the marriage vows." Katrina reached for her words. "Kind of like combining your gold when you combine your families, the heart magic gets combined, making each person better, stronger. Since heart magicians grow weaker faster, it's like an alternative to bonding to an animal familiar. Or an addition, really, as you can have both. I've heard of spouses sharing heart magic, but that's a mutual cycle of power, I thought," Brioni said as they reached the stairs. "Liam took something from you, didn't he?" Katrina winced. Her hand rubbed her chest, almost unconsciously. "Yeah, it feels like a zap, like a sizzle of electricity. Boosting feels like that when the magic is taken from you. If he'd asked permission, or if I'd given my magic freely, it wouldn't be painful." Brioni's skin tingled. She gave her magic to Rory all the time. She'd never thought of it as something that could be taken from her, only shared. "So you can give or take heart magic without being bonded as heart springs." Heart springs, yes. The official bond keeps the magic flowing at all times. It's usually tied to jewelry. "My parents?" Katrina swallowed. "Even though my father didn't use heart magic as an Everson, he still gave it freely to my mother through their wedding rings." Brioni glanced at her. Katrina's face was pale with the effort of climbing the stairs, and her eyes were watery as she spoke of her parents. A pang went through Brioni as she thought of what it would have been like to lose a mother that she'd known for 15 years instead of one she'd never known at all. She supposed she and Katrina might have some things in common after all. "It sounds like the heartspring bond is synonymous with love, in a way," Brioni said with a smile. "We don't have anything like it in Evermore. It's lovely." "It's not always tied to love." Katrina checked the hall to make sure there were no eavesdroppers before lowering her voice. "There are some people in Bamaden, the woods or far from the cities, who, like Liam, don't ask permission. There are betrothals in the deep country that occur just for the dowry of the person's magic. There's no cycle of magic between the spouses, just excess for one. It's becoming more and more common, too. There are even people kept as servants, their magic weakened by the daily drain." They stopped in between staircases so Katrina could rest. Brioni's mind was whirring. "How is this allowed in Bamard? Why isn't it illegal everywhere?" she asked. Katrina's brows shot up.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful? I mean, what do you think caused our countries to split apart 600 years ago? We were one happy country on this continent for so long, until Vendici discovered mind magic, and the Bomardi refused to learn it, Brioni said, reciting the history. Katrina's nose wrinkled. "That's the history they taught you? Truly? Daughter of the king?" A boiling fury rose in Brioni's chest. She hated when she was made to feel uninformed. She pushed it down and focused on the here and now. "I don't understand. Does my father know what's happening in Beaumard?" Brioni asked. "I'm sure he does. But why start another war over it?" Katrina shrugged and started to move up the stairs again. "It's really nice of you to wait for me, by the way." Brioni pasted on a weak smile and nodded. She had so many questions now, but what worried her the most was she now knew she had been boosting Rory throughout their lives. And not only was it illegal in her country and prohibited at school, but now Tovin Hurst knew about it. Chapter 6. Brioni gasped into consciousness. Her body shot upright, and she blinked her eyes open into a dark room. It was moving, undulating, writhing. And then Cordelia was in front of her, holding her face between two cold hands. "Brioni, it's me!" Sound slammed into her ears. The room was shifting and slithering toward her. No, it was bodies. The room was full of bodies. People. She wasn't alone. "Are you all right? What does she remember? Is she injured?" Brioni shoved Cordelia away and gasped for air, feeling suffocated by the darkness. "Water!" Cordelia shouted. Brioni's eyes adjusted, and a silhouette moved in the meager light. There was the sound of water being poured. Brioni held her hand over her chest, trying to slow her heartbeat. She was no longer at Claremore Castle. "Where am I?" "We don't know." Brioni turned to the dark-haired woman on her right. It was Phoebe, one of the cousins of the Rosewood family, Finola's younger sister. Cordelia grabbed the water cup from someone and pushed it to her lips. Brioni reached up to take it from her and found her hands shackled. She coughed, sputtering the water. "What is this?" She tugged at her hands. The chains gave her only a few inches between her palms. That might limit the spell she could cast. "There's something special about the neck piece," Cordelia said. Brioni spied a collar on Cordelia's neck. She reached for her own, a cool metal with no discernible lock. Every woman in matching collars and chains. It might be infused with the Gawarnis herb from Shurtarth, or it might be something entirely new. But whatever it is, it cuts off our magic. Brioni blinked at the collar, mind whirring. The Gawarnis herb worked to dampen and dissolve the connection between the magician and their magical thread. Brioni had never experienced it firsthand, but her father had described his meeting in the Shurtarth region as unsettling. "I've never felt more vulnerable in my life than while that damned herb cut off my magic." She breathed deep, trying to find the string behind her eyes, the hum of her magic. But reaching for it was like trying to pull back a dream upon waking. It was gone. Brioni looked up at Cordelia and found her own devastation reflected back to her from blue eyes. What were they going to do with them? She assessed the room. There must have been 50 people, all women, and most she recognized from her court. Katrina sat across the room with her arms around a girl who could be no older than 16. "Where is everyone else? The men?" Phoebe reached for her arm and said gently, "Rory isn't—" "I know Rory is dead," Brioni said sharply. She listened to the silence echo afterward. She cleared her throat. "Didion and Sammy? The generals? They're holding them separately. We caught a glimpse of them a few days ago." "Days?" Brioni's eyes widened. "How long was I unconscious?" Cordelia and Phoebe exchanged glances. "You were just dropped off today," Cordelia said. Brioni's jaw dropped. She scanned herself. No injuries. But there was something on her arm. Black ink that seemed to glisten gold when she twisted it under the moonlight. Hap Gaines, a tattoo of sorts. It was his signature. The blood drained from her head. "That's who captured you." Phoebe nodded at the tattoo. Brioni's eyes drifted down to Phoebe's arm, where she saw Lag Raven. Cordelia cleared her throat. "What was the last thing you remember?" Brioni's mind flickered through images. Rory's boundary falling, Anna's body on the stairs, the maid who helped them, Tovin Hurst's eyes inches from her own, the speckles of blue in them, the day of the battle, the boundary falling. A collective gasp shivered through the room. "Brioni, that was days ago. 3 days? Maybe 4. Have you eaten at all?" Phoebe hushed the room, jumping to her feet. "Let's get her some food." Her voice was authoritative, and Brioni saw a glimpse of the older cousin who taught her defensive magic in the days following King Jackal's assassination. Brioni's mind cleared. Food? And suddenly a tray of fruit was pushed in front of her face. "Grapes? Apples? Pears? They're feeding us?" Brioni asked. "What in the name of the waters are they planning on doing with us?" "Ugh, someone just tell her. This is maddening." The voice rang out as clear as a bell, and Brioni recoiled in recognition. She leaned around Cordelia and Phoebe, and there, across the room, in a corner by herself, with no friends surrounding her for the first time, was Larissa Gaines, collared and shackled like the rest of them.
Brioni hadn't seen her in the 4 years since the war began, but it was clear she would recognize that perfectly symmetrical face under any amount of dirt and blood. Her hair was still lustrous in the minimal light, though limp. Larissa's cold eyes glinted at her. Her mind tripped over the possible reasons Larissa was in this dungeon with them, but she refocused on the conversation first. "Tell me what? Why are we being held here?" Larissa smiled cruelly. "It's for the auction." A shiver crested over her skin. She wished she could say, "What auction?" But memories bubbled up to the surface of her mind, and she was once again in the familiar hallways of the Bomardi school. It had been just over 6 years ago, only a few weeks before the man on the Bomardi seat was assassinated. Veronica Mallow's name was hot on every tongue in Beaumard already, and that would have been the first clue that change was coming if only it didn't seem a completely preposterous idea. A Bomardi seat hadn't been assassinated in 10 generations, but Veronica Mallow had found a way to speak to the hearts of the succession line. "We are the true magic," she'd said. "Mind magic isn't an evolved magic. It is conniving and duplicitous. The Eversons want to keep you weak, to take away your familiars, and to sever your heartspring bonds. But we are stronger than them, and they know it. We must do everything we can to keep them down." In their 3rd year of study together, all the Bomardi were humming her words, threatening the Everson students around every turn. It had been Liam Quill who'd brought up the idea of an auction first. "My father says it's only a matter of time before we chop off King Jackal's head," he'd said loudly one day in late spring, when it was just warm enough for everyone to eat lunch outside. They were gathered in the farthest corner of the Bomardi school's courtyard, where the sun was strongest and the breeze non-existent. He was reclined back on his tan elbows, chewing thoughtfully on an apple, shaking his raven hair out of his eyes every few moments. "And what do you think will become of you, Princess?" Brioni had been reading in a covered alcove. She'd been there first, and Liam, Fim, Tovin, and a meaty, thick-headed, pale-skinned Bomardi named Colin Twindle had all sat down not 10 feet from her. She turned a page instead of responding. "We'll chop her head off too," someone said.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful, "I have a few better ideas of what to do with her head." "You'll have to come into quite a bit of gold for those ideas, Colin," Tovin had said, stretching cat-like. "Haven't you heard?" Liam said, more to her than to Colin Twindle. "We'll be selling them off to the highest bidder, just like they used to do in Doward in ancient times." Brioni snapped her eyes up to find them all grinning at her. Tovin's shirt had pulled free of his trousers, baring a sliver of pale skin as his arms reached over his head. Now, at 18, he was becoming impossible to ignore in the hallways with his towering height and shock of white-gray hair that seemed to gleam silver. Her gaze landed on his stomach before looking away again. If she left, they'd win. "Wouldn't mind having my own Everson," Liam continued. "I'd make 'em clean my house and clean my cock." Brioni pressed her lips together as laughter reached her ears. "You're missing the point, Liam," Tovin said disapprovingly. "You're not buying a whore. You're buying power. A heartspring to keep all for yourself. A secondary supply of magic to pull from." "I think you're missing the point, Tove," Colin said, chuckling. "You're forgetting about sacral magic." "Yeah, Tove," said Liam. "That heartspring magic will be good, but sacral magic will only enhance when freely given," Tovin finished, correcting them. "Good luck getting your Everson to beg you for it." Brioni snapped her book shut. "You're talking about people, human beings." "An Everson isn't a human being, love," Liam said. The only person who didn't laugh with him was Finn, who was peeling his apple with a knife. His mother was Everson. Brioni shook her head of the memories, refocusing, readjusting to the dark of the cell. Cordelia didn't even turn to Larissa. Don't listen to her. If she knew what was going on, she wouldn't be in here. "What is she doing here?" Brioni asked, voice hoarse. "She was dropped off when you were," Phoebe said. Brioni watched Larissa examine her nails as if there weren't dirt underneath them. She turned back to Cordelia. "What happened to you?" Cordelia blew out a breath.
The passageway collapsed, and that maid and I tried for a bit to get the rocks cleared. She finally ran when I said I wasn't leaving without you. Brioni closed her eyes, feeling tears blossom. You should have gone. Too late to be helped now, Cordelia said, brushing Brioni's hair away from her face. Brioni's fingers flew to her mother's brooch, hidden between the folds of her dress. She said a silent thank you to the waters that she'd kept it with her. Glancing to the only door, Brioni said, "What do we know? How often do they drop people off?" In the beginning, it was every hour, but now it's once a day. Phoebe sniffed and then wiped her nose with the backside of her pale wrist. They bring a tray of food every morning. We're rationing. Brioni nodded. She stretched out her legs and brought herself up to standing. She was still in her flowing dress from the day of the battle, though it was covered in grime. Every eye in the room locked onto her movements. Has everyone tried their magic? The room of women looked around, nodding yes. Brioni ran through the possibilities. The Bomardi weren't going to kill them if they were feeding them. If there was to be an auction, there was only so much time until they were separated, until their strength in numbers was gone. Is anyone combat trained, hand to hand? Brioni asked the room. Larissa laughed deep in her throat, and Brioni glared at her. You want to kick and shove your way out of here? Larissa said. In these chains? You're absolutely mad. Why are you here? Brioni snapped. To spy on us? Larissa rolled her eyes. You're not important enough to spy on. Not anymore. So, you're a traitor then? Cordelia said, joining Brioni and standing. I don't buy that. Believe what you want. Larissa dismissed them, glancing down at her nails again. A woman stood up in the far corner of the room. She was tall and broad-shouldered with deep bronze skin. She reminded Brioni of Anna in the way she stood at attention. Miss Rosewood, I'm Felicity Punt. I've served in the Everson militia for the past 7 years, she said. Most of my training was with defensive and offensive magic, but I will gladly serve you as I served your brother and father before that. Brioni swallowed. She'd never received sworn allegiance from anyone but Anna. All allegiance was given to the king and his male heir in Evermore. Before she could tell Felicity it wasn't necessary, another woman stood. I only have 1 year with the militia, but if we're doing hand-to-hand, I want in. She had a black eye already, and long raven hair that she kept in a braid. Brioni began weighing the options, wondering how many guards there were outside the cell. I'm really fast, said a young voice. It was the 16-year-old girl that Katrina was comforting. She had curly hair and a gap between her teeth. Like, really fast. My brothers can never catch me. Brioni opened her mouth to tell her she needn't worry, that they wouldn't force her to fight. Bang! The room jumped, and the women clung to one another. They faced the door where bolts were unlocking with a groan. When it opened, 2 men in blue coats stepped inside. Lag Raven was tall and thin, with thick black eyebrows and a twisted nose. He was at least 15 years her elder, and every altercation she'd had with the man had given her nightmares. He had ties to the magical black market and was known to be in the business of buying and selling heartsprings, human familiars. The old seat of Bamard used to regulate him, but Veronica Mallow gave him permission to do as he pleased, as long as he served her. The use of humans as heartsprings in Bamard had exploded over the last 4 years, and it was well known that Raven had both led the charge and profited handsomely from it. The other man was Hap Gaines, 4th in line to the seat, and the man who'd captured her on the day Rory died. Not to mention, he was also Larissa's father. Brioni glanced at Larissa and found her looking down at the floor. Medical examinations today. Gaines' voice was thick and low. He had a pink scar over one blonde eyebrow that hadn't been there before. Raven was staring directly at Brioni with a leering grin. Look who's awake. Brioni raised her chin in response. You 5, Gaines said with a lazy point to a group that included Phoebe and Cordelia. Come. No one moved. I'll drag you if I need to. Phoebe stepped forward slowly, volunteering to be first. Cordelia and the other 3 got into line, the chains between their hands clicking. There was a heavy thudding in Brioni's heart as Cordelia glanced over her shoulder to Brioni just before the door closed on them. It was quiet in the room afterward. "This is good," said Felicity. "They can tell us what to expect out there. And it will be 2 of them against 2 of us." She nodded at the black-haired woman. "3 of us," the young curly-haired girl said, reminding them she was willing to fight. "I'm Eden," she introduced herself, trying to mimic the way Felicity had stood at attention in her greeting. Briony didn't know how to pick and choose who would risk their lives today. She turned to Larissa. "Larissa, can you help us at all? Do you know where we are?" She was quiet, her eyes unfocused. Finally, she looked up at Briony. "I think it's the Troz estate. They have a dungeon." Briony's heart skipped. "Can you tell us anything about this place? Is there a way out that you know of?" Larissa sneered. "Oh, so you can skip out the door leaving me behind? No, thank you." "Who said I'd leave you behind?" Briony stared her down until Larissa looked away. "I think," Larissa cleared her throat, "I think we're 5 floors down. I think the main exit will be up 4 staircases." Hope leached out of Briony a little. That was too many floors. "Thank you," she said. She glanced to the other women, all waiting with bated breath for Briony to tell them what to do. "Is Rory really dead?" Her head snapped to the left.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. A voice had come out of the mass of bodies. She couldn't tell who, but someone had spoken the question in her heart. She swallowed. "I don't." "He is." Felicity looked at her and then away. "He is." "But how?" a woman asked. "What about the prophecy?" Briony wondered the same. 600 years ago, at the outbreak of the Civil War, one of the seers had delivered a prophecy. "When the sun shines at night, he who will bring an end to war on this land shall be victorious. He shall be an heir twice over and a rightful sovereign over the continent." But 100 years later, when Briony's ancestors sat down with the first seat of Beaumard to accept the secession of Beaumard from Evermore and sign the Spring Treaty, no heir twice over brokered its terms or played any role at all in its making. The prophecy had been forgotten, as most unfulfilled prophecies would be, until this mess with Mallow, until Rory. As her father's only male child, Rory had been the heir to Evermore. 10 years ago, their father had quelled a dispute on the largest of the 3 southern islands, winning the self-governed island's allegiance. Rory became the heir presumptive to the island as well. This made him an heir twice over, just as the prophecy had stated. It was an old prophecy, Briony said softly to the women. It wasn't accurate the first time the Moreland continent went to war either. It tasted like ash in her mouth, like betrayal. How many times had she told Rory he was the one? How many times had she promised her people that the war would stop on the day of the eclipse and that Rory would bring them together in peace? She reached for him, on that vein in her chest, aching to feel his magic respond. But nothing. Briony took a deep breath and locked Rory away in her heart. The air was thick as they waited for the first group to come back. Only the sound of one woman's sobbing cut through their silence. When the bang of the door unlocking came again, everyone jumped and turned their eyes on the door. Cordelia, Phoebe, and the others returned freshly bathed, looking no worse for wear. Gaines and Raven took 5 more women and left them alone. Once the door was locked again and the footsteps receded, Phoebe turned her attention to the dusty floor and began drawing a map from memory with her shoe. "Showers first," Cordelia said, pointing as the map took shape. "Then medics. Showers are 2 floors up. You'll have to strip down while they watch." Her voice broke, but she continued. "They keep the chains on you the whole time. Medics on the same floor. They tested us for pregnancies first, which was unexpected." Briony swallowed thickly. Phoebe dropped to her knees and reached for the grapes and berries to mark where the guards were. "And Raven confirmed it," Cordelia said. "There's to be an auction for heartsprings. They're going to use us." Her voice wobbled for the first time. "They're going to take our magic and use it for themselves." Cordelia glanced at Briony with a sniff, then at Larissa, the only person who hadn't moved to watch the map be drawn.
Is there nothing you can say to your father? Cordelia snapped, her patience clearly worn thin. Larissa glared back at her. Is there anything you can say to yours? The room gasped collectively. Cordelia's father had been murdered a year earlier. The primary suspect was Hap Gaines. Cordelia stepped forward with a snarl on her face, but Phoebe jumped up and pushed a hand against her shoulder and said to the room, "Here's what we know." Briani moved closer, standing at Phoebe's side. Felicity and the other woman with the black eye joined her. "There is a window on this floor and on the floor with the showers. I have no idea about the floor between. We didn't see it from the staircase." "A window?" Briani turned to Larissa. "I thought we were 5 floors down in the dungeons." The Trow property was built into the other side of the Tampit Mountains, just like the Bomardi School. We are in the dungeon, but every floor still has a view. "How high is the property? How far up from the base of the mountain are we?" Briani asked. Larissa pressed her lips together. "Hundreds of yards." A muttering passed through the women. Hope was swirling down a drain. How could anyone get down a mountainside with their hands chained? "All you'll have on your side is the element of surprise," Phoebe said quietly to Briani. "Don't waste it." She turned to Felicity. "Get Briani out. Don't come back for us." Briani's head snapped to her. "What? No, we'll find the men and we'll—" Cordelia grabbed Briani's hand. "You have to go, Briani. You have to find whatever's left of Rory's forces. They need a Rosewood to rally behind." "My line doesn't matter anymore," Briani whispered. "A woman cannot be ruler of Evermore." Before Cordelia could argue, the first bang of the doors unlocking sounded. Phoebe and a few others gathered the fruit from the floor. Felicity grabbed Briani's elbow and dragged her across the room to where Gaines had been choosing women for the next round of medical exams. The woman with the braid and black eye joined them. Just before the second door unlocked, a figure dashed across the room, almost knocking into Briani in an effort to join the next group. It was Eden. Katrina was hot on her heels. The door opened, and 5 women were readmitted into the cell. One of them was shaking so hard that she fell to her knees. Gaines gestured at the next 5: Briani, Felicity, the black-haired woman, Katrina, and Eden. Felicity stepped forward, volunteering to be first in line, and Briani suddenly realized that they had no plan. Just fight? It wasn't enough. They had no signal, and what did she know about combat without magic? Katrina moved in line next, then Briani. Eden and the black-haired woman fell into line behind her. Raven clicked his teeth at her as she passed him. Her eyes flickered over every detail outside the dungeon as they stepped into a small antechamber of dark walls. The light was almost too bright after that darkness, and she had to squint against the torches. As Raven locked the door to the cell with a twist of his hands, Gaines opened the next one. Briani tried to remember the floor plan, the fruit against the dirty stones. They followed Gaines out of the second door and found a labyrinth of hallways. She had no idea how Phoebe had remembered it all, and a sudden fear struck her that she hadn't. What if she'd made mistakes? 2 left turns should take them close enough to that window, but what if it didn't? Raven locked the second door with a heavy thunk, and Briani turned to watch what kind of locking gesture he used so she could replicate it once she got this collar off. He caught her looking and smiled with yellow teeth. "Don't be smart now." Briani hurried to follow Katrina's yellow hair as she left the antechamber. Gaines led them around the 2 left corners, and there Briani could see the window. It was dawn. They were 10 paces from it when Felicity reared back and swung her chained hands at the back of Gaines' skull. He fell sideways with the strength of it, smacking into the wall. Briani spun as the black-haired woman delivered a hard punch to Raven's stomach, doubling him over in surprise. Eden darted the 10 steps to the window and started working it open. Gaines recovered and shoved Felicity's body back with magic, pinning her against the stone wall. Briani moved to swing her chains at his head in the same way Felicity had, but she felt a hook around her waist, tugging her back on a string. She smacked into a hard chest, and Raven's pale hand wrapped around her stomach to hold her against him by her throat. She kicked, trying to maneuver him into releasing her. He grunted and held firm, pinning the black-haired woman to the wall with magic. Katrina kicked Gaines in the stomach, and Briani watched his hold on Felicity release. Eden got the window open. Raven reached out, and Eden was yanked from the window by her hair. She screamed as she flew, landing hard on her back.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Bryony curled forward as far as she could and then flung her chained hands over her head. The metal connected with Raven's face with a crack, and he released her with an oof. Eden scrambled back to the window, nimbly dodging every body part in the hallway and every spell cast. She was fast. The raven-haired woman had her chains wrapped around Raven's neck, choking him. Blood dripped down his head from the smack her shackles had given him. Eden was gesturing for Bryony to run to the window, but Katrina and Felicity were struggling with Gaines. "Enough," Gaines bellowed. He reached out and contorted his arm. Felicity screamed and dropped to the floor. Her knee was angled wrong. He dislocated it. Gaines grabbed Katrina by the neck and slammed her head against the stone wall. Bryony gasped as she crumpled. Bryony's heart pulsed with rage and fear. Without logic, she sliced her arm through the air, a magical instinct. Something thrummed in her chest. Gaines gasped, grabbing for his sternum. Blood blossomed bright red against his blue coat. Time seemed to stand still as Bryony looked between Gaines and her own hand, the hand that had just sliced his chest open with magic. Felicity's pained face was slack with awe. Bryony spun, finding Raven standing over the black-haired woman, giving up on magic and kicking her in the ribs. She flicked her fingers, and her heart sent magic down her veins. Raven's body flew from the ground, hitting the ceiling. She pinned him there. Gaines stared at her in shock as he started to heal himself, pulling his skin back together. Felicity jumped at him, digging her fingers into the slice to tear him open again. Gaines yelled in pain, and Felicity screamed, "Bryony, go!" Bryony tugged on her magic heart magic and cast a shield around herself, the strength of the Rosewood bloodline. She ran to the window, feeling magic bouncing off her shield. Bryony joined Eden at the window, looking down. It was a steep drop onto jagged rocks. There was a scream from next to her as Eden was yanked away from the window again. Bryony whirled around and found Felicity on the floor, barely conscious, Katrina out cold, the black-haired woman rolling in pain, and Raven standing in the center of it all, Eden held against his chest like a shield. One hand was holding her throat, the other was held out in front of him, palm up. Bryony's eyes widened as she recognized the beginning of the Heartstop cast, the spell to crush a heart. Gaines was pale, but healing his wound on the ground as Bryony stared down Raven. "Playtime is over, princess," Raven growled. "Don't know how you're resisting the collar, but it's two of us against one of you. Step away from the window, and this one lives." The black-haired woman came to her feet with unsteady movements and tried to rush at Raven. He kicked his leg out, and his heavy boot caught her hip, sending her flying into the wall. Bryony watched his fingers begin to curl in toward his palm. Eden gasped, squirming as her heart began to collapse in her chest. Eden's eyes begged her. Bryony began to leave the ledge. Felicity's voice stopped her. "Don't." Raven crushed his fingers into a fist, and Bryony screamed as Eden took one last breath. Her heart crumpled, her eyes never leaving Bryony's. Raven let her body drop and began moving toward the window. Gaines was just coming to his feet again. Guards appeared at the opposite end of the hallway, and Bryony took off to her left up the stairs. She'd find the window on a higher floor, and maybe it would give the women a chance if they were separated. She heard Raven's heavy footfalls hot on her heels. She felt several of his spells rebound against her shield. She spilled out onto an identical floor. A chunk of stone broke off a wall and slammed into Bryony's side. She tumbled to the floor. Her shield was for magic, not physical force. Her ribs burned in pain, but she rolled back to her feet. The balls of her feet slapped the stones as she ran down the hall, searching for the next staircase or the next window. She tried to find the thread of her mind magic, but it was still silent. It was her heart she was casting from. Bryony threw herself down a corridor and skidded to a stop. It was a dead end.
She tried the 2 doors, but they wouldn't budge. When she spun back around, Raven was at the entrance of the corridor, panting and smiling at her. "You're going to be fun to break," he said. He didn't bother moving down the hall. He had her cornered. Bryony reached her hand out, palm up. She tugged on the vein of magic in her chest, ready to rip her heart if it meant taking Raven out of this world. Raven's eyes flew wide. She'd never cast Heartstop before, but she thought the mechanics of it were clear enough. Bryony curled her fingers into a fist, concentrating on what it meant to kill him. To kill someone. Raven's body went still, and Bryony waited. Even with the pulse of magic in her chest, nothing happened. His yellow teeth smiled at her from under his twisted nose. "You have to really mean it, princess. You'll get it next time," he mocked her. His hand shot out, and magic as sharp as knives sank into every inch of her spin. She heard herself screaming through the tunnel of the pain. She dropped to her knees, trying to grasp onto any magic inside herself to make it stop. A slim body with hair the color of straw crashed into Raven, throwing them both out of sight. Katrina. Bryony's mind released the pain. She pulled herself to her feet and ran toward them as Katrina screamed. Raven had Katrina by her hair, tugging her up to the same position Eden had been in when her heart had stopped in his hand. "No, let's try this again, Miss Rosewood." Gaines was behind Raven, gasping from running up the stairs. "Hands above your heart, knees on the ground," Gaines demanded. Bryony's mind raced as Katrina's ribs dragged in air. "I already owe Caspar Quill and Rianne Cole a few thousand gold for this little stunt," Raven said. He grinned. "Tro won't mind this one going to waste too, I'm sure." Eden was dead. Another one too? Felicity or the black-haired woman? Katrina here, about to die. 50 magicless women locked in a room 2 floors down. The men were alive somewhere, but Rory was dead. "On the floor, Rosewood," Gaines bellowed. He closed in on her as her eyes flicked between him and Raven. Her hands were held out as far as the chains would allow, prepared to engage either of them. She could kill them both. It might take some fighting, but she could do it. And then what? Who was left? "I'll kill this one too, princess." She could try Heartstop again, take out Gaines, but not before Raven ends Katrina. She could kill Gaines, then Raven as Katrina's body dropped, and then she'd be alone. "It's okay, Bryony." Katrina smiled at her. There was blood on her teeth. Bryony blinked at the friend she'd never been kind enough to. Katrina nodded. "Don't think of me. Go." Raven snarled, starting to curl his fingers toward his fist. Katrina gasped, but tried to smile through it. "Go, Bryony," Katrina wheezed. She had to. Bryony dropped to her knees and moved her chained hands above her head. Katrina fell from Raven's grip, gasping on the floor. Alive. Gaines grabbed Bryony's chain and threw her onto her back. He put his boot on her chest, holding her down. "Go tell Orion we need that Gowarnis elixir, after all," Gaines ordered Raven, "and clean this up." Bryony winced as Katrina coughed, clutching her chest. Had she done the right thing? She didn't know why she had magic. Had this been her only chance? Had she wasted it? Gaines reached down for Bryony's chain and dragged her down the hall on her back, and then tumbling her down the stairs. Bryony watched Katrina breathe, knowing the blonde would have done the same for her, tenfold. She held on to that thought until she was dragged out of sight. Chapter 7. They put her in a cell by herself.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Gaines. Gaines strung her up against the cold stone wall, forcing her to stand with her arms above her head, her ankles shackled now too. She was alone except for a black bird that watched her closely from a perch over the door. She recognized it as Raven's familiar. There were half a dozen heart magic spells she could do from this position, but all she could think of was the life draining from Eden's eyes. And the other two, Felicity and the black-haired woman whose name she didn't even know, what had become of them? She thought about the Heartstop that she hadn't been able to complete. "You have to really mean it, princess," Raven had said. She knew that to be true. To use the darker magics, one had to channel that darkness inside of oneself. Raven had killed Eden because she was nothing to him. The hate that burned in her heart now was enough to squeeze the life out of him. If she had the opportunity again, she wouldn't fail. Standing upright with the feeling drifting out of her hands, Brienne finally had a moment to think. Why did she have her magic? No, not her magic. Her magic was mind magic. This magic was the thing she rarely tapped into, and then only when she needed to help Rory. Did this collar only work on mind magic? No. Larissa was also wearing a collar, and she was a heart magician. Unless Larissa was there to deceive them. Brienne tugged on the magic in her chest. She twirled her fingertips and felt a breeze cast its way through the dark, empty room. She felt the pulse of it in her chest, thick like honey. It made her think of Rory. Rory was dead. Her father was dead. There were no other Rosewood men that she knew of. The line was gone. Her entire realm was ended. Despite many other countries moving past patriarchal succession, though slowly, Evermore had never budged. There was only the king, and then his male heir. There would never be a queen. Any time in the past that Evermore had been left in a position like this, with no male heir, the women in the family had scrambled to produce one, while the cabinet ruled as regent. Brienne didn't even know how many cabinet advisors had survived. Any? Even so, it would take a male heir from Brienne, Phoebe, or Phoebe's sister, Finola, to reinstate their line. Where was Finola? She hadn't been in the dungeon with the other women. The last time Brienne had seen her, she was portaling out of the Claremore courtyard, carrying out a mission. Could she hope that Finola hadn't been captured at all? Brienne created lists upon lists of questions that didn't have answers. She created lists of those who possibly survived. Sammy, Didion. Was Sammy's father still alive? She couldn't imagine letting someone like General Billiam Mears live. Perhaps he was being tortured for all the realm's military information. Brienne tried to let her mind center on immediate problems, like the auction. Would the Bomardi really sell them like animals? But she didn't have to think on that long. She knew it to be true. The final year at the Bomardi school, before the attack, the Bomardi boys had whispered about it. She'd heard more than a few numbers thrown around when one of their prettier classmates walked by. Numbers they would pay to own her. Brienne shivered. Perhaps she'd seen Tovin Hurst talking numbers less than the others. Maybe she'd imagined it, the way he'd tell his friends to knock it off, the way he'd had to tell Colin Twindle to shut up about how much money he had to spend. Maybe she just wanted it to be true. Liam Quill had gotten into a fistfight with Didion in the final year at Beaumard, and when they'd been separated, with Liam the worse off, Liam had given one parting shot. "When the walls come down in Evermore, you best not let me find you," he hissed. "I won't even sell you off. I'll keep you, chain you, bleed your magic dry." He'd nodded at Brienne in the crowd, "and make you watch as I fuck your girl every night." Brienne had scarcely known what Liam was talking about then, only that she was suddenly a part of the narrative. Didion bellowed at him, fighting off the tutors holding him back. Coven had stepped in, shoved Didion back with magic, and quick as lightning wrapped his hand around Liam's throat. He whispered something into Liam's face that had the boy snarling, and Brienne had been swept into the retreating crowd as more tutors had appeared. All 3 boys had gotten demerits. Brienne had thought a lot about Tovin's reaction, both then and now. He hated vulgarity, always had. Tovin's mother had been a socialite from across the sea, a dignitary's daughter. Brienne thought perhaps Serena had raised Tovin quite differently from the other Bomardi boys. But of course, there were times he'd proved her wrong. The black bird cawed, making Brienne jump. The door opened with a creaking sound, and adrenaline flooded Brienne's tired body. She stood upright, having started to sag. Raven slid into the cell with a coy grin, leaning against the door to close it.
He crossed his arms, and it wasn't lost on Briony that she was alone with a dangerous, lecherous man. "I appreciate your fight, princess." She said nothing, just watched him. He sauntered closer, and Briony's eyes flicked to the crack in the door, begging someone to come in. "I always have," he said, tilting his head. "Appreciated, I mean. It's a shame you couldn't kill me back there, for you." He stopped in front of her, and she had to press her back against the stones to keep from brushing him as she breathed. He lifted a hand, and her blood froze in her veins. He trailed a finger over the thin sleeve at her shoulder. "Gaines won't sell you to me privately. He thinks the Princess of Evermore will fetch a high price at auction." His fingertips slid down her dress, following the fabric. "But don't worry, pet. I've been saving for this for a long time. You'll be mine." His hand passed over her ribs, over her hip. "So I don't think there's a problem with an early taste." The chains rattled as she shook. "Get your hands off me," she snarled, far braver than she felt. He smirked at her, his rancid breath puffing against her face. "We're going to have so much fun together." His hand cupped her between the legs over her dress. Briony gasped as every muscle in her body turned to ice. "I wasn't aware Gaines was open to negotiation," said a voice from the doorway. Raven removed his hand and stepped back, and Briony's knees gave out in relief. Until she realized who it was. Orion Hurst stood in the cell entry, Tovin's father, and there was no doubt about it. He'd given his son that preternaturally silver-gray hair and his towering height. Orion was not only the richest man in all Beaumard, but also the most ruthless. Over the 4 years that Evermore had warred with Beaumard, Orion Hurst had been on every major front line. With an unheard-of skill to split his casting against multiple opponents, he was the most feared fighter in Beaumard. And since Mallow had come to power, he had started increasing his power, now no longer feeling his heart rip with every till. The price of Heartstop was something Orion Hurst no longer had to pay. Rory once asked Briony why Orion Hurst was only 8th in line for the seat. With so much power and so much money, why is he so low on the succession line? Self-preservation, Briony had guessed. Any higher up and he'd be a target. Rory hadn't understood that, but Briony, who'd hidden herself for years as something unremarkable, had a certain respect for someone who knew they deserved more, but held themselves back for whatever reason. Briony's reason was Rory. She wondered what Orion's reason was. Raven frowned at Orion. "You got my message?" Orion pulled a vial from his pocket, twitching it slightly. The Gowarnus herb mixture. Orion stepped into the room, his form backlit from the hallway torches. "So good of you to keep her company, Raven," he said silkily. "I'll be sure to let Gaines know that his lot has a friend in you." Lot, as in a lot up for auction. Raven sneered and stepped away from her. "She'll be mine soon enough."
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Mallow. I would have paid Gaines the 5,000 gold. Briony's brows jumped at the sum. "I'm sure," Orion hummed. He turned his eyes on Briony as he stopped directly in front of her. "Miss Rosewood, lovely to see you again," he said mockingly. "I believe the last time we met was the day the Beaumardy school fell." His brows lifted in fake realization. No, I'm thinking of someone else entirely, aren't I?" Briony pressed her lips together. The other thing people said about Orion Hurst was that he liked to play with his prey. Briony met his gaze with more bravery than she felt. "Mr. Hurst, it's kind of you to call," she said, her voice steady even as her stomach turned to ice. His eyes narrowed on her, and for a moment she felt examined, flayed open. He looked so much like his son, but where Tovin lacked patience, Orion Hurst was nothing if not patient. He uncorked the vial and tipped it to her lips. She pressed her mouth closed, shaking her head, but with barely a flick of his fingers, her mouth was wrenched open. She tried to close her throat, but she coughed on the sour elixir all the way down. Squeezing her eyes shut, she tried to hold on to the vein that channeled her heart magic, searching for the pulse in her chest. But with a final flutter, it was gone. There was nothing there. It was dormant now. Why didn't the collar work on her? Raven asked. Orion lifted a pale finger and traced the metal around Bryony's neck. A ring with a black gemstone glinted. It could be any number of things. Rosewoods are known for their protective magic. She could have blocked the collar somehow. Orion glanced at Raven. It's a predicament for her future, Warden. For now, the Gowarness elixir will render her innocuous. For how long? Raven asked. Orion turned his eyes on Bryony. They all will need to be dosed every 3 days, just to be certain. He capped the vial and tilted his head, speaking to her now. Miss Eden Winsett is dead. Miss Felicity Punt is injured. Miss Katrina Cove is badly wounded as well. Why do you insist on hurting your own people, Miss Rosewood? What a waste of Eversun blood, one would say, if one cared for Eversuns, as you claim to. Bryony swallowed, knowing what mind game he was playing. Eden Winsett was scarcely more than a child, she hissed. And you proud and loyal Bomardi, were going to sell her off like livestock? His brows furrowed in mock concentration. No, no. I treat my cows far better than I'd treat an Eversun. Mark me. Bryony spat in his face. Orion Hurst didn't blink. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped her saliva without looking away from her. She'd spat on his son once. He'd had an entirely different reaction. Orion looked down as he folded his handkerchief and put it back in his pocket. I should have you killed for that. He looked up at her. But I don't spend my money on slaves, and I'd hate to have to pay Gaines $30,000 just for slashing your throat. Bryony sucked in a shaking breath, and Orion continued, raising his voice to address Raven. That's how men like me stay rich, you see. We don't need to waste money on magic heart springs. Only one of the reasons I want her, but thank you for the tip, Raven said venomously. Ah, Orion glanced at the other man. Men like me don't pay for that either. He sent Raven a withering smile. Now, Miss Rosewood, someone would like to see you. I hope you'll pay them a bit more respect. Bryony's heart twisted. She looked up into Orion's eyes and only saw Tovin, wondered if he was here, if he was coming to see her. The door opened and Veronica Mallow stepped inside. Bryony's muscles locked in terror. Bryony, it's good to see you again. Mallow's voice was smooth and sinuous, as if it could wrap around a person and squeeze. She moved into the cell like a nymph through water, her long black robes flowing behind her. Gaines followed her in, and then 4 of the most dangerous people in all Beaumard were gazing upon Bryony. Adrenaline flooded her, and Bryony swallowed around the fear in her throat. Mallow tilted her head, cat-like. She was thinner than Bryony remembered. Her long black hair was pinned straight and fell like a sheet. She had a necklace of onyx stones and earrings to match. Her eyes traced down Bryony's body, taking in her dirt and blood-stained dress. The escape attempt happened before bathing, I presume. This woman had killed her father, killed her brother, and still had the audacity to care about the grime on Bryony's skin and clothing. We were on our way to the baths and the medics when she organized her little stunt, said Gaines. She's feisty, said Raven. She got another killed. Silence, Mallow all but whispered. Bryony noted the reaction, the immediate way the men quieted, the way their breaths caught in their chests waiting for instruction. Mallow's lips twitched. She stepped forward, and Bryony could see the endless tunnels in her eyes. Isn't it fascinating to see that she bleeds just the same as we do? She said to the others. She gripped Bryony's jaw and turned her face, examining the bloodstains on her. Not a speck of gold anywhere. Makes you wonder why there's such a fuss about the Rosewood bloodline after all. Bryony pulled her face out of Mallow's grip. It was a common legend that the king and his family bled gold.
It was founded on nothing but the presumption that the king was predestined to rule by the nobility of his bloodline. Mallow tilted her head. "Miss Rosewood, I am only letting you live because my followers have requested it. It seems you haven't kept from catching the eye of all the Beaumarty men since the last time I saw you." Bryony shivered. Mallow reached up a bony hand and traced one of Bryony's curls. "You still intend to put her up for bidding, Gaines?" she asked. "Yes, mistress." Bryony's eyes flicked to him at the use of the title. Seats of Beaumard went by High Seat or Sir or Madam. "All right," Mallow said. "Well, we'll need to spay her." Bryony's stomach dropped. Her mouth opened. She couldn't... Wait. The words rushed out. "Please, do you wish to have Raven's children, Bryony?" Mallow said with a twist to her lips. "I hear he's the most likely to win you. And I think he'd find it hard to keep his hands off a prize like you." Bryony swallowed, refusing to look at the man in question, who was probably smiling at her. "He wouldn't. He could use protection," she mumbled. She had always wanted children, always craved the creation of a family she hadn't had, but not like this. And more than that, she wanted to believe that this wasn't the end of Evermore, that one day they would organize and rise from the ashes, that she would find a way to save her family's future. And Mallow stared at her, realizing Bryony's deepest desires. "Oh, no, Bryony," she said softly. She ran her cold fingers down her cheek. "No, it's over, dear heart. I killed him, and I burned his body." She leaned into Bryony's ear and whispered, "There is no home to go back to." Bryony saw red. She lunged forward, reaching out with her teeth for Mallow's skin. There was bone under her grip, and she bit down as Mallow screamed. Magic was flung at her from all directions. She was forced back against the stone, her head cracking. Her jaw was shoved wide, almost to the point of breaking. Orion was at Mallow's side, but Mallow wrenched away from his protective arm. A perfect circle of teeth was impressed on the corner of her dainty jawline. If Bryony could smile with her mouth winched open, she would have. The men spoke over one another, snarling threats, but Bryony had eyes for Mallow. "I'll kill you myself one day," she thought, hoping the intention was clear. Mallow stared at her in fascination, bringing her hands up to halt the men. The spells suddenly released her. Mallow narrowed her eyes and smiled. "You'll have your hands full, Raven. I like her." With a twist of Mallow's hand, Bryony's mouth snapped shut, her teeth clicking loudly, and she was unable to separate them. She was muzzled. Mallow stepped toward her again, only inches away.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. "Just so we're clear, I'm keeping you alive because you're interesting and because my men wish it," she shrugged. "I also happen to believe you're headed to a fate worse than death, but bear in mind that there are no promises kept for the other women. If you try to run again, I will kill every Everson in that cell, and I will start with Cordelia Hardstark." Bryony's chest shook, but she refused to cry. "Do you understand me?" Bryony nodded. "Yes," she said through her closed teeth. "Good." Mallow tugged her fingers at the air, and Bryony felt something heat in her throat. "That's the last word I want to hear from you." She'd taken her voice. Chapter 8, Bryony was unchained from the wall and given to Raven and Gaines. She rubbed her sore wrists, finally free from the shackles. The collar stayed on. With a hand on each of her elbows, they led her up the stairs, past the blood-spattered windows, and to the floor with the baths. They shoved her inside, and Raven said, "You have 2 minutes." The taps sprang to life, and scalding hot water splashed down to the tub. She glanced at the two of them, then to the door. "Go on," Raven said with a leer. She swallowed, her jaw tight with the muzzling spell. They wouldn't give her privacy to disrobe. Bryony stared at the bath as it filled. The tub hadn't been cleaned in years, it seemed. Grime coated the sides, and there were numerous rings from the waterline. She hiked up her dress and stepped into the hot water. It scalded her, turning her skin bright red.
Lowering herself into the water, she let her dress cover her on the way down. She glanced at the two men and found Gaines looking away, almost bored, but Raven's eyes were glued to her chest as the water soaked her dress. He approached her slowly, and Brioni squeezed the sides of the tub. He produced a bar of soap and dropped it into the water with a splash. "Make sure to scrub up everywhere," he said with a wink, "or I'll do it for you." Brioni cast her eyes down to the bath. Her skin was burning, and the water was already tinted with dirt and blood. She dipped her hair back and ran the soap over her scalp and her skin as best she could. Raven stood at the edge of the tub and lifted a furry black brow. She grabbed the soap and pushed it between her legs, ignoring the clicking of his teeth. His arm reached, and her body froze in horror, afraid he would touch her. He grabbed at the wet dress at her shoulder, then pulled back with silver gleaming between his fingers. Her mother's brooch, the last piece of her. Raven smiled as he pocketed it. Brioni's heart cracked in two. Gaines tossed her a towel when it was time to get out, but they didn't dry her dress. Water dripped from her hem as they walked her down the hall to a different room. When Gaines knocked, a thick-set older woman with deep umber skin opened the door. She was in a Bomardi medical uniform. When her eyes landed on Brioni, they seemed to stay a bit too long. "One last one for the exams," Gaines said. Brioni shivered under her wet dress and wet hair as they shoved her forward. Another young female medic was in the corner. She had pale skin and bright red hair and looked barely older than Brioni. She blanched when she saw Brioni. The older woman pointed for Brioni to sit on a table. Gaines turned to Raven. "Go check on the Mears kid." Brioni's head snapped to them. Sammy was nearby. Raven looked put out, but he obeyed, closing the door behind him. They had her lie back and ran spells over her body, hovering their hands and waiting for light and heat to spark. One of them dried her hair and dress, muttering about hypothermia. The younger medic placed both hands over Brioni's stomach, pale fingers spreading wide. She looked up at Gaines. Not pregnant. Brioni swallowed, realizing she never would be. The heavy-set medic placed a plant bundle with branching white flowers over her belly, humming an old melody. Brioni knew this one. She always knew she'd have it performed one day before a wedding. The woman's hands flew in circles, and the bundle caught fire against her dress before burning out just as quickly. The warmth and light stayed, but it lit up deep under her skin. She stared at the ceiling with her jaw glued shut and voice stolen, while the medic said to Gaines, "Virgin." Gaines chuckled. 5,000 more to me." Brioni's eyes squeezed shut. Was one night really worth 5,000 gold? Was one moment? She supposed there were old rituals that could be performed with virgin's blood. Raven would certainly know the black market of trade, but the way he talked to her, looked at her, she didn't think he wanted her just for the blood. The medics were wrapping up when Gaines said, "We're to sterilize her." A tear slipped out of Brioni's left eye. It was quiet in the room for too long. She opened her eyes and turned her gaze on the younger medic, who was staring at the older one. "Is there a problem?" Gaines asked. The redhead looked at the floor. "Isn't she the last of that line?" "Evermore is gone," Gaines said coldly as he stood from the wall he'd been leaning on. "Mistress Mallow has requested that all women and men who have ties to the Rosewood line be sterilized. You wouldn't be opposing Mistress Mallow's decision, would you?" The redhead looked helplessly at the older medic, who didn't show any emotion. Clearing her throat, the redhead lifted her chin up. "I won't do it." Brioni puffed out air, watching this woman in Bomardi Bloom medical robes opposing Mallow. Maybe there was hope. But Gaines' hand shot out, his fingers curling into a fist as the woman grabbed for her heart, eyes wide. She sputtered and dropped to her knees. "I'll do it," the older medic said, almost lazily. "Don't kill her. I need her." Gaines' fingers eased their grasp on the magic crushing the young woman's heart. She gasped, curling into a ball on the floor. The older medic moved to Brioni's side and brought her thumbs and index fingers over her pelvis, in a triangle, closing her eyes. Brioni prepared herself, listening to the redhead's gasping. There was a pinch and a burn on the left side of her belly, and Brioni jerked. Her left fallopian tube had been cauterized. As the medic moved around the table to her other side, Brioni was glad that Gaines's grinning face was out of her view. "How many others are you sterilizing?" the medic asked conversationally. Tears slipped out of Brioni's eyes as the woman placed the triangle of her hands over her belly again, over her right side. She prepared herself for the sensation again. "There's only one more here," Gaines said. "Well, we can't wait around all day," the older medic said. And with her back to Gaines, the woman pinched Brioni's stomach with her nails as sharply as possible. Brioni jerked, kicking her legs. She gazed up at the medic in question, but she was already turning to Gaines. "It's done. Both fallopian tubes have been burned shut. She won't fall pregnant." Brioni tried to relax her face. The woman hadn't cauterized her right side, and they both knew it. Gaines stepped forward. "Let's go," he said to Brioni. "And you," he turned to the redhead, who was still getting her breath back. "Do a good turn here, and I won't request your beheading when your services are no longer needed." The redhead nodded, crying. Brioni got up off the table. The older medic had turned to her paperwork, as if nothing had happened. Brioni followed Gaines out the door, her heart pounding. He put the cuffs back on her wrists, but her thoughts were focused elsewhere. There were Bomardi out there who would help Evermore. She just needed to find them. Her mind was spinning as Gaines took her down 2 staircases back to the cell with the women. He didn't say a word to her as he opened the doors, and that was all right. She was too busy building hope in her chest like a palace of worship. When she stepped into the cell, the women jumped up, running to her. Gaines locked them in again, as questions were flung at her from every direction. Brioni couldn't focus on any of them.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Cordelia stepped in front of her. Brioni? She tapped her fingers against her throat and shook her head, and then tapped her jaw and mimed a mouth closing with her hand. But there was a fire burning inside her. She caught Felicity's eye across the room. She was chained to the wall with her arms above her head, much the way Brioni had been, only there was dried blood all over her face. Katrina was next to her on the wall. One of the women was helping her drink water. Brioni cast her eyes around the room. The women were looking to her, but she had no voice to tell them that they had support, that there were people out there who would still stand up for them, either loudly like the redhead or silently like the older medic. Her gaze caught on the basket of food, and she remembered Phoebe placing fruit across the dirty floor. Brioni dropped to her knees, reaching for a bundle of grapes and making quick work of the vine. "Brioni?" someone asked, but she wasn't paying attention. She had to tell them. She started spelling out what she couldn't say, the grapes laid quickly into letters. She reached for another vine of grapes while the women caught on and gathered behind Brioni. The first word formed, and she thought of that redhead almost dying for her. For her. An Everson. Someone started pulling the grapes for her and making a pile with them. Brioni elt the second word, working quickly to say so little. But it would hopefully tell them what they needed to know about the older medic who defied Mallow right under Gaines' Mows. Finally, there was one grape left, and she added it to the end. A period. A statement. She stood and stepped back as the women gazed down at her handiwork. Not alone. Chapter 9. 7.5 years ago. Brioni despised state dinners, especially the ones that fell on the winter solstice. She'd learned by now, the winter between her first and second year, that spending time with the Bomardi students at school was enough for her. She didn't need to see them outside the school year as well. She stood at the entrance to the grand ballroom with Rory and her father, welcoming in state officials from Bomard and Evermore and their families. The ballroom was decorated with fir trees that were native to Bomard's mountains, and a new tapestry had been hung depicting a snowy morning in the Bomardi forest. All of it was so at odds with Biltmore Palace's open arcades, ornate porticos, and reflective pools. They would mingle and dance until midnight, and then the feast would begin, going all night until dawn. It had only been 20 minutes, and she had already seen 10 people she didn't care for. And her dress was itchy. "Brioni, stop that," her father admonished when she adjusted her sleeves for the third time.
You are now 17. You have to start dressing like it. Are 17-year-olds itchy? She grumbled. The dress was a lace green, the bodice tight from her waist up to her shoulders and laced down to her wrists. It was so unlike the flowing and loose wear that Everson savored. She really thought her father was trying too hard to welcome those frostbitten mutts. There was a place between her shoulder blades that she wanted to ask Rory to scratch for her, but she refrained. Bryony glanced at the Bomardi who had already entered. Was this the work of magic like that cold draft? Was one of them making her itch? No, Tovin wasn't here yet. When Finola and Phoebe came in, Bryony hugged them tightly. Finola leaned toward Rory and her. Did you hear that the Vaults brought their familiars? Bryony glanced to where the Vault family was just now getting into the receiving line. Why? Rory asked. Did they expect a fight? That's what I asked, Finola said with a laugh. Bryony glanced to see who was next. Hap Gaines and his daughter Larissa. Bryony sighed. It was custom for Evermore's king and his family to bow first as a sign of respect and welcome, and by the look on Larissa's face, this was clearly her favorite part of the entire state dinner. Larissa stood directly in front of Bryony with a calculated smile and watched her dip into a low curtsy. "Welcome, Larissa," Bryony said through clenched teeth. "How have you been since the end of the school year?" "Fine, thank you, Bryony. Absolutely dreading being in Evermore for the second year." She looked around at the decor, all the trouble Evermore had gone to, and added, "Evermore just isn't as comfortable. Far too warm and not enough to do." Bryony bit back a remark, and Larissa turned to Rory, indicating that he should bow next. Rory sighed and did so. Larissa bobbed the smallest, least respectful of curtsies to both in response, and waved dismissively as the Gaineses moved on. Jin Polvey, the seat of Beaumard, was next. He was a hearty man, with a large mustache that took up most of his pink face. Seat Polvey had a good relationship with King Jaquel, to many Beaumardi's dismay. Behind him were Sammy and his father Billiam Mears, High General of the Everson armies. Bryony's father rose from his bow and pulled an exasperated face for General Mears in a rare moment of relaxed camaraderie. "I think you should give me the first dance tonight," Bryony said, as she straightened from her curtsy. His voice was bright with mischief. "What?" She curled her lip. "Why?" "Because I think it will bother Didion." Rory snorted and brought a hand to his mouth to hide his smile. Bryony looked between Sammy and Rory with a blush. Then she glanced over at where Didion was standing in the ballroom with Katrina and Cordelia, watching her. His eyes darted away. "Well, of course I'll dance with you, Bryony," she said, "but why first dance?" First dance was usually reserved for the king and his wife, only in this case, Jaquel refrained as he did not intend to remarry, the seat and their spouse, and any young couples intending to make a splash in the spring season of courtship. Sammy placed a dramatic hand on his chest. "I'll happily take second, third, and fourth as well, but I think they'll be taken rather quickly." She blinked at him. "I don't understand." Sammy laughed and grabbed her hand, bringing her knuckles to his lips. "I love that you don't know how smashing you look. If you were 6 years older, we'd be engaged already, love." She snatched her hand back and pulled a face at him. Sammy laughed, and Rory made a gagging sound. "You'll have to get used to it, Rory," Sammy said, using Bryony's mispronounced childhood name for her brother. He pontificated. It will only be a few short years before she's sold off to a Beaumardi boy in the name of peace and unity. "Sammy, that's enough," General Mears said kindly. He sent an apologetic smile to Jaquel. "Let's let the next group in the door." Sammy saluted his father, winked at Bryony, and said, "First dance." They walked on. Bryony rolled her shoulders back, dress still itching her. "Smashing," Sammy had said. That was kind, but nothing more than that. She liked Sammy like a brother, and she was sure his feelings were the same. But she didn't love the reminder that as the king's daughter, she might not be able to marry for love. She did envy the Beaumardi a little. They didn't treat their women like pawns in a game. A woman could sit on the seat of Beaumard just as easily as a man. When Bryony turned back to the receiving line, she came face to face with the smirking countenance of Tovin Hurst. More like face to chest. He was even taller than he had been at the end of the school year a month ago. "First dance already taken?" he said coyly. My, you don't waste any time, do you?" Bryony pulled herself together and glanced to the left. Orion Hurst stood in front of her father, and Serena Hurst in front of Rory. As one, the Rosewoods bowed and curtsied. She rose, finding Tovin's eyes glued to her, his teeth gleefully biting down on his bottom lip. "Welcome," she muttered. Tovin wore a gray suit, the pale color of his hair.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. As her father exchanged stilted pleasantries with Orion and Serena examined the ballroom with what must have been distaste, Bryony stared up into Tovin's face with thinly veiled hatred. He exuded arrogance, and Bryony couldn't believe he had the audacity to look down on her in her own home. "Mears is right, you know," Tovin said in a jovial tone belied by his look of boredom. "Have you decided which son of Beaumard you'll be attaching yourself to when you come of age?" Like a leech, she batted her lashes. "Well, I'm aiming for you, of course." He smiled brightly. "Ah, lovely. You'll make an excellent addition to my line of trophies. I'll hang you on the wall." "Trophies? What for?" she asked innocently. "Couldn't be elixirs class. Didn't Rory take top marks in elixirs this last year?" She smiled simperingly at him. Tovin leveled a stare at her. Did he? His tone made it clear that he knew exactly how Rory kept getting top marks. Bryony's smile slipped, and she looked away toward the ballroom where her friends were gathered. He hadn't told on her about assisting Rory with his schoolwork and continuing to boost him, but he took opportunities like this to dig at her about it. Only a few more introductions, and then she would be able to hide from the Bomardi until dinner at midnight. "So, who will claim the second dance with the princess?" Tolden said quietly, as his parents continued to converse with Rory and her father. His eyes cast over the crowd. "Diddy and Winchester, I'd presume?" "I have no intention of dancing the first or second dance. But, of course, all of this is up for debate," he said, ignoring her. He turned pale gray eyes on her. Someone on the line takes precedence in these situations. She narrowed her gaze at him. Why would anyone from Beaumard ask Sammy to step aside for the first dance? What are you getting at? "I'm only stating tradition, of course," he said melodically. If someone in the 10 were to ask for the first dance or second dance, Mears and Winchester would have to step aside, wouldn't they? The 10 were the Bomardi in the first 10 places in line. It gave them certain feelings of superiority. Among them were Orion Hurst, Canning Trouse's mother, Hap Gaines, and Liam Quill's father. Bryony felt like she was missing a piece to a very large puzzle, but before she could ask, Orion Hurst spoke loudly. "Ah, here she is. Jackal, allow me to introduce our guest, Veronica Mallow." A tall woman with pale white skin and straight black hair stepped forward. Her eyes were black as well, like bottomless pits, but they were close together, giving her a fox-like quality. She looked to be in her 50s, but then the light caught her at a different angle, and she could have been 20 years younger. "Mrs. Mallow." Miss Mallow," she corrected Bryony's father, stopping him in an awkward half-bow. Unlike the Eversons, Bomardi women don't need to be married to be introduced. Black eyes flicked toward Bryony, and a chill crusted her shoulders. "Of course," King Jackal said, "my apologies for the presumption." He continued to bow, and Rory and Bryony did the same. "What a strange tradition," Mallow said. "Bowing to a stranger in your own palace seems so antiquated." The curtsy she offered in return was much like Larissa's, barely a dip of her elegant head, and a shocking rudeness to the king. Bryony blinked. She saw Orion's lips twitch, suppressing a smile. "I suppose that's why they call it a tradition," Rory offered kindly. Serena smiled at him. No one else did. Bryony glanced at Tovin and found his eyes flicking away, turning to the ballroom. When the Hursts and Veronica Mallow slipped away, Bryony continued to watch Mallow as she took in the ballroom. She seemed deeply displeased. "Who is that?" Bryony asked her father. "Mallow is the daughter of a soldier, that's all I know. She's 40th in line, I believe." Rory snorted. "She certainly acts like she's in the 10. 40th in line, and she's invited to a state dinner?" Bryony whispered.
Briony, don't be elitist. Her gaze snapped to her father's. I'm not. I didn't mean to be. Her face flushed and she looked down. She pushed back embarrassed tears as the Rock Queen stepped forward. Finn winked at her and she glared at him. I hope you'll save me a dance tonight, Miss Rosewood. Bryony smiled patronizingly. I'd rather throw myself from the tallest tower. Bryony. Her father's sharp voice caught her by surprise. The Rock Queens and her family had heard the exchange. You forget yourself, he said cuttingly. Tovin had flustered her. Hot embarrassment rose in her cheeks. She was 0 for 2 with her father tonight. Finn looked downright giddy. Your Grace, it's nothing. We play like this at school all the time, don't we, Bryony? She nodded without speaking, not trusting her voice. Bryony and Rory said hello to Finn's mother, Ember, an Everson woman with dark brown skin and green eyes. She had been a friend to their mother before she and Rory were born, and had been married to Finn's father, a Bomardi, in a peace treaty marriage. Supposedly, Ember had been the first person to hold Rory when he was born, as their mother slowly bled out with Bryony still in her belly. They only saw her a few times a year at these state dinners. A similar future awaited Bryony, she realized, when she would only return to Evermore for state dinners. Her heart fell. Ember reached out to touch both Rory and Bryony's cheeks with a kind smile. Is my son behaving himself at school? She asked. Barely, both Rory and Bryony said together. Ember huffed in exasperation and sent a chastising look to her son. He batted his lashes at his mother innocently. What can I say? I'm incorrigible. He offered Ember his arm and she took it, rolling her eyes at him. Once the receiving line was done, Bryony and Rory finally got to join Didion, Cordelia, and Katrina. Cordelia snuck her a glass of wine, and Bryony turned to the wall, drinking almost all of it in one swallow. The herald announced that the dancing would begin in 5 minutes, and Bryony stepped behind Cordelia, hoping Sammy had been offering the first dance in jest. Didion cleared his throat from next to her, and she glanced at him as she took a final swig from her glass. Bryony, I was wondering if I could dance the first with you. She blinked at him, cheeks puffed with wine, and focused on swallowing. Rory coughed a smile into his hand and turned to speak to someone else. Sammy asked me, she blurted. Sorry, I mean to say, I would love to take the second dance with you. His brows pulled together. Sammy? He's 6 years older than you. As a friend, surely, Bryony jumped to say. Not as a friend. Sammy's jovial voice boomed from behind her. She turned to him with a scowl. As an avid admirer. He swooped into a low bow and winked at Didion. Bryony's lip curled. Don't waste your time flirting with me, Sammy. He grinned, but before he could spar with her, a deep baritone voice sounded from behind her. Your Grace. Bryony turned to find Tovin standing in front of her. His hands were behind his back in a strange imitation of civility, and Bryony stared up at him, praying he wasn't here to do what she thought he was here to do. What? She said shortly. Your first dance, he said, as we discussed. He flashed a bright smile at her. Every one of her friends was silent behind her. She lifted her brows. We didn't discuss anything. I'm dancing the first with Sammy. Looking to Sammy for help, she extended her hand to him, waiting for him to take it. But he just glared at Tovin. You're serious, Hurst? Sammy said. Absolutely, Tovin said. I am accustomed to having the finest thing in the room, after all. Bryony snapped her eyes to him. He was trailing his gaze down the bodice of her dress, where the lace pulled tightly across her breasts and fitted to her waist. Didion stepped forward. All right, that's enough. The first and the second, Tovin said, looking past her shoulder at Didion, then flicking his eyes back to her. Your Grace. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful laughter. Behind him, couples were entering the dance floor. They only had moments before the dance started. I am dancing the first with Sammy and the second with Didion, Bryony said, voice flat and stony. I do not accept your hand. She started to walk past him, and his arm shot out and caught her elbow, pulling her into his side. "And I," he said softly, "am exercising my right as eighth in line to cut in." "Your father is eighth in line," Briani hissed. "Should he ask me, I'd be happy to accept these terms." She glanced at Sammy, trying to encourage him to follow her to the dance floor, but he was standing with his hands in his pockets, looking resigned. "He's a member of the 10, Briani," Sammy said. "He's not. He succeeds eighth in line. He's 16th at best." Tovin turned her to him gently, and horror filled her as he placed a hand on her cheek. His fingers were warm, and his eyes might have looked kind to anyone who didn't truly know him. Briani heard Katrina gasp. She blinked rapidly up at him, not daring to move. If he kissed her at a state dinner, it would be as good as a declaration of courtship. But if she danced the first dance with him, was that not just as good an announcement? "Don't try to make a fool of me in front of everyone here," he said. "You'll do a fine job of it yourself. Get your hand off me." "Or what?" he asked lightly. "Will you cause a scene?" "Don't look now, but everyone is watching us." Her breath stuttered in her chest. The air in the room thickened, and she knew without looking that he was correct. There were eyes on them. He smiled then and leaned toward her. She held her breath until he swerved at the last moment, moving his lips to her ear. "You'll come with me to the dance floor now, or I'll put in a formal request with your father for courtship. It's your decision." Briani's eyes were wide. They met Katrina's over his shoulder. She was frozen still as well. Didion's jaw was clenched. Across the ballroom, she saw Canning Trow watching them calculatingly. It didn't matter, she realized. He'd made a move on her publicly. If she danced with him first after this show, they would be assumed to be courting. The music began for a waltz. Briani swallowed. She could do 2 dances and then be done with him until spring. "Of course," she said, pulling back from him. "Tovin, it would be my honor." His grin seemed almost genuine, and for a moment she remembered how shockingly handsome he was. He extended his hand to her with a flourish, opening his body to the room so it was clear to anyone watching that it was her choice to accept. The dance floor was filling with couples, and she caught her father's eye as she took her place across from Tovin. He tilted his head at her in question, and she shook hers quickly, hopefully signaling to him not to take this seriously. She faced Tovin on the dance floor, and there was a self-satisfied smirk on his face as the musicians counted them in. The itching was back between her shoulder blades and in most parts of her body as he reached forward for her, slipping one hand around her waist and with the other picking up her hand from where she let it hang limply. It wasn't until the moment she placed her other hand on his shoulder that she realized what dancing with Tovin Hurst meant. It meant touching him, breathing him in, staring at his face from an arm's length distance, or not staring at his face, as she decided to do. She looked past his ear instead. "You must be excited to be schooled in Evermore for our 2nd year," he said. "We don't have to talk," she snapped. A puff of air crested over her forehead, and she wondered if she possibly could have made him laugh. As he twirled her, expertly shifting the pressure on her ribcage to guide her around the floor, Briani let her eyes move wildly over all the people who could see them. Sammy, Katrina, and Didion were watching them from the corner of the dance floor, but Cordelia was missing. When Briani found a mane of auburn hair floating on the dance floor, she couldn't believe her eyes. The waltz moved Cordelia and her partner toward them. She gaped at her brother with her best friend in his arms. "What is this?" she said incredulously to Rory. "What is this?" he returned, looking at Tovin. Cordelia's lips opened and closed. Tovin chuckled. "You didn't know?" Briani looked up at him as they spun away. He was positively gleeful. She glanced back at her brother. The King's heir choosing a partner for the first dance was just as impactful a statement as Briani's mess of a situation. "Oh, that's rich," Tovin sang. "They've been making moon eyes at each other for a year, and you didn't know?" Briani snapped her mouth shut. He lifted his arm and spun her under it, then drew her back in. "I'm sure they'll be sneaking around the school this year, finding all the private alcoves." "You're disgusting." Do you really think anyone keeps their hands to themselves in year 2? He laughed. You'll need protection on the staircases now, princess. And are you volunteering? She said dryly. Is that what this is about? His lips twitched as he looked past her. Perhaps I'll come knocking on that private suite when your brother is occupied with Miss Hardstark. Perhaps I'll light you on fire if you try. I should ask your father for your presence at Hurst Hall during the summer solstice holiday, I think, he said, as if talking to himself. No point in delaying the inevitable. Shall we get your mother's ring resized as well? She snarked, playing along for her own sanity. Lovely idea, dearest, he said, twirling them. Your hands aren't quite as dainty, are they? In her effort not to look at him, her gaze fell on Finn and Larissa at the edge of the dance floor. They were watching the two of them closely, and she realized, something's gone wrong with you and Larissa, am I right? She almost sighed in relief. By the waters, she swore. And you're using me? What an idiot plan. He stared down at her, and she couldn't help but notice the sharp angle of his jaw or the strands of gray that had fallen over his forehead. What plan is that? I haven't the faintest clue, she said. But you're trying to make Larissa angry, and it's working. She watched his eyes flick over to where the blonde stood at the edge of the dance floor, as if he hadn't thought of the idea until that moment. I assure you, Your Grace, he said, I'm just trying to pay respect to this outstanding dress you're in. You don't have to call me that, she said, suddenly tired with the game. I may be the daughter of the king, but my title doesn't have a formal address. Oh, but you do, he said quickly. The dance slowed, and he twisted them once more. You are Everson, and that is formal enough, isn't it? Her brows drew together as the musicians ended, and the crowd applauded. She dropped her hands and stepped back. What do you mean? Pulling magic from the mind, he said mockingly. You think you're so much better than we are. Evolved, isn't that what you say? It is evolved, she snapped back. To pull magic from your own mind without draining yourself dry, without needing a familiar to boost you, nor going against the laws and draining a heartspring either. The second dance started, and he drew her into his arms again. Closer, she thought. And yet, blood is still important to you all, isn't it? One bloodline, one king. She gazed up at him, their faces closer than before. This was a distinct misunderstanding between most Eversons and Bomardi, she knew, but this seemed personal to him. You know as well as I do that I don't get much out of that bloodline. I'll just be passed on to one of you while my brother becomes king, which is why I find it so fascinating when Everson women get up in arms about it all. He stepped forward and she stepped back, following his lead. Not all Bomardi drain other magicians for a boost. She watched his eyes flick over her face. Not all Eversons can pry into your thoughts. His lips twitched. No? He lowered his head to come eye to eye with her.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful, "You don't know what I'm thinking now." Her eyes were glued to his as their feet glided over the floor. He had specks of blue in the gray. She could feel his breath on her face. "I never know what you're thinking," she whispered. His gaze burned as he stared down at her. There was a tap on her shoulder, and she jumped. Liam Quill stood behind her, a smarmy grin on his boyish face. "Tovin," he said, "I thought perhaps I'd take Miss Rosewood for the second dance." His eyes glinted. "As sixth in line." Brioni stared at Liam in confusion until Tovin slipped his arms from her, sending daggers to Liam but stepping aside. He had to defer to him. Brioni hated that she missed his arms and his sure step. Liam smiled patronizingly down at her. "What a splash you're making, Brioni." "Yes, the boys of Beaumard certainly are honoring me tonight," she said, sarcasm in her tone. She took the opportunity to glance around the dance floor. Rory was still dancing with Cordelia, and her stomach twisted. "What did Tovin talk to you about?" Liam asked. "I have no clue," she said. "All sorts of things." Liam narrowed his eyes at her. She looked away from him, and her gaze caught on Larissa as she spoke with Tovin, her expression harsh. He looked bored. Brioni must have been right, a lover's quarrel.
When Liam tried to take the third dance with Brioni after making almost no conversation with her, she was about to make an excuse when a thick hand dropped on Liam's shoulder. Both of them looked up to see Canning Trow, smirking down at her. Miss Rosewood. His mother was third in line. She couldn't even beg off about needing to dance with Sammy or Didion. Liam stepped aside, and Brioni accepted Canning's hand. He pulled her in too close, and his hand rested about 5 inches lower on her back than what was appropriate. Canning was entering his 4th year at school and acted as a bit of a ringleader for the Bomardi boys. He had a wide jaw, wide-set eyes, and a large nose, but he walked around like he was the water's gift to women. "You're quite lovely tonight," he said as the steps began. She said nothing, tired already of this. Where on earth have you been hiding this body? Her eyes snapped up to him, and she sent him a hard look as he turned her. "Do you have to be so crass? Just dance with me." They followed the steps, pulling away from each other and circling. "I'll be in year 4 this spring, beginning my specialization in elixirs." She could yawn, but refrained. "Oh, but I'd be happy to escort you to class." "I know how to walk downstairs, thank you." He laughed and tugged her closer. There were more couples on the floor now, and they were hidden in the center of it. She could feel his hands getting bolder. "My mother is third in line, you know." "You never let us forget it," Brioni said. "And it would be a great match between us." "You think so?" She gave him a closed-lip smile. "That's kind." She saw Didion on the edge of the dance floor, still waiting to dance with her. She didn't know if she had the energy after all this. "You really are so lovely." He gazed down at her breasts. "So you've said. We've all been talking about it, how lovely you are." Canning shifted the hand on her low back even lower. "Can you not?" Brioni hissed. He tugged her closer still. "It's an honor to be wanted by the third in line, son of the third in line." She shoved his hands off her as the music came to a close. "Thank you for the dance." She spun on her heel and moved quickly away from the dancers before anyone else could accost her. She slipped to the edge of the dance floor, near the exit. She nodded at one of the guards, who slipped out to find Anna to escort her upstairs. "It's so strange to me," said a voice to her left. Veronica Mallow stood in the corner, blending into the darkness. Brioni patted down her dress and smiled thinly. "What is, Miss Mallow? You must have your pick of the boys in Evermore, but you insist on catching the attention of all the eligible Bomardi boys." Mallow's eyes watched her, unblinkingly. Brioni was tired, too tired for this. "What can I say? I'm a catch." Mallow lifted her chin at her, assessing her. "I find the arranged marriages between the realms so archaic." Brioni was inclined to agree, but had a feeling they were talking about different things. "What do you mean?" she asked. Mallow took a sip of her wine, her eyes casting over the dance floor. "Well, if we were really 2 realms at peace, why must we hand over women as collateral? Or our young people, for that matter?" Brioni narrowed her eyes at her. "Collateral? You mean the alternating school years?" Turning her dark gaze on Brioni, Mallow replied, "Why, yes, of course. For what possible reason would we school our young people together if not in an eternal promise not to harm them?" Mallow tilted her head at her. "Promises are only words, after all. They can be broken." Brioni stared at her until Anna coughed lightly behind her, ready to take her to her rooms. She gave Mallow one last glance over her shoulder. 3.5 years later, she would remember that conversation when the Bomardi attacked the school looking for Eversons to take captive. And she would know exactly whose idea it was. Chapter 10. Brioni spent the next day drinking water through her closed jaw and figuring out inventive ways to get softer fruit between her teeth. She still didn't have a voice, but that seemed inconsequential when she hadn't eaten in 2 days. After Brioni had been returned, they had taken Phoebe to be sterilized. She returned and curled up in a corner, sobbing through the night. Orion's elixir was given to everyone as a precaution, in case the reason for Brioni's resistance to the collar was widespread. No one checked on them that day, and some of the women had started to wonder if they would just let them wither and die in there. Brioni couldn't keep her mind off Eden, who had been killed, but she started to look around the room, wondering. Just before everyone began lying down for bed, Brioni approached Felicity. She tried to use gestures to ask her a question, counting to 5 on her hand, asking, "Where is the 5th woman?" Felicity nodded. "They told us she died." "You didn't see them kill her?" Briony shook her head, and Orion Hurst had said nothing about the raven-haired woman with the black eye when he'd listed off the casualties of her stupid decisions. Felicity's brows furrowed as she stared out over the room. "The last I saw her, she was climbing out the window." She paused. Maybe she fell. Felicity and Briony shared a look. Maybe she didn't. Reaching out with long fingers, Felicity plucked a grape from the bowl and popped it into her mouth with a grin, calling back to the words that Briony had spelled for them with those very grapes. Briony agreed, silently. More reasons to believe they were not alone. The next morning, they bathed the women again. When it was Briony's turn, they took her alone and removed her chains for the first time. And then Gaines left her with Raven in the bathroom. He didn't give her a choice to keep her dress on this time. "Take it off, or I'll take it off for you. And trust me, Rosewood, I'll enjoy it." Briony turned to face the tub. If she relaxed her eyes, she could imagine she was at the Biltmore Palace. Perhaps these stone walls were sandstone. Perhaps the running water was the trickling of the streams throughout the entire palace. Perhaps she was in her private suite. She reached up for the straps at her shoulders and let them slide down her arms. Perhaps Sophia would be in soon to tell her how long she had until dinner. Briony stepped into the tub, imagining ornate taps and not a water ring in sight. The water burned her skin, and she focused on that. Perhaps she could sink under and pretend she was a siren, like she had as a child. Don't take all day. And with a rubber snap of her mind, she was in the Troud dungeon, with the first man to see her naked body.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Briony sank into the water, and as Raven approached the tub and stared down at her in the water, she wondered if maybe this wasn't truly her skin, this wasn't truly her body. Maybe she wasn't her tub at the Biltmore after all. "You need me to lather you up, love?" She ignored him, reaching for the soap and cleaning herself as fast as possible. When it was time to get out, he gestured to the towel he'd left near the door. Briony pulled herself from the water and forced her legs to carry her across the room. There was a tent in his trousers by the time she'd dried off. She kept her eyes on the floor as she dressed. When she was returned to the cell, Briony wanted to be alone, but she couldn't. As much as she wanted to take a break from these 50 women, she needed to stay stoic for them. It became harder to find hope when she sat chained, knowing exactly where she would end up. A while later, a group of 5 came back from the baths with twittering energy. As soon as the door closed behind them, one of them burst out, "We saw Sammy and Didion. They're still alive." Briony felt something flutter in her chest before it fell back to sleep again. Her prevailing emotion was fatigue. It was hard to rejoice at a mere sighting of a familiar face, not when the life before them was one of servitude and magical draining, with no way out of this that anyone could see. They learned that the auction was scheduled for the following evening, but about half of the women still found the energy for hope, including Cordelia. "All right, we have to do something," Cordelia said. "We can try strength in numbers again. There's only usually 2 of them that come in at a time for us, so maybe it's 50 on 2. Then we find the men, and it's maybe double that." Cordelia glanced at her. "Briony?" Briony felt 50 pairs of eyes turn on her. For some reason, Larissa Gaines's gaze was the one she held. Her blonde hair was limped and oily, and she constantly picked at her nails, as if checking a manicure she just received. She stared back at Briony, lifting a brow. Briony looked down and shrugged. She didn't know if Cordelia's plan was wise or worth trying. She was so tired. Cordelia gaped at her. Nothing? Just... She imitated Briony's shrug with disbelieving eyes. "You're giving up?" Briony pressed her lips together, still biting back words even without a voice. Cordelia hadn't watched Eden die. Cordelia hadn't had Raven's eyes on her naked body or felt his hand reaching between her legs. Cordelia hadn't looked into Mallow's eyes as she told her it was over. The only purpose they would have in this new world was to make Abomarti's magic stronger. Briony would cease to be an Eversun, cease to be a Rosewood, and cease to be a human. She was starting to understand that, even if Cordelia wasn't. You can't give up on us, Cordelia hissed. You worked for 4 years to keep Evermore safe, to keep faith when battles were lost, and now you give up? The prophecy wasn't true, so what? Her throat swallowed thickly, and her eyes were unforgiving. Rory's dead, she said, voice cracking. So what? You're not. Phoebe stood up. All right, Cordelia, let her rest a moment. No. Cordelia threw off Phoebe's arm and their chains clicked together. I want to know why she won't fight anymore. Because we all lost people, and I can't lose her. Cordelia broke off in a choking gasp. Tears filled her eyes. Briony came to her feet and dragged Cordelia into her chest, unable to hold her properly with the chains. Briony whispered soundless promises to fight, to find her, to build it back. Cordelia sobbed against her shoulder. The first door opened with a bang, and they sprang apart. The women scurried into corners like rats in the light as the second door opened. And Canning Trow stepped inside, with a smirk on his wide face, eyes surveying the room. Briony stepped back in surprise. To see someone they'd gone to school with gloating at them, it brought back too many memories. It reminded her that just days ago, Tovin Hurst and Finn Raquin had torn through her bedroom, hunting her. "Ladies," he said joyfully, "so many familiar faces." His gaze cast over the room, finally stopping at Briony. "Miss Rosewood, always a pleasure." He held a paper in his hands and looked down to consult it. Ah, of course not. His eyes flicked up to her again, sighing dramatically. It would have been too good to be true. Briony eyed the paper warily as Canning took a deep breath. "Let's have Felicity step forward, Coral step forward, and—" His brows ticked up and his eyes cast over the room, searching. "Larissa Gaines," he said gleefully, "step forward." "For what?" Larissa said, and his eyes finally found her in the corner she'd claimed. "I have a new elixir to test out," Canning said, rocking on his toes like a child on winter solstice. "It's all a bit hush-hush for now, but I think it will be incredibly lucrative in this climate to help initiate sacral magic. They said I get my pick of anyone on this list, or else I'd owe someone 5,000 gold. Briony's heart thumped. It was something sexual then. He had a list of the non-virgins. "So, step forward," he said darkly. Felicity and a woman with short red hair obeyed. Larissa stayed put. Canning looked them over and consulted his list, clicking his tongue. Briony glanced at the open door behind him. She could just make out Raven's profile through the crack in the door. Felicity, step back. Let's see. Oh, Jellica Reeve." His eyes searched the room until they landed on a tall blonde woman whom Briony recognized from school. She had been a few years older. "Jellica, dear, it's been ages." He grinned at her, baring his teeth. "Step forward, step forward." Jellica moved on shaking legs. She had been beautiful at school as well, with large blue eyes and full lips. She stood in front of Canning with her chin tilted up. Canning leaned in and whispered, "Do you remember when I kissed you in year 5 and you slapped me across the face?" He laughed, his wide face grinning at her. She didn't respond, just held her head high. Faster than a bolt of lightning, Canning's palm shot out and slapped her, knocking her head to the side. Briony jumped as others gasped. Felicity stepped forward before stopping cold. Jellica slowly turned her face back to him, staring him down. "I'll take these two," he said, gesturing to Coral and Jellica, "and we'll bring Larissa along in case anyone prefers a Bomadi girl." He winked at Larissa. "You know quite a few tricks, if I remember." Larissa glared daggers at him, and it wasn't until Raven tugged her forward with magic that she fell into line behind the others. The doors locked behind them. Cordelia turned to Katrina and asked quietly, "What did he mean? What's sacral magic?" Katrina's voice shook. It's meant for love matches. It's a kind of escalation of the hot spring bond. Much like boosting in some ways," she said, glancing at Briony. "But in the way that sharing a physical union strengthens your marriage in some cases, the hot spring magic grows stronger when you—" Her breath shuddered, and her eyes flitted as panic set in. "It's meant for love matches," she repeated. "And when it's not a love match?" Cordelia asked, her voice tight.
When they chain our magic to them and drain us for power, what does sacral magic become then? Katrina swallowed thickly. The power gained from a physical union, it only works when freely given. You can't force someone to share sacral magic with you. But Canning thinks he's found a way? Cordelia asked. A way to benefit from sacral magic when it's not freely given? Phoebe, who had stood silently until that moment, turned to them with a flat voice. I spent 5 years in school with Canning Trow. I'd bet anything that that elixir will do something to those women, something to make them give freely.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful bliss. Bryony chewed on her lip as Cordelia finally realized what Bryony had known since the moment Riven had put his hand on her. Regardless of the magical benefits of holding the Eversons captive to be heartsprings, for some of them, they would still be a woman locked in a man's house, and Canning Trow had figured out how to make the most of it. She could only hope that Canning's hush-hush comment meant that his elixir would not be widespread in Beaumard. Bryony knew her own future. Riven had made that clear, but her friends might not have to suffer in the same way. Many Beaumardy, primarily the women on the line, would find this in poor taste. She wondered at Canning's audacity in distributing such an elixir with a woman on the seat. Why in the waters does it matter if some of us are virgins then? Cordelia said, eyes wet and voice cracking. Virgin's blood and virgin's tears are important for obscure and dark elixirs, but why pay extra gold for a virgin if you're just going to... Cordelia choked. Bryony took her hand. Katrina's voice was hollow when she spoke. They used to tell us as young girls that our heartspring magic with our future husband would be stronger as virgins, but I had always assumed that was utter bullshit, Phoebe finished for her. A woman can be on the seat or on the line in Beaumard, but it's all the same shit as Evermore. Bryony watched Phoebe's fire burn hot as Cordelia's was extinguished. Coral and Jellica were returned 4 hours later. They didn't speak to anyone, only lay in a corner not wanting to be touched. Larissa didn't come back. Bryony woke on the day of the auction to a quiet room, only the sound of muffled weeping. She pulled herself from sleep and opened her eyes. Larissa Gaines was sitting next to her, staring down at her face with an open expression, as if she'd fallen asleep with her eyelids open. When she saw Bryony was awake, she closed herself up, painting on the familiar pout of her lips and arch of her brow. Bryony looked her over. She was still in her chains. She didn't know how long Larissa had been gone, and she longed to ask her what the elixir was, even if Larissa wouldn't tell her. Larissa gazed down at her. I used to envy you, she said in a low voice. Bryony blinked up at her, not understanding. She waited for Larissa to laugh at her or mock her hair or her clothes, something familiar. When I was 9, my father told me he wouldn't leave his position in line to a woman, so I'd better find a husband quick. She tossed her hair behind her shoulder and stared out over the room. There were bite marks on her neck. I thought it was an odd thing to say to someone who hadn't started to bleed, but what did I know? He was furious to see all the Beaumardy boys falling over themselves to dance with you at that state dinner between first and second year. He said that should have been me. He sent me to an evening woman to learn how to seduce men. I was 17. Bryony blinked up at her in astonishment. Larissa sighed. She was good, though. She smiled secretly. Really good. The 2 weeks I had with her were... Larissa nodded, laughing. When I came back, it was time for year 2 to start. My father said goodbye to me and told me he wanted me engaged by the end of the summer, and if I wasn't, then I should be pregnant at the very least. Bryony's teeth ground together, anxiety swimming in her veins. But I said, don't worry, Daddy. The Hearst boy is wrapped around my finger. I'll have him by the end of the year. She chuckled darkly, like there were layers upon layers to the joke. Bryony stayed curled on the floor in her same sleeping position, not willing to break this dream of Larissa, sharing with her, being open with her. She tried to think what could be so funny.
How had Larissa and Tavin ended that year? She struggled to remember. Larissa bit her lip, still laughing to herself. And now here we are, at the end of the world, standing in a line to be sold and drained of our magic, and some of us raped too. And still, I can't sleep for envy of you, of what your life will be. Larissa's head leaned back on the wall, staring up at the ceiling. Bryony wished she could speak, ask her what she meant. Bryony watched as Larissa turned to look at her lazily. She seemed to be taking in every inch of her face. Larissa's lips parted as she took a breath to speak again. Get away from her! What are you doing? Cordelia jerked awake, pulling Bryony away from Larissa. The commotion woke several other women. Larissa rolled her eyes and stood. Nothing, just a little girl talk. Calm down. She waltzed back over to her side of the room. Cordelia asked Bryony if she was all right. Bryony watched Larissa as she stared at her nails and played with her split ends until the door opened hours later. Larissa's father entered with an older gentleman with white hair and spectacles. He had a kind face and reminded Bryony of her grandfather, who died 15 years earlier. His fuzzy white brows twitched as he took in the room of women. He cleared his throat and carefully avoided eye contact with any of the prisoners. Is this all of them? He asked Gaines. There's about 20 men down the hall. The older man nodded and took off his glasses to clean them. If you wish to start at 8 tonight, perhaps we should start the appraisals with the men while the women are prepared. Gaines nodded. Trow will meet you upstairs with the first men in 5 minutes. Princess, he called out, gesturing for Bryony, come with me. The older man quickly left the room, while Gaines waited for Bryony to walk to him. He led her out and toward the staircase. When they passed Riven in the hall, standing guard, he smirked at Bryony. Tell Trow to collect mirrors for appraisal, then do the rest 5 at a time. Bryony's heart leapt. Sammy was just behind one of these doors. Riven nodded and whistled at Gaines before they turned the corner. Gaines looked back. Tell them to take it all, Riven said lecherously. I like 'em bare. Don't we all, Gaines said flatly. It wasn't until Bryony was bathed and dressed in a robe with 2 beautiful women with accents from across the sea tending to her that she realized she was having her body hair removed, her skin buffed, and her hair styled. A lot was being done to her, and several of the other imprisoned women were coming and going in the time it took Bryony's skin to look glossy. She had the distinct feeling that Gaines was in charge of this demand. When the women with sharp faces and patronizing smiles were done with her, Gaines gave her clean undergarments and a camise to wear, then brought her to the next set of stairs. She followed him curiously. No one had been up this flight. He brought her up through the kitchens, bustling with servants. In Beaumard and Evermore, these were usually non-magicians from across the sea looking for work. When they came to a large room, Bryony was immediately aware that she was in her undergarments in the drawing room of Trow Castle. But more important, the Beaumardy elite were across the room near the fireplaces, smoking pipes and drinking amber alcohol. As she was led toward a 2-foot-tall dais at the center of the room, she counted them out. Mallow was missing, but the man who stood as first in line for the seat was there, Cole. He was a brutish man who loved power more than leading, which was why Evermore had suspected he was allowed to keep his place in line when Seat Pulvey was assassinated. Canning's mother, Genevieve Trow, third in line, was chatting with 2 other women, whom Bryony recognized as 5th and 7th in line, respectively. Liam's father, Casper Quill, who was 6th, laughed boisterously at something said by Gidright, 10th. Florence Cleave, a woman in her 70s with deep bronze skin, whispered to Carvin, 2nd in line. And Orion Hurst, 8th in line, drank from a glass of amber liquid, eyes glued to her. With Gaines, 4th in line, at her side, leading her to the platform, she deduced that the 10 were accounted for.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. It seemed the men and women here were getting an advance viewing of those to be auctioned. The older man with the spectacles from earlier stepped forward. He seemed like he didn't want to make eye contact with her at all. Bryony shivered in the morning air as she reached the platform, some 30 feet away from the 10. Gaines reached for the cuffs on her wrists and the collar around her neck, and to her astonishment, he took them off. She hardly had time to memorize the spell he'd used to unclick the bolts before they were off her. He grabbed her jaw and pushed her lips apart with his fingers on her cheeks. Her teeth were still snapped together, but he poured an elixir into her mouth, letting the liquid slosh into her throat. She choked, recognizing it as the magic-suppressing elixir that Orion had brought her. Then she was shoved forcefully onto the platform, tripping over her feet and landing on her elbows. One of the women laughed as she brought herself up. They were talking among themselves, sitting in comfortable chairs, barely giving her a glance. The older man tipped his glasses up his nose and said, "Name." Brienne didn't have a voice, but Gaines supplied it for her. The older man wrote it on a slip of paper. He glanced at the ink on the inside of her left elbow, and Brienne watched him notate Gaines' ownership. "Age, 25, Gaines said. "I see here that her medical bill is clean." The older man, the appraiser, glanced at Brienne quickly, as if he'd rather not see her face, see her soul. He twitched his fingers, and a measuring tape jumped out of his bag. It quickly took in her height, then, after an infinitesimal pause and a glare from Gaines, it wrapped itself about Briony's hips, waist, and chest before returning to his bag. The appraiser spread his arms in front of Briony and cast a spell she didn't recognize. A light glowed between his palms, steadily pulsing brighter. A murmuring reached her from the Bomardi in leather chairs. Something about the pulsing light had caught their attention. "That'll be the rosewood blood," Genevieve Trow said, sipping from a glass. "Fascinating to see the strength of it like this." "Is that a 5 then?" Gaines asked hungrily. "From the rudimentary scale you've given me," the appraiser said, "yes, this is the closest grading to a 5 we've seen today." It was a spell to measure her magic? Brienne's eyes flickered to the men and women lounging and smoking cigars. Orion Hurst's gaze was on her, calculating. The appraiser cleared his throat. "Starting bid for Miss Rosewood should be no lower than 7,500 gold based on your grading system." He pulled his glasses from his face. "But I've heard that Miss Hardstark and the Miss Rosewoods will be starting at 10,000, regardless." Brienne stared at him. 10,000? That was the same sum a magician would earn after a year's commitment to the King's Army in Evermore. "Apologies," he continued, squinting at his numbers again. "With the virginity, they will be starting at 15,000. Brienne took a silent inhale through her clenched teeth. "And what's your estimation?" Gaines asked greedily. The appraiser rubbed his forefinger and thumb over the bridge of his nose before turning to the room of Bomardi. He spoke loudly, possibly magically enhanced. "Brienne Rosewood, estimating 30,000 gold." Brienne felt like she was swallowing sand. That was enough to buy a farm with acreage to keep a family of 4 fed. That was enough for the fees at Heatherley, the school across the sea that taught the highest degree of magical healing. She would not be killed. No one would be idiotic enough to buy her and then kill her off. No, it would be a slow death for her. Maybe years. How on earth did Raven think he could afford this? The Bomardi chuckled, not surprised by the estimate, and she heard Genevieve Trow say, "Does Raven even have that kind of gold?" "He certainly thinks he does," Quill said. He raised his voice to Gaines. "You're about to be a rich man, Hap." Gaines had a bounce to his step as he led Brienne back the way they came. As they descended the staircases into the bowels of the castle, a guard led a dark-haired man up the stairs past them. "Brienne! Brienne!" It was Didion. She didn't have the strength to struggle like he did and could do no more than watch dully as he thrashed in the guard's arms, calling her name as they dragged him up the stairs. "It will be all right, I promise." Brienne listened to his voice call out to her the entire way down. She could almost still hear the echo of it in the dungeon when she was dragged back into the cell with the women. It was only a few short hours before every woman was cleaned and dressed for the evening. They were bound in new collars, but the chain between their hands was left off. Brienne couldn't be sure in the darkness of the cell, but she thought they were brightly metallic. Some of them were given white dresses in the Bomardi style, tight in the bodice and long flowing to the floor. Others were given black dresses. She could guess what the white meant. Then the Bomardi fighters came to collect their prizes. When the first man entered the cell, he collected 2 women, placing his palm over the ink on their arms and then drawing a portal to step through, dragging the women with him.
Briony made a note of the skin contact. There were a few scrappy commoners who came to collect 3 or 4 women, claiming they had a few men as well. They were hunters, looking to turn profit by capturing and selling as many other sons as possible. When Raven entered, he took Cordelia and 3 other women, most of them in white, and Briony began to have an idea of how he thought he would be able to afford her. As the numbers dwindled, soon it was only Briony, Larissa, and her father. Briony watched with bated breath as Hap Gaines commanded Larissa to join them in the center of the room. Larissa stood on shaking legs in her black dress, her whole body trembling. "Come here," Gaines repeated. "Daddy." Briony watched in horror as Larissa started to cry, her body heaving with sobs. "Daddy, don't do this." Gaines adjusted the cuff buttons on his wrists, ignoring her. "I'm your only daughter." Gaines snapped his head to look at her directly, the first time Briony had seen him do so in the past week. "I don't have a daughter," he growled. "Not anymore." Briony's eyes were wide as Larissa seemed to breathe into a deep place inside of her, calming her sobs with a last gulp before walking forward to join them for the portal. Gaines turned to Briony. With a twist of his fingers, her dress pulled tighter to her body. She gasped soundlessly as the fabric shivered on her, turning gold. Gaines smiled. "Our gold-blooded royal." Briony glared up at him. He took Larissa's arm, then hers, and dragged them through the darkness. Chapter 11. Portals always felt like they flattened you and pulled you apart at the same time. As Gaines tugged her through behind him, with his flesh touching her tattoo, she wondered what would happen if he let go of her in the middle of the portal. Where would her body go? When they broke through to their destination, Briony had 2 seconds to let her eyes adjust to the dark before she was forced onto a chair, arms dragged behind her. 2 guards in Bomardi blue affixed her hands to the back of the chair with a simple spell that worked like glue. Gaines secured Larissa to a chair on her left, instructing the guards in low voices. Briony saw chairs with restrained people lining the entire room. Was it a room? She looked up to a tall ceiling, maybe 3 stories, dizzyingly high. There were catwalks and ropes, but also strange things hanging from pulleys. The entire room was a circle, and the hum of hundreds of voices slithered down to them from above the ceiling. She knew where they were. It was the Bomardi Circus. Her father had taken them when they were young, and the entertainers had given her purple roses for her hair.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. And now she was below deck, like one of the animals that danced for applause. She looked to her right and found Cordelia sitting several chairs away, eyes wet and cast down. Briony glanced around. The chairs with prisoners continued in a broad circle, and she startled when she recognized Didion looking back at her. His eyes were bruised black and his lip was cut. To his left were more men looking much the same, many of them from Rory's army. She found Sammy, and when he nodded at her from across the circle, tears pricked her eyes. Briony whipped her head around, trying to take in as much as she could. Exits, hiding places, weapons. There were about 70 prisoners, according to Gaines's count yesterday. She counted 14 Bomardi down below with them, and half of them were loudly planning to bid. They couldn't do that from down here. One guard was standing directly in front of Briony with his back to her. He scanned the room, looking for threats. He was so young, though. He couldn't be older than 20. He had pale skin and dark brows that made him look more menacing than his slight frame suggested. "Parsons, right?" Larissa said to her left. Her gaze was on the back of the guard's neck. He gave her his profile in response. "Stones, you've grown up. How's your father?" she said conversationally. Briony squinted at her. Was now really the time for catching up? "He's fine," Parsons said shortly. "I was sad to hear that the Trows wouldn't clear his gambling debts. Shame." Larissa seemed to be sympathetic, but Briony couldn't believe she would poke a sore subject while restrained to a chair. Before Parsons could respond, a man swept in through the stage door with Cole trailing behind him. Briony recognized him instantly, but she didn't know his name. He was one of the most well-known Bomardi entertainers. In the cities, they drew his face on the sides of buildings, advertising his performances. He had probably been in the circus that day she'd been with Rory and her father, young and just starting out.
The man's piercing blue eyes traveled over the chairs, stopping briefly over her face. He knew her. He looked down at his shoes and fiddled with the papers in his hands. "Beaumard thanks you for your services, Mr. Vane," Cole hissed, clapping him on the shoulder. "Yes, Cole, I am glad to be of assistance." He shuffled the papers, and Briony recognized them as the notes the appraiser had taken. She wanted to scream. Vane could stop this. He could try. He wasn't like the rest of them. Vane looked down at one of the pages and turned to Cole. "Is this an error? This number?" Cole smiled and nodded at Cordelia. "No error. The future queen of Evermore. If you think that's good, take a look at the Everson princess." Vane flipped to the next page, and his face paled. Briony frowned. The Hursts had not come to collect Eversons from the cell. Orion had said he wouldn't be buying Heartsprings, but did that mean he had no one to sell? Would any of the Hursts be out in the crowd tonight? She looked to Larissa. Tovin would be. Briony couldn't imagine a world in which Tovin Hurst didn't come to claim Larissa Gaines. They'd been close at school, and at one time, their betrothal had been imminent. As for why they hadn't already been married in the years since, Briony could only assume that the uncertainty of war kept young Beaumardy from creating unions, much in the same way Rory and Cordelia had put off marriage. "We need to take our seats, Mr. Vane," Cole announced, earning the attention of the other Beaumardy. He offered his hand, and Vane took it. "The circus is yours." Briony watched as Gaines and the others followed Cole out. Ryven made sure to sweep by her, trailing his fingertips across one shoulder, dipping below her collarbone and across. When she could bring her eyes off the floor, she looked up to see Parsons glancing away from her. "Yes, she's been the center of attention all week," Larissa said to Parsons. "Everybody has their eye on her." Suddenly, Larissa leaned forward as far as her restrained arms would allow. "And did you hear how much she's estimated to go for?" she said in a loud whisper, as if she and Parsons had a secret. 30,000 gold. That caught Parsons' attention. Briony didn't know how Larissa had heard about her estimated price, but it didn't matter. Parsons turned to look over his shoulder, his lips parting at the number. A bell chimed. Vane cleared his throat and moved to the center of the room. He seemed focused on ignoring the presence of the people whose sale he was about to facilitate. A circle in the ceiling opened, and a platform rose with Vane on it, lifting him to the audience. A stage light hit him, igniting his smile and jaunty step. The theater roared, and Briony jumped with the pressure of it. Thousands of people. The platform completed its lift, and the ceiling was closed again. "Welcome!" Vane's amplified voice spun over the crowd, reaching below stage easily. "Welcome! Find your seats, ladies and gentlemen." Briony's heart thundered in time with the applause. One of the women a few chairs away started to hyperventilate. She dipped her head between her knees, tears tracking down her cheeks, mouth open wide. One of the guards went to check on her, wrenching her up. Vane began his opening remarks. "We are honored tonight by the presence of Mistress Mallow. May she reign forevermore." Briony shivered. Mallow was up there. As she listened to the shouts and applause, Briony imagined the tunnels of Mallow's black eyes on her as Beaumard sold her off to the highest bidder. Vane launched into propaganda about the days to come, signaling Mallow's power and Beaumard's right to rule over the entire Moorland continent. Two of the guards stared up, listening to Vane. The others were hovering around the men across the room, as if waiting for trouble. "And she's a virgin," Larissa said. Briony glared at her, wondering why she was still pushing this. Larissa relaxed in her chair and gazed at her. "I couldn't fathom what anyone would want that for in the bedroom. But the blood?" Larissa whistled. Parsons' head was turned to listen. "They've only asked for another 5,000 for the virgins, but I would have gone higher. Imagine if you drain her blood once a week. Not enough to kill her, of course, but a healthy amount of it. What does that go for on the black market here? 500 gold?" Larissa smiled. "I was never very good at maths, but do that once a week for a year? 2 years?" Briony stared at her. Where was she going with this? Above them, Vane continued, "We have 74 lots for auction tonight," he announced magnanimously. The crowd erupted. Across the room, Didion pulled against his chair, fighting the spell that stuck his hands to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring each lot on stage one at a time. I have here a measure of their magical strength out of 5. All lots sold as is. The winning bidders will coordinate with Gaines at the end to arrange payment. Let's start off the evening right, Vane crowed, with a Mears. 2 guards moved to pull Sammy to the center, where the platform would raise him up. A trapdoor opened in the ceiling. Breeny's heart leapt. The auction was beginning. Larissa was unfazed. "So, Parsons," she said, "you're not bidding? Stuck down here with us instead?" She hummed. "That doesn't seem right." Sammy's hands were fixed together behind his back, and he had a black eye and a limp. He was shoved to the circle in the center, and the stage rose with him on it. "Did they give you payment for your service to Mistress Mallow at the very least?" "Stop talking," Parsons snapped at her. He turned to face them. "Or I'll have to silence you." Briony looked between them, as Larissa grinned. "I just think it's a shame, that's all," Larissa said. Above, Vane read Sammy's catalog. 31 years old, son of General Mears of Evermore. The crowd hissed. Parsons' eyes flicked to Briony, his lips tight with a decision he seemed to be making.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Briony's pulse raced with the way he looked at her, like she was a diamond in a glass case. Specialized in combat and strategy at school, so this heartspring would be perfect for someone in Beaumard's army. The strength of his magic was measured at a 4 out of 5, most impressive. Parsons glanced at the positions of the other guards. Almost all of them were staring upward, listening to the auction. He moved quickly. "Let's start the bidding at 2,000 gold pieces." With a twitch of Parsons' fingers, Briony's hands were released from their position on the back of the wooden chair. Before she could fight him, his hand was on her arm, hauling her up. Larissa tilted forward on her feet, the wooden chair lifted into the air behind her, and with a snarl, she threw her body against Parsons. The 3 of them fell to the ground, the chair splintering around them. Briony's head smacked against the ground. Parsons yelled out. Her skull ached as she opened her eyes. Larissa's hands were raised with the shards of the broken wooden chair still stuck to them. She screamed, "Bring them down like stakes into Parsons' neck and chest." Briony stared in horror as Parsons choked and the blood bubbled. Larissa bared her teeth at her. "Go, you idiot!" Scrambling to her feet, Briony ran. There was splintering all around the room. Grunting and yelling, the guards cursed and scattered as they realized what had happened. Briony ran the outer edge of the circle, her head spinning from where it had hit the ground. She searched for an exit as every chair she passed cracked and splintered against the ground. 74 prisoners following Larissa Gaines' lead, and only a handful of guards to stop them. As she ran by Cordelia, she saw pieces of wood firm in her fists, beating against one of the guards. Jellica Reeve had most of her chair still put together, and swung it at the head of a running guard, knocking him back and climbing on top of him, slamming the wood against him. The rest of the guards moved quickly to restrain the men first. Vane's voice floated down from above. "Some kind of commotion. Nothing to worry about." Spells started flying. One slammed into Briony, and she flew against the outer wall, her shoulder popping, sickeningly. She yelped with no sound. Someone hauled her up by her dislocated arm, and she tugged out of their grip. Blood dripped into her eyes from a cut on her head, and the pain in her shoulder blinded her. "Briony!" It was Didion. He pulled her in a direction she hoped was an exit. Running footsteps thundered from the stage above, and then the Beaumardy were there, casting spells and kicking prisoners aside to beat through the crowd. She recognized Raven's angry growl. The smell of magic was thick in the air. The sizzle of it burned her nostrils. They'd only taken a handful of steps before Didion screamed, dropping to his knees at her side. Someone knocked into her, and they were separated. Cole screamed orders, and Gaines organized the restrained bodies, yelling for them to get to Briony. A pair of arms wrapped around her waist from behind, tugging her back. She kicked, and he dropped her, her elbow slamming into the ground.
arms around her again, and she wasn't sure if they were the same. She was pulled up, held against the man's chest with one arm wrapped around her shoulders and the other wound over her hips. She screamed silently, kicking the air. He moved with her, dragging her away. Was he stealing her or bringing her back? The air smelled of blood and pine, and her head was pounding. She was being dragged away toward the door. She heard Gaines' voice close by, and the man who held her turned. "Good work, Hurst." She had just enough time to wonder if it was Tovin's or Orion's arms around her before Gaines knocked her out. Her head burst apart, and she gasped noiselessly against the pane. Thunder rolled through, rattling her skull. She blinked her eyes open and found herself in a dark, circular room. A gavel banged, and she knew where she was. There were 2 guards on either side of Briani, hauling her up until she stood on her own. She'd been brought back to consciousness by one of them. She turned to look at everyone else in the holding area, but all she found were broken chair legs and drying blood. Twisting to look around pulled at her shoulder, recently reset. She found a backstage mirror, cracked down the middle, and saw that they had banished the blood from her face. She couldn't tell if the concussion had been healed. She was nauseous and spinning, but it might have been the symptom of a handful of other things. She tilted her head back and looked up at the place where the stage lay on the other side of the ceiling. There was raucous yelling from above. "Lachlan, we all know you don't have that kind of gold." Vane's voice cut through, the pounding in her ears. The audience laughed. "Only serious bids here for Miss Hardstark, ladies and gentlemen." Briani's knees gave out, but the guards propped her up. She was going to be sick. Cordelia was being auctioned. Then her. She'd missed it. She'd missed the entire auction. She would never know where everyone ended up. Where Phoebe was sent, or Katrina, or Didion, or Sammy. She'd have to gather the information as best she could and hope to see them again in this lifetime. She looked up to the ceiling as the gavel banged. "Sold!" The audience erupted. Cordelia Hardstark, love of the late Rory Rosewood, sold to Ryan Cole for 28,500 gold. Her stomach heaved. Such a lot of money. An insane amount. Would she really fetch her appraised price? Over 30,000 gold? The noise from the crowd deafened her momentarily, and then she knew her concussion wasn't healed. A circle opened in the ceiling, and there was Cordelia, lowering back down. Her white dress was spattered with red, and her spotlight face was impassive. Through the hole in the ceiling, Briani saw Cole come forward, his thin lips smirking at the crowd. Vane produced a scroll, and the yelling intensified as Cole took the offered quill. The brand on their forearms had to change to reflect ownership. Where Cordelia's arm had once displayed Raven's signature, now it must bear Cole's name. Briani's head pounded as Cordelia grew closer and closer to her. She wondered if there was something she'd missed, if there was something she could have done differently. Maybe they should have hidden when Anna told them to. Maybe she should have let Katrina die in the dungeon. Maybe she shouldn't have rallied everyone's faith around Rory. Maybe she shouldn't have let him go into battle at all. Maybe she should have been by his side. Cordelia's bottom lip trembled beneath somebody's dried blood as she saw Briani standing there, waiting, and Briani decided her only true mistake had been not killing Raven in the dungeon corridors. She should have killed Raven, and then Gaines, and then taken whoever was still alive and escaped. She should have let Katrina die. It probably would have been for the best. Cordelia ran into Briani's arms, dodging the guards. "I will find you, Briani. It's not over." The guards tugged Cordelia back, and Briani looked at Cordelia's face for the last time. Briani voicelessly responded, "Not alone." The guards took Cordelia's arms, and she disappeared through the backstage door. And now, our grand finale. She blinked, trying to focus. She needed to be present. Maybe once this day was over, she would fall asleep from her concussion and never wake up. The guards pushed her onto the platform. The stage began to rise, and the roar of the crowd felt like a living thing. Vane was yelling, inciting them, but she could only squint against the lights as they hit her. She looked down at her feet as the stage completed its ascension. Her gold dress shimmered. The circus was full. balcony after balcony. She turned to see the full circle of the audience.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. It must have been over 10,000 people, and Briony despaired at the thought that Mallow had this many followers already. How many of these people had been lying in wait, biding their time until the end of the war, and now here they were. The noise continued for ages. Her eyes landed on the Bomardi on the ground level, filling up the majority of the front rows, some of them on their feet, hollering, some of them seated, whispering to one another and pointing to the stage. She scanned the crowd. Mallow sat in the box reserved for the seat of Bomard. She gazed at Briony as if she were no more than an elephant about to balance on a ball. Gaines was in the front, Raven by his side. Cole and Quill. She couldn't find the gray locks of Orion Hurst. All right, Vane laughed, sounding like his old self again performing. I know we're excited. Some of us have a new source of power to test out. Briony slid her eyes to Vane as the Bomardi cackled. He'd been seduced by it all, infected. He met her eyes and quickly looked away. Our final lot of the evening, he announced theatrically. He read off her appraisal notes. Briony Rosewood. Hissing. Everson born. Booing. Gold-blooded princess of Evermore. Jeering. Sister of Rory the Slain and enemy of Mistress Mallow. They were on their feet again, yelling in the name of their seat of Bomard. She let it wash over her like a cool bath. Only one person sat perfectly still throughout, 4 rows back on the left aisle. The stage lights blinded her from seeing his face. Ladies, gentlemen, Vane crooned. He raised his hands to call for peace. I've not yet begun the bidding. The lights were hot. She focused on the lone person, still not socializing. Maybe he'd already bid on his lot and now was just enjoying a night at the circus. Vane read out her grading. As you know, much like Miss Phoebe Rosewood, this heartspring runs with golden blood. The Rosewood bloodline has an affinity for shield magic and protection spells. I do think I can theorize that whoever bonds to this golden heartspring will become flooded with more shield magic than anyone in Bomard knows what to do with. Briony glanced at him. She didn't know if that was true or if it was part of the show he was putting on. Would the Bomardi who purchased her also receive her magical strengths? Vane's voice was low as he continued. Miss Rosewood appraised as close to a 5 as anyone did in our scale of measured magical power. An intrigued murmur passed through the room. Mallow tilted her head. And, in case you were curious, his voice dropped low, it will be an extra 5,000 for this one. The acoustics shivered with the hum of whispered interest. The lonely Bomardi did nothing but cross one leg over the other. Mistress Mallow, Vane said over the crowd, do we have your permission to begin the bidding at 15,000 gold? Mallow's gaze never left Briony as she waved her hand magnanimously. 50 hands shot into the air, orange flames popping from fingertips, calling Vane's attention. Briony swallowed and looked down to find Raven raising a lazy hand. Hands were only raised on the ground floor, she realized. Perhaps they'd sold spectator tickets for the balconies. Let's weed you out a bit, shall we? Vane quipped. 16,000. Only about 5 hands dropped. 16,500. Jumping up to 16,500, ladies and gentlemen, Vane began. She watched as hands slowly descended, Raven and Cole keeping up with each other, laughing at their little game. Her knees felt shaky, and she wondered if she would be seeing food again anytime soon. 18,000 gold. Do I hear? Yes, sir, 18,000. What about 18,500? He pointed to Raven. 18,500 to Raven. Several others still in. 19? She let her eyes glaze over, watching the unmoving Bomardi. He sat still, one hand on his thigh, head supported by the other. He looked young, wide shoulders, tall. Briony shivered with the recognition, with the intimate knowledge of his lazy posture and his long fingers.
19.5? Yes, 19.5 to Quill. Do we have? 25,000, said a tense voice. Briony blinked as every person in the first 3 rows turned to look at that one solitary man. He'd raised his hand and produced a flare from his fingertips. Had she summoned his voice by staring at him? Whispers and shuffling. She knew that Cordelia had just sold for a bit more than that. Yes, 25,000 to 26, Raven snarled, sending a glare back at the younger man. 26.5 from the 4th row. 27, 27.5, 28, Raven yelled, irritated with the man in the 4th row, the man whose voice drawled out 28.5, as if money was no object to him. The man whose eyes she knew to be speckled with blue in certain light, whose long fingers twirled his pen in class much as he was now, gathering the air and sparking it to produce flames. Raven hesitated, looking up to Vane. 29, 29.5, and the thought floated through her addled consciousness that there was an auction and she would belong to someone in a few short minutes. And Tovin Hurst was bidding. The theater was buzzing. Most of the crowd had figured out that the Hurst boy was throwing his money against Leg Raven. 30, Raven stated firmly, like he'd ended a game of cards. 30,500, Tovin hummed. A crashing wave of whispers. Briony looked down at her feet, finding specks of blood on her shoes that they'd forgotten to clean. Do I hear 31,000? Vane asked, speaking up again. Raven's hand shot in the air. Tovin's followed. Raven had been so arrogant, so firm in his beliefs that he could afford her, but he didn't have the gold to back this up. Did he? Her blood ran cold. Cordelia's 28,000 gold now belonged to Raven, and Katrina, and the other women he'd caught. Since he'd had several virgins, he now had a lot of money to spend. 32,000, one of them yelled, but Briony was concentrating on her head pounding, her shoulder aching. As the bids rose higher, she thought about Tovin Hurst. How the last time she'd seen him, he'd proven himself a dangerous man. 33,000, Tovin said. He'd chased her through a forest, toying with her, hurting her like an animal. 33.5, Raven hissed. 34, 34.5. There was a saying in Evermore, the demon who has shaken your hand is better than the one who hasn't. She didn't know which demon would be better. Raven was interested in possessing her body as well as her magic, but Tovin? What had he said all those years ago when he'd asked her to dance? I am accustomed to having the finest thing in the room. After all, could she hope that's all this was? 35,000, Tovin said, crossing his legs again. Getting a bit steep for you, whelp? Raven stood and faced the 4th row. Hesitating? Steep for me? Tovin laughed. I'm surprised you can count this high. Raven turned to the stage again. 45,000 gold. Briony swallowed as she listened to the hissing. She looked to Tovin, still and silent. How much of that inheritance did Daddy give you to play with, boy? Raven smirked back at him, and Briony wondered the same. Orion Hurst was the richest man in Beaumard, and inheritance laws would dictate that Tovin would have access to some of it. But was it anywhere near this amount? Mallow shifted, catching Briony's attention. Her dark eyes were on Tovin, assessing him. Vane cleared his throat and said, I hear 45,000. Do I hear 46? Tovin's hand lifted, orange sparks. I can go all night, Hurst, Raven said, throwing his arms out wide. I've been making my fortune for a while now, and I just made 52,000 off my lots for this evening. 53,000, Tovin intoned. Raven laughed and turned back to Vane. 55, 60. Tovin's voice cracked. 61.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Raven. Raven grinned, yellow, crooked teeth shining at her. She wasn't sure if it was the concussion, or the stage lights, or the future bearing down on her, but her lungs were begging for air. She'd known that this would happen, that she'd be leaving with Raven. She'd been mentally preparing for a week. She didn't know if she would truly be better off with Tovin Hurst, but now, as he hesitated before stating 62, she wished he'd never jumped in at all. Now she would always wonder. 65,000, said Raven, chuckling. Vane was white next to her as he waited. I hear 65,000, he said at last. The crowd started twisting, buzzing with whispers. Do I hear 66? She didn't dare look at him, couldn't bear the idea that if she looked, she might see indecision in the way he held his shoulders. Maybe she could guess his thoughts as she had in school, when he'd roll his shoulders back and reset his posture before diving back into a problem. 65,000 going once. Or the way he'd stare at the chalkboard in Elixir's class, tilting his head to the side until suddenly grabbing for his pen, jotting his thoughts as if they'd disappear if he wasn't quick. 65,000 going twice. Or in year 3, when suddenly he stopped paying her any attention, not even to aggravate her, when he'd simply shut off, and only the strangest of circumstances would get him to fight with her or even just make eye contact with her. A gavel banged. The world cracked open, and a violent sound poured into her ears like lava. Her eyes were on her feet as Raven jogged up on stage and met Vane in the middle. The scroll, a burning on her left arm, and then a fist in her hair, dragging her head back. Raven was there, grinning down at her. She shoved at him, and the crowd loved that. Mallow stood, applauding with the rest of them, as if asking for an encore. Gaines was smiling in the front row, like the cat who got the cream. Bryony couldn't make out sounds anymore, too much in her ears. As the platform lowered, taking her down to the backstage area, she chanced one last look to see the crowd on its feet, one seat in the 4th row empty. Part 2. To the most exalted king of Moorland, I remain most humbled by your request to find the strongest familiar for a magician to bond with. The dragons are, of course, highly coveted, but temperamental. They possess their own magic, and having been begotten from man, it is natural to wish to call one a familiar. I have a new theory I'd like very much to present to you and your court. I wish to entice you with the promise of a source of magic that does not drain. I come to court in a fortnight to present this magic, and I hope that you will lend an open mind to it. Yours, most faithfully, Gio and Decci. From the letters to King Thomas of Moorland, circa year 1514 after record, also known as year 1 BV before Vindeci. Chapter 12. 7 years ago. Year 2 at school was very different, now that Rory and Cordelia were exchanging shy glances. And more, it seemed everywhere Bryony looked, they were holding hands, or sitting with each other in the sun, or even kissing ravenously in the suite Bryony shared with her brother, at which point Bryony loudly reminded them that the sitting area was a shared space. Bryony was alone more and more, except for when Didion asked to walk her back to her rooms upstairs. She'd let him kiss her after classes one day, and it was fine. When Didion kissed her again the following day, she had Tovin's words in her head. Do you really think anyone keeps their hands to themselves in year 2? As his hands moved delicately over her waist, drifting upward. He had a sheepish smile on his face when she pulled away, and Bryony supposed that it had been nice. But the next day she made an excuse about needing to get back to her room quickly, and she spent quite a bit more time there. At the Eversun School, the chill of the Bomardi Mountains was a distant memory. The school was set on a lake and made of limestone, just like the neighboring Claremore Castle. The property sprawled outward instead of upward, like the Bomardi School. Bryony's room had the perfect view of the lake, and it brought her so much peace of mind to look out the window and see the water. That is, until summer came with its unbearable heat, and the Bomardi boys began using the dock below her window to strip down to their underwear and jump into the water. Bryony was concentrating on her maths one afternoon when she heard a familiar, deep baritone voice drifting up to her window, joined by several others. She took a deep breath and tried to ignore them, just like she had every afternoon this week.
But then Tovin Hurst's hearty laugh bellowed up to her, and she slammed her book closed and went to her window, careful to stand to the side so she wouldn't be seen. Finn Requin and Colin Twindle were already in the water, splashing and floating. Liam Quill was struggling with his boots, and Tovin was just peeling his shirt off his shoulders, his back rippling with the action. Bryony sighed in exasperation. She couldn't say anything about it, because if they knew this was her window, they would probably find even more inventive ways to distract and annoy her. As Liam shucked his trousers and jumped in inelegantly, Tovin's hands went to his belt, taking his time. When he did slip his trousers off, he folded them neatly on the dock before diving into the water like a practiced swimmer. His hair was darker when it was wet. Bryony watched the sunlight glisten off the water drops on his shoulders for longer than she cared to admit. When she finally pulled herself from the window, she cast a deafening spell to block outside sound from her room. The following week, she took her schoolwork outside after tasses, trailing the densely packed tree line around the lake toward her favorite tree. There was one solitary willow on the west side of the lake, with branches that dropped reedy vines all around, almost fully enclosing the tree. She loved to read there when it was balmy outside. Only now, as she approached, she saw a person sitting at the base of her tree with his own book. Bryony ducked behind a thick oak trunk and peered between the drooping branches. Tovin Hurst. Of course. He was reclining against the trunk of the willow, a book in his lap and his collar undone. His shoes were off, and his socks were different colors. For some reason, it was the socks that kept Bryony up at night after she'd walked all the way back to the castle and resigned herself to reading in her room instead. Was he blind to colors and patterns? Was he simply lazy about his undergarments? Bryony couldn't figure it out, and she tossed and turned all night. A week later came the hottest day of the summer. Bryony loved the heat, but this was excessive. She was dripping and panting by the time she reached her tree, only to find bare feet this time. Bryony growled and pushed through the fawns. Tovin Hurst lay on his back, his book over his face as he snoozed. His feet weren't the only things that were bare. His shirt hung from a knot in the trunk, and the expanse of his stomach and chest was there for Bryony's inspection. "No," she said. "Leave." His hand reached up and removed the book from his face. "Excuse me? This is my tree," she said, still catching her breath. "Go away." He lifted a pale eyebrow at her. "Your tree? Did you carve your name into it, Rosewood?" His eyes widened, mockingly. "Oh, that's right. It was your brother who showed skill in carving his name into trees, wasn't it?" Bryony flushed at the reminder that Tovin knew her secret. "Do you plan on telling anyone that I boost my brother, or are you just going to mock me with it for the rest of school? Perhaps I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity to blackmail you." He placed the book back over his eyes, resting back on his arms. She huffed. "I found the tree in the first week. It's mine. You have to leave."
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. She knew she sounded abysmally petulant, but she couldn't help it. "I'm not going anywhere." "I was here first," he said, voice muffled behind the book. And as he lay there, bare-chested and relaxed, she realized that he didn't think of her as a threat at all. She itched to change his mind about that, but knew what her father would say. She tapped her foot against the damp shore, glancing around for some way to make him go, and finding nothing. And then her gaze fixed on two mismatched socks at the base of the tree. She narrowed her eyes at them, wondering how someone who peacocked about school, caught his reflection in every mirror, and folded his trousers before jumping into the lake could possibly fail to match his socks. "Are you still here, Rosewood?" he asked lazily. She stamped her foot and marched away, determined to beat him to the tree the next day, which she did. When she saw him walking up to the willow, she cast a barrier charm on the curtain of fronds. "I was here first. You'll have to leave this time, Hurst." He glared at her and tried to push through the fronds. She adored the look on his face when he realized she'd barred him. The next day, he was there first. Bryony raced from lunch the following day, grabbing an apple and nothing else.
Didion tried to stop her, but she pushed past him apologetically. She moved quickly to the lake, cutting a path along the shore to get to the tree first. She heard footsteps in the tree line next to her. Brioni doubled her pace, her dress catching on tree roots and tearing as she barreled through the scrub around the lake. Tovin came to keep pace with her. "Is this tree really worth so much to you?" "Beating you is worth this much to me," she said, annoyed that his breath didn't seem to be affected while hers was straining. Tovin puffed what could have been a laugh, but then broke out in front of her with his long legs and then abruptly turned around to run backward, still faster than she could run forward. "I'll tell you what, Rosewood," he said. "I'll leave the tree alone if you give me the top spot in Elixis." Her feet stumbled. "I don't have the top." She stopped herself as he smirked knowingly at her. Rory had the top spot in Elixirs. "But of course, if you prefer to race me every day," he said, glancing down her body with a smirk. "I don't mind the view." With a sharp gasp, Tovin was suddenly on his back, having stumbled on a root. Brioni burst out laughing, curling over to brace on her knees. The race was forgotten as she crowed at Tovin's scrunched face, the wind knocked out of him. He sat up, taking deep breaths and glaring at the root that had taken him down. "Oh, that was priceless," Brioni said, wiping her eyes. "Thank you for that." "Stones, that was." Tovin reached behind his head and touched it gently. His fingertips came back red. Brioni blanched. "Oh, are you all right?" She dropped to her knees at his side. "It's fine." He tried to shrug her off as he brought more blood away on his hand. "Let me—" "No need. Really, Tovin, I could fix it quick." She reached for his shoulder. "Rosewood, get off me," he said without malice. "Like I'd trust an Eversun to heal." Brioni glared at him. "Mind magic works just as well for healing. I can handle a scrape fine." Her eyes widened innocently, play-acting. "Unless you think I should call for a medical team? Are you so terribly injured that we should call all the tutors out to the lake?" He sighed. "Just hurry, and don't leave a scar." Brioni snorted and crawled around behind him, muddying the knees of her dress. His silver-gray hair was matted with red. She winced and quickly banished the blood with a pushing motion. There was a cut at the base of his skull, right at the hairline. She braced her thumbs and forefingers around the cut and focused on slowing his blood flow, encouraging coagulation. There was a slight breeze and his scent hit her. Peppermint, maybe. She passed her fingers over the wound, pulling the skin back together. Gooseflesh broke across his neck. "Don't scar me. Don't be a baby." She worked the sides of the cut closed with small push and pull movements of her fingers against the air. Her face was close to his neck, and she could see her breath stir the fine hair above his collar. And it hit her rather suddenly that they were alone in a dense tree line, unchaperoned. Brioni's heart thumped with the intimacy of their position, her on her knees behind him, her hips and stomach almost touching his back. His voice floated back to her from the winter solstice. "Do you really think anyone keeps their hands to themselves in year 2? She swallowed and pulled her fingers away. "You'll have to get the medics to finish," she said, knowing full well that she could have completed the stitching and left no scar. She pulled up from her knees to standing and grabbed her book and her apple. "I'm taking the tree today. You should go get that seen to." He had just started to turn over his shoulder to look at her when she began walking away, her skin flushed and her ribs tight with something. The next day, Didion found her sitting under the willow tree, and Brioni pushed back the disappointment that he wasn't someone else. When Didion distracted her from her reading with a soft kiss, Brioni let him. She let him curl over her as she reclined under the trunk, and with her eyes squeezed so tight that she could imagine his dark hair was a paler color, she brought his hands to her breasts. He couldn't untie her laces there, and he complained of a cramp the entire time, but she was desperate to relieve the burning inside of her, encouraging him to continue, to press harder, to rock against her. No one keeps their hands to themselves in year 2 anyway. Chapter 13. She was shoved into a dark closet at the circus and locked in. It took time for her eyes to adjust, but she found a broom to snap in half, making a weapon. It felt like hours that she waited. Brioni thought she'd be given to Raven immediately, but maybe the payment process was more complex than she assumed. When the door finally burst open and the light hit her eyes, she had lost all her adrenaline. Her heart kick-started into gear, but it wasn't Raven. Gaines glared down at her as if she hadn't just made him a very rich man. Up. Brioni stood, not even bothering to hide the sharp stick from the broom handle. With a flick of his fingers, Gaines tossed the stick aside. "Come with me." Slowly, she followed him out of the closet. He led her down a staircase and twisted her through the backstage of the circus. She didn't hear a sound behind any of the closed doors, and she wondered if every one of her friends was already gone. When Gaines stopped at a closed door that said Acrobats, he pushed the handle and stepped aside for her to enter. She expected to find Raven, maybe a cot or a chair where he'd force her down and push up her dress. She didn't expect to find Larissa Gaines. She hadn't expected to find her ever again. Larissa seemed to feel the same, as she sat up tall from the counter she'd been leaning on, eyes wide and hungry. They were in a dressing room with mirrors on the walls and large candles flickering. Gaines shut the door without looking at his daughter once, locking them in. Before Larissa could say a word to her, there was a sharp burning on Brioni's left arm. Her mouth opened in a silent hiss of pain. She looked down to where Raven had been inked into her skin. The letters sizzled. She squeezed her fist and watched as the ink lifted, rearranging until a different signature formed on her skin. Tovin Hurst. She blinked down at the letters, her vision swimming. It couldn't be. Larissa was at her side, grabbing her arm. "Huh!" The sound jarred her. Larissa turned away, running her nails through her hair. The mirrors allowed Brioni to see that she'd pressed her eyes closed, squeezing her lips together. Incredible. She spun around to face her. "How much?" Brioni shook her head, deciding that Larissa didn't need to know.
30,000? Larissa guessed, gazing at her assessingly. 35,000? She said when Bryony didn't answer. "Come on now, I'm curious. 40? Bryony turned away, but was unable to find a wall in which Larissa's face did not reflect back at her. Her own face was almost unrecognizable, with deep circles under her eyes and dry skin. Her jawline stuck out unpleasantly. "Tell me," Larissa hissed over her shoulder. Bryony met her eyes. Something stormed inside Larissa's expression, like the moment before thunder cracks. As Bryony watched, Larissa's blue gaze flooded, and she took a slow breath before asking, "More than 40,000? Bryony looked away, shivering. She caught sight of the ink on Larissa's arm, matching Tovin Hurst. Before Bryony could fully piece it all together, a furious gust of wind swept through the dressing room. She raised her hands to shield her face, and Larissa did the same. When she peeked, a wide, gaping hole was in the room, a black entrance to a portal. Larissa and Bryony looked at each other. Bryony didn't know what kind of choice they had. Someone would come to force them through, she was sure. Larissa tried the door one last time to no success, and then she grabbed Bryony's hand and tugged her through. The pressure gripped her chest, and when they popped out the other side, Bryony's face was battered with thick raindrops. She gasped soundlessly as lightning flashed the sky, illuminating a sprawling dark castle before them. The wrought iron gates were closed. Bryony had read about Hurst Hall, but never seen it in person. It was built at the base of the Armitage Mountains, in one of the few plateaus of flat land in Beaumard. Hurst Hall was only one of the Hurst properties, but it was their most prized, and therefore their most frequently inhabited. Larissa gazed up at it through the rain with apprehension, as if she didn't know if even she would be safe there. Bryony turned in a circle, finding the edge of a wood behind her in the lightning strikes, dark and impenetrable. They could make a run for it now. She could take Larissa's hand and flee into the forest, letting the Gawarnis elixir work its way out of their systems until they could properly portal away. She had decided to do so when suddenly there was movement in the trees. Bryony stepped back, and Larissa turned to see what got her attention. A large fox had slunk around the trunk of a tree, watching them. Maybe it was a small wolf. A clanking behind them made the women spin back to see the black metal gates swinging open. At the end of a long park, the door to Hurst Hall was open.
Bryony turned in every direction. Was there a way out that wasn't toward the creature in the forest or toward the dark castle? She grabbed Larissa's arm, pointing toward the left, where a pathway split around the corner of the outer wall. Larissa shook her head mutely, her eyes flicking between the creature in the forest and the open door of the house. A ball of light was moving slowly down the long drive toward them. Bryony dropped Larissa's arm and made for the pathway. She could do it alone. There came a snarling snapping of jaws, and Bryony jumped back, finding the animal in her path. It was a fox, she could see, but with a deeper growl. She stumbled and slipped in the wet grass, tumbling onto her backside. Larissa helped her up as the ball of light zoomed forward, stopping at the gates. It hovered, and Bryony realized it was similar to the navigator flame that sailors used to guide them in the dark of the ocean. Bryony looked at the fox, who was licking its chops, and started forward to follow the light, dragging Larissa with her. The fox lunged, and in a panic, Bryony and Larissa separated. Bryony fell forward past the gates, and Larissa scattered to the outside. A sharp pain sparked in Bryony's left arm, and before she could get to her feet, the black gates were swinging closed, locking her in. Bryony ran for the gates, grabbing the metal and tugging, while Larissa did the same from the outside. Lightning split the sky, and a crack of thunder followed no more than a second later. Larissa's wide eyes were on the fox, as Bryony tugged with all her might, her fingers slipping under the rainwater, and her relocated shoulder burning. The fox turned with a final glance and headed back toward the trees. And a second later, a deep black portal opened on the edge of the forest. A hooded man stepped out, and Larissa lunged for the gates with a cry, begging them to open for her. The man held out his hand and screamed, "Don't!" He pulled off his hood, and Finn Racken's anxious eyes were on them. "Don't cross the barrier, Larissa." Larissa choked on a sob and ran into his arms. Bryony watched in silence as Larissa buried her face in her friend's chest, and she wondered what was happening to Cordelia at this moment, to Didion. Without a glance to Bryony at the gate, Finn grabbed Larissa's arm and pulled a vial from his pocket. He pulled the cork out with his teeth and said, "This is going to hurt." Larissa's eyes went wide as he poured the elixir over her arm, over the tattoo with Tovin's name. Bryony watched in horror as Larissa's skin burned away. The blonde woman screamed and tried to pull back, but Finn held her firmly. When the vial was empty, Finn tossed it on the ground and quickly started casting a spell over Larissa's arm. Lightning lit the sky, but not even the boom of the thunder could drown out Larissa's wailing cry as Finn pulled black smoke from her skin, inky and wet. Larissa drooped and passed out, but Finn held her tightly to his chest as he tugged and tugged until the smoke turned to blood. He summoned a leaf patch to place over her burned skin, then tucked her up against his chest, carrying her back to the portal without a glance at Bryony. Bryony's heart galloped. She banged on the bars, desperate to make him hear her. When he turned, she extended her arm as far as it would go, begging him with her eyes. "Me next." Finn stared at her and took a deep breath. "This is the safest place for you, Bryony." Her eyes widened in horror as she watched him glance at Hurst Hall and then turn to slip into the portal, Larissa dangling from his arms. The portal closed with a zip, and then Bryony was alone in the rain on the wrong side of the gates of Hurst Hall. Chapter 14. Bryony pressed her back against the wrought iron and stared up at the castle. It must have comprised 3 sprawling stories of stone with a large dome in the center. Was this to be her prison? She looked at her arm again. Tovin Hurst. What had he given up to obtain her? She couldn't imagine that Raven would have parted with her for anything less than an astronomical sum. The Hursts were rich, that much had been clear even without the evidence of it staring down at her. But why spend so much on her? Tovin had once killed 4 people just to get to her, so she supposed spending tens of thousands to have her now wasn't so much a surprise. A chill shivered through her as she remembered the way he'd chased her, running alongside her as if taunting her with how easily he could catch her. The only reason he'd failed to capture her that night a year ago was that he'd been greedy with his magic. He'd misjudged what killing 4 people at once would do to his heart. It had been the first time she'd seen anyone take more than 1 life with a single heart stop, an unheard of skill. The Eversons had known Orion was capable of it. Reports had come that he could kill 2 people with 1 casting of Heartstop. Even the most talented of heart magicians could use Heartstop only once at a time. Orion Hurst had been the dangerous exception, and Tovin Hurst had had the potential to break every rule that came before him. That night, Bryony had moved through a dark forest, stumbling across corpse after corpse, 4 in all, until finally finding Tovin Hurst incapacitated, with the agony of ripping his heart 4 times in a single moment.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. She'd wondered then, as she stared at the carnage that was normally impossible for a single magician, if she should kill him where he lay and save evermore the problem of Tovin Hurst down the line, but she couldn't, not then. Lightning again broke across the sky, shocking her from her memories. The navigator flame seemed to bob, as if it were saying, "Come along now." It began floating to the house again, leading her inside. Absolutely not, Bryony thought. She glanced at the gates, her eyes following the long stretch of the wrought iron fence into the inky night. Bryony took off to the right, following the fence and hoping for an opening. She looked at the castle again, half expecting someone to be watching her from the doorway or from behind an upstairs window. It remained dark. The rain pelted her face and further soaked her dress. Her slippers were not meant for rain, or even outdoors, much less the muddy grass along the fence. By the time it gave way to a stone wall, she'd lost one of her slippers in the mud. Bryony looked up the wall as lightning cracked the sky. It was 10 feet high, at least, and with no footholds for climbing. She kept moving, circling the castle with one eye on the door where the navigator flame waited for someone to navigate. As she rounded the southeastern side, her shoulder burned and her head pounded. Each breath felt like a stab in the ribs. She reached for her magic, either mind magic or heart magic, but wasn't surprised to find nothing responding to her. Bryony thought of Larissa. Did Tovin know that Finn had taken her? Surely he had to. As she shivered against the wind in her thin dress, she found herself almost mourning the loss of Larissa. When there had been 2 of them, Bryony had felt safer somehow. The idea of being alone, under Tovin Hurst's roof, powerless in so many ways, she'd never needed to know hand-to-hand defense. She'd always had Anna by her side. Bryony had learned plenty of magic that would fend off attackers of all kinds, but she'd never needed to learn how to fight off a man when she was without magic. As she curved around the back of Hurst Hall, Bryony stopped at the sight of a large pond on the property, maybe a small lake. The moon reflected off its surface, and the rain rippled the waters. Aside from the rivers that trailed down from the mountains, Beaumard lacked bodies of water. Where Eversons prayed to the waters that were so plentiful along the coasts and in their large inland lakes, Beaumardy called upon the stones. She refocused, finding the end of the stone wall just ahead of her. She rounded the wall and found she was at the top of a small hill that opened to a field. She could just see the base of the mountains in the distance. Her mind ran with the possibility of hiding out there. She didn't know what she'd find in the mountains, but all she needed to do was outlive the Gawarnas herb elixir as it drained from her system. She just needed to run down this hill and toward the mountains. It was worth a chance. "I'd stop there, Rosewood." She spun. Tovin Hurst stood 10 feet behind her, staring at her with guarded eyes. Thunder rattled the sky, and she shook with the strength of it. Her heart pounded with the adrenaline of her near escape and her fear of him, this unknown Tovin Hurst. He wore the same clothes from the auction, but up close now, she could see that his vest was embroidered in silver. The rain made his hair darker, and she thought of the boys jumping off the dock at the Everson school. She blinked against the rain. He stepped forward, and it took everything in her power to keep from retreating from him. "Would you consider continuing this tour of the grounds when it isn't raining?" he said, his wit as acerbic as ever. Bryony glanced over his shoulder at Hurst Hall, looking monstrous in the storm, then behind her to the mountains. To freedom.
Could she outrun him? Before you dash into the mountains to die of either cold or creatures, know that the grounds stop here for the purposes of that ink on your arm. If you cross the line, you will be harmed. Brianni looked down at the tattoo on her arm, the black and gold that glistened his name. Was that true, or was it meant to scare her? He was narrowing his eyes at her. She wondered if her non-responses unnerved him. Even if she'd had her voice, she wasn't sure she'd have the courage to give him hell like she used to. She used to fight back before she found out he was a murderer. "Come now," he said, taking another step closer to her. "You're being stubborn. Don't make me drag you." She'd woken up in her first cell, been dragged by the neck to her second, and been strong-armed into the dark closet of her third. And now she was being asked to walk to her final one. The rain was slowing. A breeze rustled the tree branches above them, and the moon reflected in his eyes. It was worth a try. If she was wrong, she'd end up in the cell like he'd planned anyway. With an agility she didn't know she still had, Brianni spun on her heel and leapt across the invisible barrier, into the field. A spark of fire burst through her arm, burning, crackling, sizzling up her nerve endings. There was the squelch of wet grass under her, and rapid movement as momentum rolled her over and over. Fire spread through her entire body, frying her from the inside. A yell echoed behind her as the pain surrounded her mind and plunged her into a spinning darkness. Rocking, swaying. Brianni was floating in the lake at school. The water was warm against her chilled body, and the gentle waves rocked her. Her mind floated up, thoughts attaching to memories. She'd been outside in the rain. She wanted to roll down a hill. Tovin Hurst had stopped her. Her eyes fluttered, and she remembered the pain. Her body quaked, and arms pulled her closer. Someone held her to their chest, warm, solid, a steady heartbeat, walking, swaying, rocking her back to sleep. Her skin hurt. She could hear the rain, but couldn't feel it. Warm fingers pushed her wet hair off her forehead, and arms squeezed her tighter. She fell back into the blackness, like blinking. What happened? A voice burst into her mind, waking her. A woman's voice. Her eyelids fought against the paste that closed them together. "You jumped across the property line," rumbled a voice from the furnace against her ear. This damned tattoo electrocuted her. "Is she alive?" the woman said. It was the concern of a mother, but her mother was dead. "Tovin, is she alive?" The breath caught next to her ear. "I don't." She didn't scream. The low vibration of his voice lulled her. She drifted out to sea again. The first thing Brianni became conscious of was the bed. Her eyes snapped open, and she stared at the low ceiling above her. Every limb sparked to life, but they only twitched when she tried to move them. Tears pricked her eyes. She called out for her father, but no sound came. She couldn't move her head. Her muscles were weighed down. Even her eyelids worked too hard. Then the pain came. She screamed and screamed into the silence of an empty room until her mind shut her body down and she slept again. A cold compress touched her forehead, and her eyes blinked blearily at the movement in the room. A hum of voices, but she couldn't pick up the words. She called for Rory. He could heal her. She'd healed him so many times. All he had to do was push magic down that vein in his chest to hers. Rory could fix it. She remembered then how he'd tried to say goodbye to her, and she hadn't let him. How he'd asked her, "Do you believe the prophecy is about me? Really? In your heart, Brianni?" And how she'd let him ride to his death. Tears tracked down her face as she sobbed. She tried to lift her hand to wipe them away, but her muscles didn't work anymore. "She's crying," a deep voice said. "She needs something for the pain. I've already given her. Then she needs more." Brianni wept, unable to open her eyes, unable to face a world where Rory was dead.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. She'd woken up in that world once before, and they'd sold her like she was a piece of land to harvest. Cordelia and Didion, too. A terrible thought shimmered down her spine. "That's how I truly know he's dead," she thought into the darkness. He didn't try to stop the auction. Even without a plan and without an army, Rory would have been there. The pain of it dragged keening agony out of her. The next time she woke, she could tell it was daylight. She turned her head toward the sun, peeking underneath heavy curtains and pouring out the side of closed drapes. Brioni's body still ached, but she could move slowly. She swiveled her neck to survey the room she was in, and her body jerked when she saw she was not alone. Serena Hurst was stirring a teacup set on the bedside table. Brioni watched the tall woman standing over her, her long limbs graceful in the dark. "Hello, Miss Rosewood," she said, her voice unreadable. Brioni met her eyes. They shimmered a cold blue. "How is the pain?" Mrs. Hurst asked. When Brioni didn't respond, she continued. "Do you remember what happened?" Brioni remembered the rain, Tovin's gaze as he told her to come inside, the sharp burst of electricity as she jumped into the field. This damned tattoo electrocuted her. She nodded. Brioni glanced around the rest of the room. It was bare, no fireplace, no art, only the bedding, the curtains, and the bedside table. Tovin's mother watched her guardedly. Brioni tried to calm her heart as it whispered that she was in this woman's house. This woman whose son had just bought her like a prized horse. This woman who had married the most lethal man in Beaumard. "You had a concussion and a poorly reset dislocated shoulder. We staved off the hypothermia from the rain, but as you know, you were electrocuted quite severely. It may be another few days until your muscles are ready." Another few days? That made it sound like days had already passed. She wanted to ask, but let her mouth fall shut when she remembered her voice was gone. Mrs. Hurst tilted her head at her. "Is there anything else wrong with you physically, Miss Rosewood? Are you in other pain?" Brioni shook her head. When Tovin's mother continued to look her over, Brioni slowly brought her hand up to her throat, each movement sending tremors through her muscles. Brioni tapped her throat, her fingers brushing past the metal collar still on her, and she carefully shook her head. Mrs. Hurst blinked at her, realization dawning. She lifted her hand and twitched her fingers. Heat flared in Brioni's throat, and she tested her voice. "Thank you," Brioni said. Her vocal cords were gravelly with neglect. Serena Hurst stared at her a moment longer, and Brioni felt as if she were memorizing and cataloging her features. Then, abruptly, she took the teacup from the bedside table, turning toward the door. "Rest." A command, not a suggestion. Mrs. Hurst left. Brioni tried to glance past her through the doorway, wondering what part of Hurst Hall she was in, but the effort to crane her neck was too much. She heard soft voices outside the door, and as she tried to make out the words, her tired body fell into repose again. Rory was screaming. Brioni ran through a maze of tall hedges, searching for him desperately. He called her name, begging her to find him. Every turn took her deeper and deeper into the maze. The sky was getting darker, and she could hear something chasing her, hunting her. When she looked up at the sky, the moon was beginning to blot out the sun. "Brioni!" Rory screamed. She tripped, falling toward the earth. Falling, falling. Brioni jerked awake, tears wet on her face. The memory of her brother's screaming rang in her head like a bell. Her chest heaved. She lifted her hand to wipe her face, and her muscles protested, but they did at least move this time. As she shifted in the sheets, she realized she wasn't alone. Tovin Hurst stared out of the curtained window, facing away from her. The dusk sky backlit him, coloring his pale hair purple and orange. She glanced at the closed door, the empty room. It was just the two of them, and she had no idea what he wanted with her. Chapter 15. Brioni couldn't be sure if he knew she was awake, but she supposed it didn't matter. She couldn't move her muscles fast enough to run. Her heart pounded with the unknown. "My mother says your voice was taken," he said, breaking the silence. "Which doesn't explain why your hearing failed you when I said you'd be harmed if you crossed the boundary line." She glared at his back. "Yes," she whispered fiercely, voice throaty with misuse, "because I had every reason to trust you." From this angle, she could just barely see his jaw clench.
Brioni realized she'd been changed out of the dress from the auction and was now in a soft white nightgown. She hoped it had been a servant to do that. She hissed through her teeth as she shifted to sit up, hating the way she lay supine before him like a rag doll. Why is this such a hard recovery? His eyes were still on the view beyond the window. Crossing the barrier should shock the tattooed individual and give them a chance to withdraw themselves from the perimeter. You jumped through of a barrier, your entire body beyond it. Then you managed to roll down a hill. You were outside the boundary for almost a full minute. She wondered if he would keep his back to her for the entirety of her imprisonment. "Certainly took you long enough," she said. That did it. Tovin blinked slowly and turned to face her with furious eyes. Why did all self-preservation leave her when this man was involved? She was wearing nothing but a slip, in a bed, in his home, with no one to come running if she screamed. Why did poking at him come so naturally to her? She swallowed and looked away. A full minute of being electrocuted. Her muscles twitched at the reminder. "And you brought me where?" She nodded to the small, undecorated room. "Is this my cell?" "The closest location for your recovery was the groundskeeper's cottage," he said. "It's temporary." She glanced over the cobwebs in the corners. "And where is the groundskeeper?" "We don't have one. Hurst Hall doesn't require any servants." Brioni blinked at him. A house that grand with no staff? Brioni had heard of households cutting back on staff when gossip began creeping through the walls. Was it out of caution then? The Hursts were known to be secretive, but this was extreme. She wanted to ask more questions, but Tovin faced her fully and clasped his hands behind his back, a sour expression on his face. "Mistress Mallow wishes to see you." Brioni's air caught in her chest. Her eyes flicked to the door, her muscles locked as she waited for it to open. "We ought to pay her a call as soon as possible," he clarified. Brioni glanced at him in shock. "Now? I can barely move." "You'll have to manage," he said. "She has been waiting for 3 days." Her eyes widened. "I've been in bed 3 days?" "6, actually." Her mouth opened, then closed, unsure how to respond. He stared at her, waiting. Would he drag her from the bed? Brioni shifted her legs, stretching them as she threw back the sheets. Her legs were bare, the nightdress twisted under her thighs. Tovin faced the window again, and she guessed that was all the privacy she would be afforded. With shaking movements, she pulled herself from the mattress, bracing on the wall to help her stand. There was a pair of hard-soled slippers on the floor, so she slid them on. With the bed between them, he turned to her as she tugged her nightdress to fall to her ankles. It was the only thing on her. She had no undergarments. His unreadable eyes passed over her once before he brought his left forefinger to his right hand, magically sliced the pad of his thumb. She recognized the cast for a portal. On private property, an inhabitant's blood was needed to create portals in and out. Without, visitors had to portal from outside the front gates. The portal's chasm grew wide in the empty room, and Tovin gestured for her to come to him.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Brioni moved on, twitching legs, aware that she was about to arrive the waters knew wherein, nothing but her nightclothes. "Your left arm," Tovin said. Brioni looked down at it. The ink on the inside of her elbow glistened. Tovin Hurst. Tovin wrapped his hand around the ink. The cool press of his hand on her hot skin had her wondering if she had a fever. Before she could wish for that sensation everywhere, he tugged her into the portal, and a flash of heat burned over the ink on her arm. When the void finished pressing down on her, she gasped. She stood on the ledge of a great mountain, overlooking vast peaks and valleys. Brioni's head swam with vertigo as she scrambled back from the edge. When she turned, there was a Gothic castle carved into the side of the mountain. "Come," Tovin started up steep stairs in the twilight. Brioni watched him climb, her body groaning in protest already. She braced herself on the rock to her left and slowly followed him, taking the steps one at a time. He waited for her at the next level, about 50 steps above her. When she was halfway up, she had to pause, panting. He made no effort to help her, but she eventually made it to the landing. Before continuing, he turned to her. Mistress Mallow is now the supreme ruler of all Moorland. You will treat her with the deference she deserves. Briony tried to catch her breath. Or what? You'll electrocute me? Tovin lifted a pale brow at her. I know you've been asleep for 6 days, Rosewood, so you may not have grasped this, he said silkily, but heartsprings don't need tongues. They don't need fingers. They don't need legs, even. Disobedience can be punished in whatever way Mallow sees fit, as long as your heart still beats. Briony shivered, and it had nothing to do with the wind on the mountain. He turned and continued up the next steps as she pieced things together. It had been 6 days since the auction, and she was Tovin Hurst's heartspring now. That was her only purpose in this world, to make Tovin Hurst's magic stronger. She slowly followed him up the mountainside. Between burning torches on the next landing, there were 2 large stone doors, adorned with an ancient Bomardi seal from the First Civil War, and Briony realized where she was. Mallow had moved into the original home of the first seat of Bomard, the Dragon Lord. He had been the first magician to ever take a dragon as his familiar, the same dragon that had bonded to Mallow. As the stone doors opened, the firelight showed the entry guarded on either side by men in blue cloaks. One of them nodded to Tovin as he approached and stepped aside, but the other's eyes fell over her body. She turned her gaze down. A second set of doors opened deeper inside the cave-like castle, and Tovin led her inside. It was a grand hall with stone floors and an open ceiling, big enough for a dragon to land inside. One long wall was made of enormous arched windows, looking directly over the mountain range, vanishing into a large drop beneath them. Veronica Mallow stood at the far end of the hall, staring off out across the peaks. There was no throne, no seat, as was the custom in Bomard for audiences with the leader of the realm. Mallow simply stood in an empty room, wearing tight-fitted breeches, boots strapped up her calves, and a sheer top. The whistle of the wind through the archways muffled the sound of their footsteps. Briony felt lightheaded. Tovin walked her to a spot on the stone floor, dark with dried blood, and dropped to his knee, dragging her down with him. He bowed his head, but Briony stared at Mallow's back, watching her turn slowly toward them. Mallow's pale skin glowed in the rising moonlight, and Briony couldn't help but wonder again how old she was. Her eyes were as black as her hair as they landed on Briony, piercing through her. Briony Rosewood, the sound of her name sliding over Mallow's tongue made her skin crawl. "Welcome to my palace." Briony breathed deep, the air thick in her throat. When she gave no greeting, Mallow continued. "You went for quite a sum at the auction." Mallow's eyes glittered as her brows lifted, as if she and Briony had a little secret to themselves. "All those Bomardi men jockeying for you. I'm sure you were quite content." Briony pressed her lips together, but then a deep rumble of chuckling chorused through the room. She looked to the archways and realized they were not alone. There were Bomardi guards hidden in the shadows. "Stand," Mallow commanded, and then Tovin was dragging her to her feet. "Tovin, mistress." "You lost the auction, but then settled accounts with Riven after?" Mallow said. "Yes, mistress." "Why?" Briony waited, wondering why as well. "I'm always drawn to the most valuable possessions," said Tovin. Mallow grinned and began to pace the room, continuing conversationally. "And is she everything you paid for and more? Have you completed the heartspring bond?" "Not yet, mistress." The Bomardi guards shifted, whispering. She felt a dozen eyes turn on her as she wondered what the bonding process entailed. Mallow's brow lifted. Tovin answered her unasked question. "She injured herself in an escape attempt, as you know. She's learned her lesson now, but she's been weakened." "Do it soon," Mallow said swiftly. "What's the point in having a golden heartspring if you can't mine that gold?" She smiled. "Your father has resolved the issue with her collar, yes?" "Yes, mistress," Tovin said.
All that's left is the bond. Brianny's mind was racing. A golden heartspring. That's what Vane had called her during the auction. She assumed it was just a reference to the legend that the Rosewoods had gold blood. Was there more to it? And had Orion fixed the issue with her color? Was it now properly suppressing any heart magic as well as her mind magic? Brianny's body had been too weak to try earlier, but she reached for the pulsing vein in her chest, searching for heart magic. Then the humming thread between her eyes, her mind magic. Nothing responded. A horrible thought materialized. Was this collar permanent? Would she never be able to take it off? Brianny. Mallow's crooning voice interrupted her thoughts. Mallow faced her and clasped her hands behind her back. Where is your cousin, Finola? She blinked. She couldn't hold back her surprise before Mallow saw it. What? Tovin's head snapped to her. You will address her as mistress, he hissed, eyes burning into her. Brianny almost glared at him. He'd warned her to be obedient. Finola Rosewood, Mallow continued, stepping forward. Her safe houses, her distant family on her mother's side, the Nottingdales, if I'm not mistaken. As Mallow inched closer, the air thinned in Brianny's lungs. Her heart thrummed as she stared into the glinting eyes searching her. Brianny tried to remember the question as Mallow tilted her head like a tiger. Finola. Finola was Phoebe's older sister. Finola was the person who taught Brianny advanced mind magic after the war started, cloaking, blending, advanced subterfuge. Anytime she was home from a mission, she focused all her attention on lessons for Brianny. She worked as a top advisor to the Eversun militia and had coordinated many of the strategic attacks on Beaumard in the 4 years since Brianny's father's death. Finola was the first person who showed Brianny that she didn't have to just be a pretty face for a political marriage. She could be useful to the militia, to the king's cabinet, even to a Beaumardy cabinet had the war not broken out. Brianny's throat felt stuck on her questions, but something was becoming clear. This was the reason why she hadn't seen Finola in the troll dungeon. She'd never been captured, and for some reason, Mallow was threatened by that. A fire burned in her gut, something that she thought had been extinguished the moment she felt Rory's barrier fall. Finola was the Everson Army's head strategist and lead instructor in cloaking, she said. Even if I had an idea of where she'd go, I'd be wrong. A slow smile spread up her lips. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful happiness. I'm quite pleased to inform you that if Finola is out there, you won't find her until she wants you to. Mallow's black eyes narrowed at her, and a moment too late, Briony remembered Mallow could take her tongue for that comment. Mallow's fingers traced a gesture, and Briony braced herself for painful magic. A punishment? Something slammed into her face, stinging her cheek and snapping her neck to the side. She stumbled, regaining balance and pressing her hand to her face. Her eyes rocked in their sockets. She searched for the weapon, preparing for another strike. Her gaze refocused as Tovin lowered his hand, a sharp stone ring on his middle finger glinting at her. Her lip was wet with blood. He'd backhanded her. He'd hit her, and she was bleeding. Watch your mouth. You are addressing the mistress of the realm. She shivered at his voice and looked away from his icy eyes. Though her head rang, it was the least of what could have been sent her way tonight. Mallow seemed pleased with Tovin's response. She still has quite a bit of fire left in her, Tovin. I look forward to watching it doused. She turned her gaze back on Briony and continued her questioning. We know Finola Rosewood spent time on the outskirts of Kilwoven, on the coast. Where else? Briony stared at her, licking the blood off her lip. She had no idea what kind of answer would best protect Finola. Mallow tilted her head. I'll just take a look for myself. She slithered forward as Briony realized what she meant to do. Briony tried to step back, but her muscles were locked. Her throat closed in terror as Mallow circled her, coming around to her front again and leaning into her face. Brioni looked into the black tunnels of Mallow's gaze, pulled to them inexorably. And then there were daggers in her brain, sinking into her eyes and twisting deep. She couldn't breathe as memories floated through her head, yanked forward and pushed back. She saw Finola with a sharp, stinging pain, a teenager with wide teeth and braided honey blonde hair. She sat in the grass with 6-year-old Brioni, blowing dandelion tufts out into the field behind Claremore Castle. Her cheeks puffed wide, and Brioni giggled. Brioni's mind was on fire as Mallow clawed through her thoughts, her memories using magic only advanced mind magicians knew. Brioni had heard of Mallow's power with mind reading, the benefit of the dragon bond, but this was so much like poorly done mind magic. Brioni supposed there was no reason for Mallow to refine the technique into something less obtrusive and painless, as mind magicians studied to do. Mallow's magic felt like claws ripping at her cranium, prying open the plates. Like a rubber band snapping inside her, Finola was now a young woman standing next to Phoebe at Kinjackal's funeral. Brioni was a passenger in her own mind, aware of her own presence and Mallow's presence in every moment. A ricochet to Biltmore Palace, and Finola was teaching Rory how to call upon their father's army, Rory's army now, as Brioni took notes. Vindeci developed this himself, came Finola's melodic voice. She unrolled a large map across the dining room table. You simply hover your palm over the castle that you wish to call upon. She demonstrated by opening her hand over the picture labeled Biltmore. 21-year-old Brioni gasped as the candles blazed hot, flames jumping to the ceiling, then dimmed as Finola took her hand away. Finola turned to Rory. The strategic advisors reside at Kilwoven. She tapped the map. I'll take you there tomorrow. And like a whip cracking across her mind, she jerked to see Finola seated on Brioni's bed at Biltmore Palace, with her arm wrapped around 18-year-old Brioni's shoulders. No, it's not mutual. The younger Brioni laughed through her tears. I'm just an idiot. Brioni felt her heart hammering in her chest, even as the pain of Mallow's mind cut through her thoughts, sizzling her nerve endings. Her pulse spiked and her body tensed further. No, 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 Mallow couldn't see this. There was a moment of stillness as Mallow seemed to hover, cluing in on Brioni's reluctance to show this memory. Mallow's consciousness slithered through the scene, twisting around the two women on the bed and examining them. You're not an idiot, Finola said, pushing hair over Brioni's ear. I had a crush on a Bomardi boy when I was your age. Brioni looked up at her with surprised eyes. What happened? He married the day after school ended, and I begged your father to use me in any way but for a political betrothal with Beaumard. He let me join the Strategists' Council instead. Brioni snorted. My father? That would never be an option for me. You'll see. Come with me to southern Camley this solstice. I have friends there who can teach you. Finola slowed, though she hadn't 7 years ago. Mallow was pulling them backward, replaying the scene. Southern, Camley. Through the pain in her mind, Brioni felt like screaming for other reasons. She'd just given Mallow a place to start looking for Finola, the country of southern Camley, across the sea. She waited for Mallow to release her mind, to be alone in her own head again and deal with the pain from there. But Mallow was still staring at the two women on the bed with curiosity on her face. She pulled them backward again. I had a crush on a Bomardi boy when I was your age, Finola repeated. Brioni felt her real body twitch with terror, hovering in the receiving room of Mallow's castle. Her mind screamed at her to close off, like locking doors and shutting windows against a storm. Suddenly, they were sliding through waves of memories and images. Brioni's mind was forced to slither backward. She tried to fight, to pull any other moment forward, but Mallow's curiosity could not be quenched. Brioni was standing behind an oak tree, watching a boy with mismatched socks sit in her favorite spot under the willow on the lake. Then she was in Elixir's class, mixing together ingredients while the same boy read instructions to her. The dragonflies need to be more finely chopped. Not for this one, Brioni said. The more uneven, the better. What are you talking about? Tovin said. He reached for her hand, where it grasped the knife. The bodies, yes, but not the wings. Brioni's gaze slid up to him as he showed her how he would cut the dragonfly wings. Her eyes ran over his jaw, his mouth, the way his cheekbones seemed to cut the air. Brioni watched her younger self stare at Tovin, everything written on her face. Mallow's consciousness hovered next to hers. Brioni could feel Mallow inside her head, looking not at the younger her, but at the one viewing her own memories. Brioni turned inside her mind and met Mallow's shrewd, smirking face. In the memory, Tovin turned to look down at her, her body jerked away, and the knife fell to the floor. Like a hook around her waist, Brioni was tugged backward in time. She was at the Beaumardy Circus at 7 years old, her first time in Beaumard. She and Rory were in matching ever-sun-green tunics. Her father was shaking hands with Orion, and Serena Hurst stood behind a cool-eyed 7-year-old with gray hair. "They'll enter school together, I believe," her father said conversationally. The gray-haired boy rolled his eyes. She zoomed forward, lights bursting behind her eyes. Tovin Hurst twirled his fingers and sent a cool breeze her way. She shivered and glared at him. Mallow shoved them forward. Brioni was in an itchy dress, and Tovin's hand was pressed to her back as he twirled them around the Biltmore dance floor. "No," Tovin said to her, lowering his eyes to hers, bringing their faces together. Brioni felt Mallow behind her, watching over her shoulder. "Dancing with them?" Tovin's eyes glittered, and her breath caught. "I never know what you're thinking." Mallow could hear her heartbeat, feel the shiver across her skin. She ricocheted forward. Her back slammed against a stone wall in a dark, abandoned hallway, and Tovin's hand was on her jaw.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. "Don't speak on things you don't understand," he hissed. "I know exactly what I'm talking about. Your brother will be a head on a spike one day, and your body will be dragged through the street once Mallow has her way." His eyes glanced down. "And such a shame for such a fine body." She spat on his face. He glared at her in shock, and then a smile crept across his features, curving and unfurling. Briony's breath was hot on his face, but his hand was cool against her cheek. His body pressed up against her, pinning her in place. Her eyes widened to feel the long lines of him as he towered over her. "If you insist on forgetting your manners, Rosewood, then maybe I'll be tempted to forget mine," he whispered against her mouth. And with an abruptness that echoed of breathing air after drowning, she was alone in her mind, and Mallow was there with her in the grand hall, standing before her body as it hung limply in midair. She examined Briony through narrowed eyes, as if she'd presented an unexpected problem. Briony's head felt the absence of Mallow's mind like a brain freeze, something chilling filling the plates of her skull. Mallow released her magical hold on Briony's body, and it crumpled to the ground, legs bending in odd directions. It hurt to keep her eyes open, but Briony stared up at Mallow, seeing a slow idea forming in her eyes, a realization. She knew that Briony once had feelings for Tovin Hurst. "Oh dear," Mallow tsked condescendingly. She smiled down at Briony, as if something grand had been given to her. But just as suddenly her face fell, and she turned to Tovin. Her hand shot out. Briony heard Tovin gasp, and his body lurched forward like a puppet on a string. His jaw stretched into Mallow's waiting hand. His legs struggled to find footing. Mallow turned her black eyes on Tovin's, and suddenly it was very quiet while Mallow searched Tovin's memories and thoughts in a similar way. Searched his thoughts for her. Briony was sure of it. A drop of sweat rolled down Tovin's temple as Mallow performed a thorough examination. Briony didn't know how long she had been examined, but this felt longer. Tovin grunted, breath shallow. And then, after what must have been 10 minutes, Mallow released him, dropping him to the floor next to Briony.
Tovin caught himself on his knees and stared up at Mallow. Mallow smiled, pleased. She turned her gaze back onto Bryony's weak body, and she chuckled. Bryony flinched as the sound of it bounced around the hall. Bryony had, at one time, yearned for the man who would hold her captive and drain her of her magic every day for the rest of her life. A familiar boiling in her gut rose up and choked her, the same feeling she used to have in school whenever she'd have to tear her eyes off him. It was disgusting, really, to want someone who thought so little of you. A thought drifted through Bryony's consciousness as it barely held together. If she had any doubts about how Tovin felt about her, at least Mallow had given her reason to squash them. He didn't feel anything for her. If he had, Mallow surely would have found it. Bryony squeezed her eyes closed. "Have fun with her, Tovin," Mallow said. "I look forward to how powerful you become once bonded to her." A shaking voice to her left whispered, "As do I, mistress." "Southern," Mallow said triumphantly, reminding Bryony that she'd given up more than just her own secrets that night. "Thank you, Bryony. That will be all." Tovin bowed to Mallow and yanked her up by her elbow, dragging her along behind him. After they passed the guards at the doors, they cleared the stairs built into the side of the mountain. A sharp tug through a portal sent them back to the grass inside the gates of Hurst Hall. With Tovin's hand over the tattoo, she felt the thrum of warmth as she was presumably locked in again. She kept her eyes on the ground as if Mallow were still there, bearing down on her, and maybe she was, inside her mind, crawling and feeding on her. Perhaps she'd never leave. Tovin's hand didn't release her arm. His gray eyes searched hers, frantic movements across her face. What did she find? She shook her head. "Nothing of consequence. Whatever it is, she thinks I'm complicit," he said. The wind wove through them, casting his cloak in twisting patterns and dancing along her bare shoulders. Maybe she could tell him. It was nothing, really. I had feelings for you. It would be simple, and there would be no weight to it any longer. She could shrug and laugh. But she was standing in nothing but a nightgown in front of a man whose power over her would go unchecked. Bryony shivered against the wind. She tugged her arm away from him. "She looked into your head and found you innocent, Tovin, so there's nothing to tell." She turned hard eyes on the silhouette of Hurst Hall down the long drive. "I'm cold, and I'm tired. My body aches, and now my head is on fire, and my cheek hurts for some unknown reason. I warned you not to speak to her, and I'm starving. Once a spoiled brat, always a spoiled brat. Just let me go to bed," she begged. Bryony had no idea where the groundskeeper's cottage was, but she marched through the grass to the right. He'd said it was close to where she had injured herself. "Rosewood, this way." She looked back and found him standing on the pathway leading to the Grand Castle. "It's time you were shown to where you'll be staying." He gestured for her to follow him down the drive to Hurst Hall. Chapter 16. The front doors grew larger and larger as Bryony trailed Tovin down the path. He didn't glance back to make sure she was following. He climbed the set of stone steps ahead of her and almost held the door open for her out of habit before he caught himself and went through first. The entry hall was made of rich marble and gold walls stretching at least 100 feet high. The candles were lit low, and the stairs turned around the entire hall, up to a second floor, then to a third. Above them was the domed ceiling, the most noticeable architecture. Grand paintings of Vendecci's era adorned the high walls in gilded frames. Bryony stared left, right, and center as she met 3 carved marble archways leading to dark wings. She'd never seen this much marble in her life. It wasn't native to the Moorland continent, so anyone who acquired it did so at a cost. And he'd called her spoiled. Bryony took in Hurst Hall, completely overwhelmed with the wealth. The marble floor was warm. She could feel it through her slippers. The chandeliers had no spiderwebs, the windows had no dust. It was marvelously taken care of. But by whom? Tovin flicked his fingers to close the front doors, and she ached to use that kind of simple magic again. He moved past her, and her stomach dropped when he started up the stairs. She'd imagined a cell in the basement or a nook near the kitchen. As she watched him ascend, she wondered if there were servants' quarters on the third floor. Perhaps she'd have an unfurnished room like the one she'd been in at the groundskeeper's cottage. But when she followed him up the stairs, he turned off on the second floor. The family bedrooms, traditionally. Bryony gripped the marble banister and stopped on the landing. She braced herself there as remembered conversations flew through her head. The Bomardi boys talking about what they'd do with their heartsprings once they got them. The 5,000 gold that she was worth because she'd been untouched. Sacral magic, which was foreign to her, but she at least understood that there was power to be gained by having sex in a heartspring bond. "Where are you leading me?" she asked in a voice stronger than she felt. He turned, several steps down a dark corridor. "To where you'll be staying." "Which is where?" "A bedroom," he said simply, seemingly frustrated with her. She swallowed. Whose bedroom? Tovin Hurst stared at her, and she tried to hold on to the times he'd been decent. The way he hated when the other boys were crass, the way he flirted rather than intimidated.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable, surrender, and joyful. He blinked once, and his lips tightened. "Yours," he said, voice soft. When he turned and continued down the corridor, her breath was still tight in her chest, but loosening. She followed him, letting her eyes drift over the tapestries and wall sconces. He stopped at a door on the right near the end of the hall, turned the knob, and stepped aside to allow her in first. When she approached, he gave her plenty of space. It was a comfortable room, twice as large as the groundskeeper's bedroom. On the opposite wall were windows covered with thin curtains and a simple armchair. To the right lay a canopy bed and a wardrobe. The bedside table on the right had a candlestick and a decorative box meant for jewelry. To the left of the bed was a door that Bryony could see would lead to a private bathroom. She stepped farther inside and found that the wall to the right of the door had a bookshelf, though only 3 books were on it. It was plain, yet pleasant. It was the best she could hope for, really. She turned to Tovin, who was watching her closely from the other side of the door. For lack of anything better to say, she said, "It's nice." He narrowed his eyes and puffed a scoff. "You'd prefer a cot in a closet?" She shrugged. "I don't know why it matters. I thought heartsprings didn't need their tongues, much less a comfortable place to sleep." She watched him take that in. The healthier the heartspring, the healthier the magic. "Ah, that's good. For you." She glared at him, and he matched it. "What does the heartspring bonding entail?" "You won't need to concern yourself with that," he said, turning to the door. She scoffed. Oh, of course she needn't worry about it. It was just her magic. "If you need anything within reason, you can ask the house for it," he said. "Meals, blankets, pain elixirs, it will provide." He reached for the door handle, and Bryony felt a spark of fear that she was about to be locked inside with no access to anything or anyone for the rest of her life. "I'd like to know where everyone ended up," she said, the words rushing out. "The Eversons." He paused, then turned to lean on the door jamb. "I thought you were tired and cold and hungry, and your head hurt and your body hurt." She rolled her eyes, sighing at his petulance. "Bless the waters. But if you'd like to chat more, perhaps you'll tell me what Mallow found in your head." "I'm asking about people's lives, Tovin, their safety." "As am I," he said. "My family's safety." He was deadly serious about this, and she didn't know why. Her gaze narrowed on him, and she crossed her arms. "What are you afraid she found in my head?" Bryony asked. He stood from the doorway. "I'm not playing 20 guesses with you. Sleep well, Your Grace." He pulled the door shut. Bryony heard a lock click, and it echoed in her mind with finality. The walls felt too tight suddenly. She was locked in for who knew how long. Her breath caught, and she moved to the window to look at something that wasn't 4 walls. The curtain would hardly keep out light, but she supposed she wasn't going to be worrying about getting beauty rest. She pushed it aside and squinted against the darkness.
The room faced the front of the property, but she couldn't make out the gates. She turned in a circle to examine her surroundings. Moving to the bookshelf, she looked at the 3 discarded books. They were nonfiction, one a medicinal textbook. The jewelry box on the bedside table held nothing. She tried the doorknob just to be sure she'd heard it lock. She had. Breenie peeked her head into the bathroom. It was sparsely decorated with marble and brass and a clawfoot bathtub in the middle of the room. She jumped at the sight of her own reflection. She was pale and thin, and her hair was brittle and unwashed. The silk nightgown hung off her bony shoulders. Had she eaten since arriving 6 days ago? She looked over the gold collar in the mirror, checking for anything she'd missed, but there was no way to open it. Breenie turned to the bedroom, about to ask for dinner. Before she could embarrass herself by requesting food from the walls, she spotted a side table that hadn't been there before, next to the armchair by the window. A steaming plate of meat and vegetables greeted her. Her stomach groaned. The potatoes were scalloped, much the way Eversons ate their potatoes, and her nose recognized a spice from home on the meat. Breenie considered what Tovin said about keeping the heartsprings healthy. There wouldn't be poison in this food, but it still felt wrong to eat it. What was Cordelia eating? Did Didion get a bed and a bathtub? Rory's face flashed in her mind, and tears pricked her eyes. Breenie dropped into the armchair, grabbing only the roll of bread and picking at it slowly. What would they do now without Rory? Was there anything to hope for? She chewed the warm bread and thought of Finola. If she was on the run and able to make contact with others, was that enough? Would Southern Camley or any of the other countries across the sea have anything to say about Mallow's actions here? She'd ended the Rosewood line. Breenie's heart ached. She tried to tap into the vein that connected to Rory, but there was nothing there. Why hadn't she hugged him goodbye? Tears fell down her cheeks, and she tossed the bread back on the plate. There was an emptiness inside of her that had gnawed wider and wider since her father's death. Helping Rory and setting him up for success had been her only goal for the past 4 years, and now he was gone. Where was his body? Had Mallow truly burned it? Breenie's eyes scrunched in pain. There was nowhere even to mourn him. He wouldn't be placed in the Rosewood Mausoleum with their father and mother. A shaking breath broke her chest, and she wept until the food next to her was cold. When she finally wiped her eyes and sniffed back her tears, she turned to give in to the dinner plate, but it was gone. In its place was a piece of paper, words appearing slowly as ink seemed to pull from below. She glanced over the first few lines as they were written. Rian Cole, Cordelia Hardstark, Del Birkin, Didion Winchester, Felicity Punt, Aaron Carvin, Phoebe Rosewood. Breenie gasped, snatching it up before it could disappear as quickly as it arrived. She devoured the information, separating her emotions from the facts. Was this what Tovin meant when he'd said, "If you need anything within reason, you can ask the house for it"? Had the house listened to her request? She watched the words fill out, all her questions being answered. Liam Quill and his father had acquired Katrina and Simon, a young Everson man they'd all gone to school with. She felt sick as she read that Canning Trow had bought Jellica Reeve, the woman he'd taken from the cell to test his elixir on. The list didn't include Larissa anywhere, but of course Larissa was now with Finn Rackwin. Her eyes skipped over the page. There was something missing. Neither Sammy Mears nor his father the General was on this list. But Sammy had been auctioned. He had been the first Everson called onto the stage. Breenie's heart sank. If the Mearses weren't on this list, were they even still alive? Breenie memorized the list of names until her eyes couldn't stay open any longer. She didn't know what she could do with the information, but having a sense of where her friends had scattered to the winds was good. She crawled into bed with the piece of paper crunched between her fingertips and slept a deep, dreamless sleep. In the morning, she woke to the smell of breakfast on her side table. Hot honeyed pastries, spiced sausage, and more fruit than she could eat in a week. Breenie picked at the tray and took a bath. In the wardrobe, she found more empty hangers than occupied ones. There were 2 plain wool dresses in the Bomardi style, built for the cold, and 2 clean night dresses, like the one she'd been in since yesterday. There was a dressing gown, pairs of stockings, plain undergarments in pale shades, and shoes for all weather.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. She plucked up the underwear quickly as if it would bite her and tugged a pale dress off a hanger. She slipped into the clothes, wondering if they were magicked to fit the wearer perfectly. Magical fabric was a very expensive luxury, but maybe the Hearsts' wealth meant they didn't even consider non-magical alternatives. The sun had been bright through the thin curtains since she woke, but now she finally pulled them back. When the light greeted her skin, she realized she had not seen the sun since the day Rory died. Hearst Hall was extraordinarily gorgeous. Where there had been gray shadows at night, this morning there were bright greens. She had a view of the front gates. The forest from which the fox had slunk was to the left. Her room was almost at the end of the wing. She pressed her face against the cold glass and could just see the end of the building to the left, perhaps only one more room at the corner. Briony turned and faced her room, letting the sun warm the back of her neck. Was this her life now? She would eat, bathe, and sleep all in the same room. Tovin Hearst would drain her from afar, and every now and then Mallow would slice through her mind for information. She tried to think like Finola for a moment. Finola would be searching for an exit, but Briony already knew where the boundary line was. Briony glanced down at her tattoo. Tovin had placed his hand over it to transport her off the property. She could only leave with Tovin Hearst. The idea of using her womanly wiles to get off the property again made her laugh. Briony dropped her head into her hands and rubbed her face. Perhaps she should have spent more time learning a thing or two from Larissa Gaines. Her fingers trailed down her cheeks to her neck, stopping at the metal there. The collar took her magic, and the tattoo kept her on the property. She didn't know anything about either of these magics. Her limited knowledge of heartspring magic came only from school rumors. Heartsprings hadn't been common practice in Evermore because mind magicians didn't need them to fuel their power, and even their usage in Beaumard had not been much spoken about until Mallow's ascent to power. As Katrina had told her years ago, heartsprings were actually a love-based magic, originally meant for marriage. The two-way sharing of magic made each partner stronger. What Beaumard had been doing was polluting the purpose, creating a one-way taking of magic. She had surmised that the collar took her magic and funneled it into Tovin, leaving her with no access to her own power. And sacral magic was another thing altogether, an added push of magic for two heartsprings who were bonded and wanted to share their bodies with each other. Canning had found a way to pollute that as well with his elixir. As for the tattoos, Briony had no idea where to start. If she had the Eversun libraries at her disposal, she would work day in and day out to find the magic they'd used for the tattoos. Suddenly, she remembered someone who'd gotten around the tattoo. Larissa. Finn Racken had removed her tattoo at the gate, but Tovin must have known Finn's plan. Briony wondered if she could get that answer out of Tovin. Sighing, Briony went to the bookshelf across the room, grabbed a text on medicinal herbs and poultices, the least dry of her paltry options, and settled into her armchair for the rest of the day. She dreamed about Rory that night. He was in formal black and white, with a rose in his lapel. She watched through a fog as Cordelia met him on the beach in a flowing Eversun gown, and they took each other in heart and mind under the sunset, marrying. Briony woke up sobbing, unable to catch her breath. She turned into her pillow and screamed. The next day, she did it all over again, reading the second book on the shelf, A History of the Ashwood in Beaumard, meant for children. And the third book on the next day, a biography of Vindecus's biggest opponent, whom Evermore barely bothered to mention in their history texts. On the fourth day, she started the medicinal herbs book again. Every morning, she tried the door handle. Every evening, she stared at the list of names the house had given her. Every night, she dreamed of Rory, of Didion, of Cordelia. She woke sobbing. And then she tried the door handle again.
She lost the desire to bathe or change out of her night clothes, so she simply stopped. When the food appeared, she glanced at it and went back to staring at a page or out the window. Sometimes she pounded at the door, screaming to be let out, but no one answered her. She threw the candlestick and the incongruous jewelry box at the wall, and either she was incredibly weakened or the box could not be broken. She received no attention. She tried to heave her armchair at the window, but the glass didn't crack. Tovin didn't disturb her again. Was she just to exist like this? She had no idea what the heartspring ritual entailed, so it was highly possible he'd already done it. The collar was already on her. She knew heartspring magic was different than boosting. Boosting was a quick pulse of power, but heartspring magic was sustained over time and distance, a long-term supply of energy, unless one became overzealous. Either way, Briony felt no change to her lack of magic. She still couldn't access anything in her mind or her heart. On the 6th day, Briony stayed in bed. She stared out the window with her head on the pillow, her tears leaving trails over her nose and onto the sheets. She wished to waste away. She could see Rory again, perhaps. Her eyes were drooping closed against the sunlight when a harsh knock sounded on her door. Briony jerked up, alert. She wiped her face and hurried out of bed. Before she could invite the visitor in, the door opened. Serena Hurst entered, a displeased expression on her face. She wore a fitted blue dress, severely tailored in the Bomardi style of long sleeves and a tight bodice, and looked every inch the lady of the manor. Briony was suddenly very aware of her unwashed body. "You're not eating," Mrs. Hurst said plainly, "and apparently not bathing." Briony swallowed, embarrassment rising. "You must eat," Mrs. Hurst said. "You are not allowed to waste away. Your magic must strengthen Tovin's. The healthier the heartspring, the healthier the magic." Briony frowned, but before she could object, Mrs. Hurst flicked her fingers, and the wardrobe opened. The dressing gown flew out and landed on her bed, along with a pair of shoes. "Come," she said. Briony slipped into the dressing gown and tied it around her waist. "Where?" "You'll eat and get exercise. I'll walk you like a dog if I must." Serena Hurst exited, leaving the door open. Briony's heart skipped as she tugged on the shoes. She was being let out. Chapter 17. Briony moved quickly, eager to be away from those four walls, even if it meant spending time with Serena Hurst. The blonde woman said nothing as Briony joined her in the hallway. She only turned on her heel and walked slowly toward the stairs. Briony followed, glancing over the paintings and the tapestries she'd glimpsed in the darkness on her way in. Mrs. Hurst kept a slow pace, and Briony was grateful. 6 days locked in Hurst Hall, after 6 days recovering from electrocution, after a week in the Trow dungeon. She wasn't quite herself physically. Mrs. Hurst swept down the staircase as Briony leaned on the railing. Her breath was thin, and she became aware of her hunger finally. They passed a large window overlooking the back of the estate, and Briony's gaze caught on the large pond she'd seen on her first night. She wanted to ask Mrs. Hurst if it was magic-made or natural, but refrained as the woman glanced back at Briony in frustration. "Come," Mrs. Hurst said. They twisted into the wing opposite where Briony's room was, and Briony had a host of new doorways to examine, some cracked open, some locked tight. She spied a formal dining room, an informal dining room, a study, and a sitting room, and those were just the open doors.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Finally, they arrived at the kitchen, and Briony almost laughed at the emptiness of such a grand room. There was so much food, but no servants, and only 3 in the house to feed. 4 now, she supposed. Mrs. Hurst swept her hand over the counters, gesturing to the fruit and cheese, honeyed pastries, spiced meats, and boiled vegetables. "Eat," she commanded. Her face was set in boredom, like she was beginning a long list of chores for the day. A teacup steamed on the counter, and Briony sipped from it, beginning slowly. Her stomach growled as she approached the fruit and cheese. Mrs. Hurst stood in the corner of the room, her hands folded in front of her, waiting for Briony to obey. She nibbled on cheese and apples, but the fruit basket made Brienne think too much of the Trow dungeon and the women who were so far from her now. She moved to the vegetables and meat. "Tovin says there are no servants in Hurst Hall," Brienne said softly, testing the waters. "No, there's no need," Mrs. Hurst said simply. Brienne thought that may be all she would say, but she continued. "The hall was built from the Starkson stones, before they were declared magically protected." Brienne turned to look at her with wide eyes, her fingers in the middle of reaching for the serving spoon. The stones from the country of Starkson were from the early magic, predating even the system of magical gestures that magicians learned in school. The stones' very existence perplexed scholars and were at the root of phrases like "by the stones" or "stones blessing on you." The Starkson stones were very rare over in Moorland and usually appeared as honored marble statues or powerfully protected gatehouses. "The entire hall is made from the Starkson stones?" Brienne repeated. Mrs. Hurst's cool gaze flicked over her. "Eat, Miss Rosewood." Brienne turned back to the food, ready to ruminate on that later. As she reached for the carved meat, her eyes lifted to the kitchen wall she faced. On the wall hung a page from the Journal, the news source for the continent. Most households in Evermore and Beaumard had at least one journal page that updated daily. Her own household staff had one hung in the kitchen as well, but Brienne was shocked by what was on today's page. Sammy Mears' face stared back at her, and Brienne's heart lurched. It was a crude rendering, with sunken, evil eyes and hollowed cheeks, but it was him. She'd know those curls and the shape of that jaw anywhere. The headline read, "Mears, Most Wanted, Dangerous." Her mind whirled. Sammy wasn't dead. He was on the run and causing havoc, apparently. That same spark she'd felt in her chest when she heard that Finola was still alive flickered again. How many more secrets could she learn from the journal? She glanced at Mrs. Hurst, finding the woman staring out the window without interest. Brienne hovered at the spiced sausages, willing to eat 20 of them if she could just stand here and read the news. Above the drawing of Sammy was today's date, and below the headline was a jumble of words Brienne hurried to devour. "In the latest of killing sprees, a village on the northwest side of the Fadian mountain range was brutally attacked last night by Sammy Mears and his gang of insurgents." "Are you finished?" Brienne jumped. Mrs. Hurst tilted her head at her. Brienne didn't know how to delay this visit long enough to read more of the journal pages. "Yes," Brienne said, grabbing one more bite and glancing through the words again for any other familiar names or locations. She saw descriptions, but nothing stuck to her. Mrs. Hurst gestured for Brienne to follow her out of the kitchen. She hadn't noticed Brienne's attention on the journal page. Brienne let her gaze rest on Sammy's face one last time, determined to find a way back to the kitchen and the source of information. Brienne was still considering how likely the chances were of Mrs. Hurst bringing her to the kitchens again if she staged a hunger strike, when she realized they were walking in a different direction than before. Her eyes took in more of Hurst Hall, trying to track which side of the castle they were on now. "Where are we headed?" she asked finally, when Mrs. Hurst led her past a sitting room before turning around the way they came. "I'm walking you," Mrs. Hurst answered stiffly, "seeing as you can't be bothered to do so yourself." Brienne pressed her lips together at the presumption that she could take herself for a walk, then followed the blonde woman past a door ajar. Mrs. Hurst flicked her wrist, and the door closed with a click. Brienne's case stuttered before continuing. No other door had drawn Mrs. Hurst's attention like that. Letting her gaze take in as much of the corridor as possible, Brienne memorized where they were. Near the kitchens in the northwest wing, facing the back of the house next to a tapestry of the ashwood forest. Brienne stayed 3 paces behind Mrs. Hurst as they continued, finally pouring out into the entry hall with the staircase again. She glanced up at the sun cascading brightly through the domed ceiling, feeling the warmth of it on her skin and below her feet on the marble. But instead of taking her up the stairs again, Mrs. Hurst walked her through to the other wing. Her mind spun with all the new paintings and tapestries and doorways to memorize. They were in the same wing as Brienne's bedroom, but the floor beneath. A large set of double doors to the left were open and inviting, and Brienne gasped as Mrs. Hurst led her past them.
A library! It was the size of a small bookshop, perhaps a large bookshop, as Briony couldn't see to the back wall. Tall as a grand ballroom, with stacks reaching high to the ceiling, there was a half staircase up to a landing that housed even more shelves. Come. Briony jerked her gaze to Mrs. Hurst and realized she had stopped to stare. Mrs. Hurst's expression was neutral but impatient. Briony gave the grand room one last glance before following Mrs. Hurst down a hall and up a simple staircase to the second floor. They twisted back to Briony's bedroom door, and Briony's breathing was labored by the time Mrs. Hurst led her inside. "Please wash today, Miss Rosewood," she said in a voice that brooked no argument. Briony nodded, embarrassment flooding her at Mrs. Hurst's gaze over her hair and oily skin. Mrs. Hurst stood in the doorway, and Briony wondered if she would wait for Briony to start the water. "You must accustom yourself to this place," Mrs. Hurst said suddenly. "It may feel like a prison, but it really is not so bad. It is an elegant cell, is it not?" Briony felt a cold wind inside of her, settling around her ribs. She nodded in agreement, for lack of anything else to say. Her mind was far away, on that journal page in the kitchen, wondering how she could get walked around again. Mrs. Hurst sighed, standing tall. "I'm sorry for all that you've lost, but I cannot offer you more than the assurance that Hurst Hall is the safest place for you." It was the second time Briony had heard those words, and she understood them no better. Mrs. Hurst's gaze was even, and though she offered some comfort in her words, her tone did not show it. Briony needed to gain this woman's trust somehow. Perhaps the grateful prisoner act was best. "Thank you for lunch, Mrs. Hurst," Briony said softly. "The walk and the conversation did me some good, I think." She was just about to smile and promise to bathe when Mrs. Hurst spoke. "You may call me Serena." Briony's eyes almost flew wide. For the first time on the woman's face, there seemed to be a hint of a smile there. Mrs. Hurst, Serena, left the room, closing the door with a soft click. Briony stuttered her pace before continuing. No other door had drawn Mrs. Hurst's attention like that. Letting her gaze take in as much of the corridor as possible, Briony memorized where they were. Near the kitchens, in the northwest wing, facing the back of the house next to a tapestry of the ashwood forest. Briony stayed 3 paces behind Mrs. Hurst as they continued, finally pouring out into the entry hall with the staircase again. She glanced up at the sun cascading brightly through the domed ceiling, feeling the warmth of it on her skin and below her feet on the marble. But instead of taking her up the stairs again, Mrs. Hurst walked her through to the other wing. Her mind spun with all the new paintings and tapestries and doorways to memorize. They were in the same wing as Briony's bedroom, but the floor beneath. A large set of double doors to the left were open and inviting, and Briony gasped as Mrs. Hurst let her pass them. A library! It was the size of a small bookshop, perhaps a large bookshop, as Briony couldn't see to the back wall. Tall as a grand ballroom, with stacks reaching high to the ceiling, there was a half staircase up to a landing that housed even more shelves. "Come." Briony jerked her gaze to Mrs. Hurst and realized she had stopped to stare. Mrs. Hurst's expression was neutral but impatient. Briony gave the grand room one last glance before following Mrs. Hurst down a hall and up a simple staircase to the second floor. They twisted back to Briony's bedroom door, and Briony's breathing was labored by the time Mrs. Hurst led her inside. "Please wash today, Miss Rosewood," she said in a voice that brooked no argument. Briony nodded, embarrassment flooding her at Mrs. Hurst's gaze over her hair and oily skin. Mrs. Hurst stood in the doorway, and Briony wondered if she would wait for Briony to start the water. "You must accustom yourself to this place," Mrs. Hurst said suddenly. "It may feel like a prison, but it really is not so bad. It is an elegant cell, is it not?" Briony felt a cold wind inside of her, settling around her ribs. She nodded in agreement, for lack of anything else to say. Her mind was far away, on that journal page in the kitchen, wondering how she could get walked around again. Mrs. Hurst sighed, standing tall. "I'm sorry for all that you've lost, but I cannot offer you more than the assurance that Hurst Hall is the safest place for you." It was the second time Briony had heard those words, and she understood them no better. Mrs. Hurst's gaze was even, and though she offered some comfort in her words, her tone did not show it. Briony needed to gain this woman's trust somehow. Perhaps the Grateful Prisoner Act was best. Thank you for lunch, Mrs. Hurst, Brienne.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Brianni's heart was pounding as she cracked the door open and peeked out. She heard footsteps on marble down the hall, and she quickly closed it again. After 5 minutes of tense silence, she tried the handle just to be sure. It turned. Had Serena been so distracted by her words of comfort that she had forgotten? Would she remember later? Brianni moved to the bathroom and filled the tub in a daze. She would try in the evening when the house was asleep. She would spend all night with the journal page, draining it dry of information. Her chest burned with the possibilities. At midnight, Brianni stood barefoot in a clean dress, twisting her fingers and watching the clock move too slowly. She waited a handful of minutes before opening the door and slipping out. Following the same path Serena had walked back with her, Brianni took the small staircase instead of the grand one in the entry hall. She passed the library and paused only a moment before deciding her first priority was learning what was happening outside these walls. The shadows of Hurst Hall taunted her every step, and the dim sconces seemed to flicker once she'd gotten close to them. She paused at the entry hall that she'd need to pass through to get to the other wing. The glass dome in the ceiling cast moonlight in odd angles over the walls and statues. On quick feet, she silently skittered over the marble. It was easy to find the kitchen again. She made sure she was alone before grabbing a forgotten candlestick on a shelf and tilting the candle's wick to one of the barely lit sconces. Brianni hurried to the page on the wall, finding that day's news still up with Sammy's pictures. Venditti himself had created the journal nearly 600 years ago to connect people all over the continent by sending news and information directly onto each household's page. Touching her fingertip to the page, she whispered to the thick parchment, asking it to show her the news on the date of the eclipse, the day Rory had died. The ink drained and reformed. She read page after page of Bomardi propaganda, trying to find the cracks in the celebrations and successes. She skimmed the passages about the burning of Rory's body, unable to read the details, and focused instead on looking for 3 names: Sammy Mears, General Bilham Mears, and Finola Rosewood. The day of the auction was reported on with information matching the list the house had given her. She noticed that Sammy Mears' fate was not mentioned in the journal either, despite him being the first to be auctioned. Brianni's skin tightened with a realization. Sammy had been on the stage when Larissa had attacked that guard and started the scuffle backstage. He must have escaped in the chaos. She breathed deeply, thanking the waters that something good had come out of that failed attempt. The first mention of Sammy Mears came 8 days after the auction. Brianni counted the dates in her head, remembering that she had just come from visiting Mallow with Tovin 2 nights before. Break-in at Birkin Estate. Del Birkin is dead this morning after a horrible tragedy at his estate last night. This coordinated and ruthless slaughter took place in the middle of the night and resulted in the kidnapping of Birkin's heartsprings. Sammy Mears, escaped Everson prisoner and known rabble-rouser, along with an unknown assailant skilled in cloaking or mind control magic, killed Del Birkin in his bed and absconded with his 2 heartsprings. Brianni's fingers purled around the edge of the counter in desperation. Her eyes flew over the words again and again. Del Birkin was somewhere on the line, wasn't he? Someone's successor, she thought. The unknown assailant had to be Finola. Brianni knew no one else on the run who was skilled enough in cloaking to be of note. But one other thought swirled in her mind. Birkin had bought Didion and Felicity Punt at the auction. Sammy, Finola, Didion, and Felicity. Her throat clicked on hope as she swallowed it down. With Sammy's wily scheming, Finola's connections and skills, Didion's loyal bravery, and Felicity's tenacious fight, Brianni would put money on that team in a heartbeat. Her fingers were shaking as possibility bloomed in her chest. The rebellion was building. She skipped ahead in the dates, finding another mention of Sammy and a description of Felicity. Dark brown skin, missing left forearm. She pressed her eyes closed, sucking in a short breath. The tattoo. If Brianni cut off her arm, she could get around the tattoo. Brianni tried to imagine it.
tried to think of Felicity at the boundary line of some Gothic structure, staring at Sammy until she gave him the go-ahead to mutilate her. Sammy and Finola would have killed Birkin first, thinking that would do it, that the heartspring would be free if her master was dead. Another piece of information to file away. The death of the master didn't free the prisoner. Had Didion cut off Faith's arm as well? Her eyes welled with tears. And did they have their magic back after Birkin died? Brianni searched for mentions of a collar on Sammy or Felicity in their descriptions, but found nothing. Brianni considered her own options. She could steal a kitchen knife right now and hack her way through her own flesh and bone. Where would she go? Armless and bleeding without magic. How would she find Sammy and Finola? Surely there had to be another way around the tattoo that didn't involve herself in such a vulnerable position. Brianni took a deep breath and whispered, "Next page, please," to the journal. The sconces flared to life in the kitchen. She whipped around and found Orion Hurst leaning in the doorway, his shrewd eyes on her. "Ah," he said, "it's always so disappointing to find vermin in the kitchen." Chapter 18. Brianni's pulse was fluttering, her muscles begging her to run. Orion stepped into the kitchen, stalking toward her with his arms crossed. She stepped backward, curling herself into the corner. He looked her up and down, then leaned in to view the journal page. Every movement seemed exaggerated, as if he was playing with her. "Ah, yes, Sammy Mears," he said, tapping the page. "I've been looking for him. Any idea where he might be, Miss Rosewood?" He tilted his head at her, and Brianni pressed back, hoping to become as small as possible. "No," she said softly, when she finally realized he was waiting for an answer. Orion turned and strolled around the counter, dragging his fingers over the knife block. A ring with a dark gemstone caught the light. "And what might you be doing out of your room at this hour?" he asked. "Couldn't sleep," she lied. "And you found some reading," he said, lifting his eyes to her. He faced her. "I've been away on a mission for several days now, Miss Rosewood, so imagine my surprise to see how your circumstances have changed in that time." Brianni wondered what mission it had been, but before she could think long on it, he continued. "Was it my son or my wife that let you wander about my house unchecked?" Her knees were weak under his gaze. "Neither." An unlocked door presented itself. His lips curled in a condescending grin. "What luck for you." He rolled his shoulders. "Back to your room, Miss Rosewood. We wouldn't want you wandering through the estate boundary again without Tovin there to rescue you." He stepped aside and gestured for her to lead the way. Brianni squeezed past him and rushed into the corridor, through the entry hall, and up the stairs. She glanced down from the landing to see Orion Hurst following her slowly, like a predator ready to put on speed at the end. She barricaded herself in her room, with panting breaths, putting the armchair between herself and the door. The lock clicked. Brianni pressed her eyes shut, trying to calm herself. Her chest pounded while her mind buzzed with everything she just learned. Her gaze slid to the windows. There were Eversun rebels out there. Even now, they may be on their way for her. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. The journal page Shed read earlier today said that Sammy was attacking a village on the northwest side of the Fadian Mountains. That was the mountain range hugging Hurst Hall. Brianni moved to her window, staring out. There was a spark in her heart, catching fire. She reached for her magic, and she wasn't surprised when it didn't respond. Touching the collar around her neck, Brianni knew she needed to get into the Hurst library. The tattoo or the collar, either or both, could be solved with the right book, she knew it. She just needed one of the Hursts to let her out again. Brianni stopped eating again, only this time she was hungry. Every morning she salivated over the breakfast tray, every afternoon she hid in the bathroom from the lunch tray, and every evening she stared at the dinner tray until she was faint. It only took 3 days this time before there was a knock on her door, but now it was Tovin. He opened the door as she stiffly got out of bed, glad she'd at least been bathing and changing out of her nightgown this time around. His eyes raked over her and then cast to the lunch tray that had been calling her name for an hour. He wore a navy shirt with a light blue waistcoat, and the combination made her stomach tumble, causing her to wonder what kind of hunger she truly felt. When he glared at her and slipped his hands into his trouser pockets, she leaned on the bedpost and matched his expression. "Do you plan to wither away in here?" he asked. "Well, there's nothing else to do." Something sparked behind his eyes. He looked away from her and strolled farther into the bedroom, heading for the lunch tray near the window. "You need to eat. You need to remain healthy as my heartspring." She narrowed her eyes at him. "I have to say, that's not the most compelling argument for me. Does my magic have a different flavor when I'm weak, Tovin? Does it not taste the same? Is that golden heartspring magic not as succulent?" "Sounds like someone's hungry," he muttered, picking up a tart and popping it between his lips. She watched his mouth move, his jaw chewing, his tongue swiping out for the sugar on his lips. She glanced away. "So, what's the plan, Rosewood?" he asked, plucking up a honeyed pastry next her favorite, the sticky buns with sugar crystals on top. He bit into it and stared at her. "Are you waiting for someone to take you to the kitchen again so you can read the journal page?" Her eyes lifted from the pastry. She didn't bother looking innocent. He sauntered toward her with all the swagger she remembered from school, before he'd become cold and unreadable. Her gaze moved between his chewing jaw and the second half of the pastry in his hand. "Are you waiting for someone to forget to lock the door again?" he asked slowly, coming to stand in front of her. She had to tilt her head back to meet his eye. "Well, if you're offering," she said. His lips twitched. He brought the bun up between them, and she prepared to watch him finish it, to bite back a pained groan over how hungry she was. But then the sweet pastry was extended to her lips, and her mouth opened before she could stop herself. Brianni's eyes fluttered shut as Tovin softly pushed the bun into her mouth, his thumb tugging on her bottom lip as he pulled away. The sugar burst on her tongue, and her stomach was tight and loose all at the same time. When her eyes opened, she realized she'd just let Tovin Hurst feed her during her hunger strike. He stared down at her triumphantly, sucking the sticky honey off his thumb before stepping back. She swallowed thickly. "Do you need me to hand-feed you at every meal, or do you think you can manage now?" Her cheeks burned and she straightened. "If you want your heartspring healthy and happy, then I need more to do, Tovin, more to read." She breathed deep and said boldly, "I'd like access to the library." He laughed, and he was so handsome it pained her. "The library?" he repeated. She stared at him, waiting for him to concede, knowing he wouldn't. "You can tell me what you're eager to read, and I'll bring it to you," he said. "No," he scoffed. "No. You don't want me knowing what books you're reading, Rosewood? No. I first plan on looking up how to maim and torture Tovin Hurst, and I'd hate to tip you off to my methods." He sauntered forward. "You, a prisoner, wish to have unlimited access to one of the world's most expansive libraries?" he said. She swallowed and kept his gaze. "And what do I get out of this bargain, Rosewood? You do plan to barter something, yes?" Brianni's skin chilled, and her heart beat faster. There was nothing in his expression that led her to believe he was threatening her. Her pause, though, seemed to make him re-evaluate his words. His playful expression dripped off his face. "What do you want?" she asked quietly. Tovin blinked. Then he sneered at her with a laugh, stepping back and turning to the windows. My, what would the royal family say? Bargaining with your body so soon into our arrangement." "And all it took was a honey bun? I wasn't offering my body," she said quickly. She lifted her chin. "I just meant, what do you want? To know what mallow found in my head? To know where Sammy Mears might be?" Tovin's eyes flickered over her. He pursed his lips and looked down. "Don't show your hand when you're bartering with information, Rosewood," he said wryly. "What's in your mind can be taken from you." Her brows drew together. By mallow? Was that what he meant? Before she could ask, he sighed and nodded at her tray. "Eat, then I'll give you 5 minutes in the library," he said. Her breath caught. 15 minutes. 10. Deal. She moved to the lunch tray on shaking legs, hoping she wouldn't faint in the handful of steps she took to the side table. Brianni devoured half a sandwich and a few vegetables before grabbing another honey bun and patting her mouth with the cloth napkin. She took a sip of tea to wash it down. "Ready?" she said, biting into the bun. He tore his gaze from her mouth and walked out the door. She followed him down the corridor and down the stairs, chewing thoughtfully. She had no idea what kind of books to look for. Magical brands, perhaps? Cross-reference tattoos and boundary lines? Tovin pushed open the double doors, and Brianni stumbled at the sight again. She thought she'd imagined how large the library had been, but she hadn't. As she stepped inside, the smell of old books filled her senses. She wanted to zoom through the stacks and bleed the Hearst Library dry of information. There was a long table for spreading out research on the right, and comfortable couches and chairs in the middle. Tovin moved to an oversized book in the left corner. "This is the catalog. You can ask for a subject or a specific title, and the books will organize themselves, either by guiding you with a navigator light or bringing the books directly to you." Brianni nodded as steered clear of it, not wanting any traces left of what she was researching. She climbed the 6 stairs to the upper landing and turned around a stack to find rows and rows of books. She gasped, loud in the quiet hum. 10 minutes, Tovin reminded her from near the door. Brianni moved to a section on magical protection, cracking open spines on boundary lines and estate magic. She was searching her 5th table of contents when a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Her mind. The images she saw, the things she read. Mallow could see them all if she looked into Brianni's mind again. And hadn't Tovin just said, "What's in your mind can be taken from you"? It wasn't just her important memories that Mallow would have access to. She could see anything Brianni did, no matter how mundane. Pages and words and information, her favorite things. Brianni put back the book with shaking fingers, knowing that researching the tattoos was enough to incriminate her. She'd never been afraid of her own mind before.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Staring at the shelves of a library so dark and powerful that it could defeat Malo and all Beaumard with only its pages wielded by the right person, Brioni realized she couldn't use any of it. She stepped back, breathing hard. There was nothing she could research. Nothing was safe. She blinked quickly at the stacks, focusing on her breath, feeling a sharp pain in her ribs. Her mind wasn't her own. She felt Malo's presence inside still, slick like oil. Perhaps she wouldn't ravage Brioni's consciousness again, but could she count on it? She leaned back on the shelves, closing her eyes. "How do I keep her from reading my mind?" she whispered to herself, scarcely more than air. The sound of shuffling to her left snapped her eyes open. A book slithered from a shelf down an aisle and floated, as if it had been called. Blinking, she peered between the shelves to see if Tovin was calling books from the catalog at the front. He sat in the armchair with one leg crossed over the other. It wasn't him. But still, the book hovered. Brioni moved down the aisle, walking carefully toward the text. Close enough to grasp it, she read the spine. "Mind Barriers for Beginners." Her heart stuttered in her chest as she reached for the thin book. It fell into her hands like an apple from a tree. She stared at the cover blankly for a minute before she flipped to the table of contents, fingers trembling. It was a book on shielding one's thoughts. Brioni frowned. Had the library heard her? Did the catalog provide help without prompting? Perhaps this was more of the magic of the stones in Hearst Hall. Mind barricades would be the best protection from Mallow's probing, but it was a magical ability. And she didn't have magic. She read the chapter titles: Meditation, Clearing Your Mind Walls and Doorways. From the little she knew of mind barricades from her own reading, it required a focused mind. It was extremely advanced stuff. Year 5s barely touched on it before leaving school, but these first chapters sounded simple enough, possibly non-magical.
Brioni slid the thin book into the slipcase of a large text on agriculture and quickly glanced through the fiction shelves, grabbing 2 of her favorite books as decoys. When she descended the stairs, Tovin checked his timepiece in surprise. "Would you like the last 12 seconds, or are you done?" She swallowed thickly and smiled. "I'm done." Brioni felt like a child that had stolen from the marketplace, waiting to see if she'd be caught by the vendor. Tovin looked at the spines in her arms, seeing only the agriculture slipcase and 2 novels. He led her out of the library, and Brioni sent one last loving glance over her shoulder. They walked upstairs in silence, and he opened her door for her. She held the books to her chest like a shield. "You'll be eating from now on, then?" Tovin said, one hand on the doorknob. "Until I run out of things to read," she said lightly. He frowned at her and shut the door. The lock turned. Brioni dashed to her bed, dropping the books and flipping open Mind Barriers for Beginners. She still didn't know how far she could get without magic. When Finola had taught her cloaking, there were weeks of only meditation. Finola had an entire room dedicated to meditation. Brioni had been inside it once, but it was so blank that it had dizzied her. No windows, white walls, and the door disappeared once it was closed. She'd gotten claustrophobic and needed to leave. Brioni looked around her bedroom, grateful for the first time that there was no distracting decor or large pieces of furniture. She could perhaps create her own meditation space. She read all night, devouring the techniques in the book. The next day, she put them into practice, finding familiarity in the same meditations from her cloaking studies. So much of it reminded her of Finola that she burst into tears after an aggressive hour of concentration, feeling completely worn out. Brioni slipped into bed early and tried to focus on emptying her mind before sleeping, but dreams spun into her head like spiderwebs. Her consciousness listed from her dreams in slow waves, a weightless floating back to the surface. Every time she dipped back into dreaming, Rory was there. She wanted to stay there, in a place where her twin was still alive, but something tugged her relentlessly toward the surface. Untwining her wishes and memories, Brioni felt a pricking across her skin, her body dragging her back into her bed at Hurst Hall, where Rory was dead. Her arms prickled with goosebumps, and that familiar sensation of watchful eyes washed over her. There was a soft tug at her hair, tickling at her neck. Her lashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes to her dark bedroom. She tilted her head to the door, certain for a moment that she hadn't been alone, that a hand had passed through her hair, a gaze steadily watching over her, that maybe someone had come to check on her. She blinked away her silly thoughts, twisting her legs in the sheets and turning over to her other side to snuggle in. A shadow in the darkness moved, and a low growl breathed hot air across her face. Brioni screamed as the gray fox from the forest pushed a paw into her chest, holding her down. It stood for a moment above her, canines bared, hot, meaty breath gusting over her frozen skin. Then it snapped its jaws, and its teeth sank deep into her neck. Chapter 19. It was heat and pain and a white-hot agony, and her scream broke off in a gasping cry. Brioni kicked her feet and tried to push the fox off, but her muscles were still too weak. The fox unlatched its teeth and snarled at her again, its jaw glistening red in the moonlight. It reared back to attack again, and Brioni cast up her arms, protecting her face. Vesper. The room shook with the word that sounded like a command, and Brioni peeked through her arms to see Tovin in only his pajama bottoms. His eyes were wild, but concentrated on the fox that had turned over its shoulder to growl at him. "Vesper," he repeated. "No." Brioni momentarily forgot the gashes to her neck and the hot sensation of life leaving her. She could only watch as Tovin stood perfectly still, commanding the animal, as if he was its master. The gray fox huffed, and Brioni saw her blood fly from its jaw, speckling her sheets. It turned its head back to her, baring its teeth. And then it lifted its paw from her chest, and Brioni rolled to the side as quickly as she could. The room spun as she tumbled off the bed and pushed herself flat against the wall, watching in anticipation as the gray fox turned to face Tovin again. His hands were at his side, as if he wasn't afraid for his own safety at all. They stared each other down, Tovin standing half-naked in the moonlight and the bloody fox on the bed. And without knowing what passed between them, Brioni watched the fox hop from the bed and trot out the door. Adrenaline drained from her body, and her vision spotted black. She tried to put pressure on the bite, but the collar was in the way. She felt the wall behind her moving sideways. She braced for hitting the ground, but it never came. Rosewood. She opened her eyes, finding herself horizontal and staring up into Tovenhurst's gaze. Her consciousness dripped in and out of the present. There was a burning in her neck. Maybe less a burning than a humming. She faded into the blackness again, and when she came out of it, Tovin's mouth was pressed into a tense line. She stared up at his lips, pondering the poison that could drip from them. She felt her neck stitch back together as his fingers twisted through difficult patterns, skimming gently over her skin, pulling the edges of her wound together. It had been so long since she'd been touched in anything other than force or imprisonment, and she tried to stop her whole body shuddering with pleasure. A sugary thumb brushing over her lip burst across her memory, but she was too weak to place it.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Her body was draped over his lap, her limbs twisted at odd angles, and her head against his thigh. His torso gleamed in the moonlight. She ached to trace her fingers over his chest, to feel the softness of his skin against the firm muscle. She imagined her hand floating up, her fingertips slowly placed over his heart, and the shivers that would follow her movements. The goose flesh she could incite in him, as in their race to the willow tree. One of his hands moved to cradle her skull, and the firm pressure of his fingers sent a soft sigh cascading from her lips. His other hand reached for hers where it was trailing over his ribs, and he turned her forearm to work on the bites, dripping blood down her elbow. Her neck was sticky with dried blood, but she could feel herself getting stronger. She tried memorizing his face, his tight jaw, the pale skin of his collarbones that was brushed with color. She lifted her eyes and found him looking down on her. Brioni was vulnerable in only a nightgown. He made no motion to move her, so she still lay across his thighs, with one arm supporting her and the other resting softly over her heart. His gaze traveled over her throat, and she wondered how soaked with blood the cotton was. "See, my blood isn't gold," she wanted to say. The cool air over her skin and his attention made her nipples pebble, but she didn't have the energy to cover herself. She could tell the moment he saw the peaks of her breasts calling for attention under her nightgown. "The bleeding stopped," he said perfunctorily, daze coming back to her face. "Well, get you some elixirs for the blood loss. You should bathe and rest." He didn't move. She felt the warmth of his fingertips on her collarbones, his heavy palm over her sternum, as if he was counting her heartbeats. "Sleep here?" she croaked. "After this?" "She won't be back," he said. She watched his face, waiting for an explanation, and finally her addled mind found one. "She's your familiar," Brioni whispered. Tovin seemed to glare at the doorway. "We're still working it out." A hollow laugh burst out of her chest. It was such a casual sentence, something couples would say. He turned his glare down to her. Shouldn't familiars do the magician's bidding? He pursed his lips. "I suppose I've never sought anyone who obeys easily." His eyes turned to her, as if he'd just realized what he'd said. Brioni felt another shiver crest over her skin, and his eyes dropped to her breasts again. "Why did she want to kill me?" she asked. "Doesn't she know I'm here by your wishes?" "She's a jealous creature. We both can be." Brioni watched his throat bob as he swallowed. She didn't want to move, didn't want to call his attention away from her body. She'd felt his gaze on her body before, but never when she was so exposed, so undressed. The way Tovin's arms held her, the way his palm was inches from the swell of her breast, the way his eyes lingered in all the places she'd dreamed of his mouth kissing. Did he want to touch her? Would he touch her? All he had to do was shift his hand and he'd be cupping her breast. Did he know she was aching for it?
His eyes were so soft and his arms warm, and she didn't know how to reconcile the man who hunted her with the man who now held her so tenderly. "Jealous of what?" she whispered. His eyes slid up to hers again. "She understands that you are the new magic source." Her mind was foggy with blood loss and the torture of his touch, but she tried to make sense of his words. "But heart magicians can have a familiar and a heartspring, can't they? Multiple sources?" Tovin nodded. "They can, but because of your power, your rosewood blood, I wouldn't have need for more." He swallowed, his eyes flicking over her clavicles and lower. "She would become obsolete if I were to use you as a heartspring. If I were." Her eyes drifted across his face, wondering if he was aware of his admission. He hadn't bonded to her yet. She assumed something had been done already without her knowledge, but Katrina had said it was a ceremony of sorts. Whatever that bonding ceremony entailed, they hadn't completed it, and Mallow had requested it over a week ago. "Very jealous then," Brioni said, trying to think of anything else to keep him, but she was too slow. His muscles moved under her, his hand lifted off her sternum, and before she could help by sitting up herself, he had unfolded himself to standing, with her in his arms. She instinctively draped an arm around his neck, and he moved with her to her bathroom. He flicked his fingers and turned on the hot water in the tub. When he set her on her feet, she looked up at his mouth, his eyes, but his expression was firm and cold again. The open daze over her body had disappeared. Her body unwound from his, and her fingers trailed over his stomach one last time as he stood from bending. "Clean yourself up. Get some rest," he said. He didn't look at her again as he left. Brioni watched the tub fill, wondering at how he'd come so quickly when she screamed, and wondering at the heat she felt behind his eyes as she lay in his lap in thin, blood-wetted cotton. Brioni woke the next morning feeling completely wrung out. She stared off for hours, reliving the fox's breath on her face, the sound of her skin tearing, and then piecing together what she remembered of Tovin, seemingly appearing from nowhere, still as stone as his familiar left the room, and then suddenly holding her, healing her. And the most perplexing thing of all, Tovin Hurst was not using her as a heartspring. Her mind drifted through all the possible reasons why not, but she couldn't come to a clear conclusion. Elixirs appeared with her breakfast, and she didn't hesitate. The pain in her neck and forearm was unbearable. She slept on and off throughout the day, letting her dreams alternate between snapping, blood-wet jaws and bare skin and hungry eyes. Tovin did not come back to check on her. Brioni was too exhausted with her injuries to try another hunger strike, but even with the door locked again, she had Mind Barriers for Beginners to read. 3 days after the attack, Brioni was on her 6th reread and finding it very difficult to memorize theories and techniques without the practical application. There were certain meditation techniques that could be practiced without magic, however, that were interesting enough. Meditate on a cool blue lake with still waters, stretching out past the horizon. There are depths below, but a still and tranquil surface. Brioni imagined the lake at the Eversun School and her favorite willow tree kissing the water. Or sometimes the task was to focus on a moving target, blurring the edges of everything else. For this, she'd found a large seabird that flew in lazy circles around Hurst Hall. But even as she tried to focus on the albatross and blur the rest, her mind wandered, trying to guess why a seabird would be found in the mountains. One day, a large hawk joined the white bird, dancing and diving. She'd meditated on the two of them for hours before realizing she recognized the large hawk. It was Orion Hurst's familiar. Her chest had squeezed tight in anxiety with the knowledge that the man himself was at home at that very second. She stuck to the image of a lake with still waters after that. The beginning theories were familiar due to her studies in cloaking and blending, the abilities to change form or become unseen. But without a thread of magic behind her eyes to tug on, Brioni didn't know what to do with the meditations. Her hand reached up for her neck, fingers running over the healing foxbite, as she tapped the cold metal. She needed to get back to the library and research a way around these collars. But what if Mallow was going to read her mind again? Mallow would see her research if Brioni couldn't shield it from her. Brioni was sitting in her armchair, staring out the window at the grounds and imagining the Everson Lake in the place of the front gates, when a knock came. She blinked.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful gladness. The intrusion brought her mind back to the present. She stood, and when no one pushed their way in, she said, "Come in." Tovin opened the door, and her breath caught in her throat. She flushed at the memory of the last time she'd seen him, when he had been wearing hardly anything. He stood in the doorway as if there was a spell keeping him out. She watched his eyes drift down to her throat. "You're healing well?" She nodded. "Yes, thank you." He said nothing else, just stepped into the room and looked over the furnishings. She eyed him, waiting for the purpose of his visit to become clear. He stared at her bookshelves, his fingers playing with the ring on his right hand. It looked like it could be onyx, but there was also a green tint in certain lights. Orion had a similar one. "Is that a Hearst family ring?" she asked, taking advantage of the unrushed nature of the conversation. He looked down, splaying his hand. "No, it's a symbol of the line." Briony hummed, a thought coming to her. Del Birkin is dead. How will that affect the line? He quirked his brow. "I see. The journal page has been informative," he said. "Birkin was Cole's successor. Cole will need to choose a new one now. Rhiannon Cole was first in line to the seat should anything happen to Mallow." Briony crossed her arms. "That's what I never understood. Birkin is not a blood relative of Cole's, but he was chosen to succeed him?" "Yes. Not everyone on the line chooses their firstborn to be their successor. Some align themselves with other influential families by giving them a place." He gave her a pointed look. "Blood doesn't matter to us in Beaumard." She scoffed. "Says the man who will inherit his father's place in line." "My father and all Hearsts before him have chosen to pass the position to the firstborn," he interrupted. "It is predetermined, yes, but it is a choice. The Hall and the Hearst wealth follow similar inheritance laws." "Isn't that odd then?" she asked. "When Cole does name his successor, that completely random person could now supersede your father in the line should anything happen to Cole?" His lips curved. "Yes, but the politics of the line only matter to the line at the moment. Mistress Mallow will live for a very, very long time with the bond from her dragon, and there will be no need to plan for succession. The line is nothing but a symbol now." Briony's brow furrowed as she tried to pivot the conversation somewhere useful. When he gave no further clue as to the purpose of his visit, she decided to be direct. "I was wondering when I might have another visit to the library," she said. He pressed his lips together, irritation clear on his face. "Were you?" Glancing down innocently, she said, "I find that I need to keep my mind occupied after being viciously attacked in my bedroom." He sighed, and she looked up at him as he ran a hand over his face. "And what of your other books?" he asked. "I've finished them." He leveled his gaze on her and hummed. "And you think you've learned all you can about agriculture?" Breeny's skin tightened, and her stomach flipped over. He glanced down to the Mind Barriers book on the side table near her hip, the one covered in a slipcase for a book about agriculture. She was caught. Would he punish her for hiding the book from him? Her heart was in her throat when his eyes returned to her, but there was an intensity in them that stopped her, as if he was asking her an entirely different question. But he had to know, surely, that there was little she could accomplish without access to her mind magic. "I've learned quite a bit about agriculture," she said softly, testing, "but I find I lack the tools for a practical application." They stared at each other, unblinking. Finally, Tovin slipped his hands into his pockets. "You think you are ready for a practical application?" The room grew hotter, and the walls felt closer. They were dancing on the edge of a knife. "Yes, I learned the basics years ago," she said, and then as an afterthought, "of agriculture." Her lips twitched. Tovin nodded slowly. Then he spun on his heel and said, "Come with me." Briony stood frozen before jerking forward to follow. Her pulse raced as quickly as her thoughts.
She'd all but asked for her magic back, and this was his response? He led her down the stairs, and instead of turning toward the library, they crossed the entry hall to the other wing. Was he taking her to the kitchen? For the journal? She almost asked, but then he stopped in front of a familiar door next to the tapestry of the Ashwood forest. Tovin's face was guarded as he reached for the handle, and Brienne realized it was the door Serena had carefully closed on their walk. He led her into the room, and her gasp echoed off the bare walls inside. The room was small and completely empty, but for a plain white chair. There were no windows and no other doors. The walls were pearly white. It had to be a meditation chamber. It had to be. Finola had used one just like it. The last time Brienne had been inside a mediation chamber like this, she'd panicked at the blankness of the room and couldn't use it. Brienne stepped backward in dread, and her back met Tovin's chest in the doorway. "No, you said you lacked the proper tools," he said. His hands took her shoulders and moved her forward. She spun, eyes wide. "I don't want to go in." His face was a mask, but his eyebrow lifted in derision. "You do know what this is." "Yes, but he scoffed. "What did you expect, Rosewood? You bat your lashes at me, and I give you back your magic?" He stood on the threshold, blocking her exit. Brienne turned back to the white room, looking it over and wondering if it could truly help her with mind barriers. She stepped inside the room slowly. The door shut behind her, and the wall swallowed it up. There was no doorknob, just a blank wall. The only sound was her heartbeat hammering in her ears. She sat in the chair, trying to conjure Finola's instructions while staring at the vast emptiness of the blank walls. The white walls help you empty your mind. The world falls away. Your body falls away. It is just your mind. Brienne swallowed, feeling the same tightness in her chest from years ago. The room was simultaneously too small and too wide. She stood from the chair, her legs shaking, and whipped around to find the door. White in every direction. Her heart raced as she pressed her hands along the wall, desperate to find the way out. Tears pricked her eyes as her breath shivered in her lungs. "Please," she whimpered, fingernails scrabbling for any seam she could find. "Please." He'd left her in here. She'd never get out. He was punishing her for taking the Mind Barriers book. "Tovin, please." The doorknob appeared at her request. Brienne tumbled out into warm arms. Dragging in deep breaths, she pressed her forehead against Tovin's chest and stifled her sobs. "Don't lock me in, please," she begged, clutching him. He pushed her to step back, and she refused to meet his gaze. She took a shuddering inhale and prepared an apology for wanting to learn mind barriers, for presuming he would return her magic to do so. His voice rumbled first. "There are other techniques. Meditation chambers are not for everyone." He dropped his hands from where he'd curled them around her upper arms. She stood so close to him she could feel his breath on her forehead. The air between them pulled tight, vibrating like a string. Tovin turned and led her back the way they came, taking her to her room. Brienne relaxed the farther she walked from the room. Her mind whirled with ideas that the panic hadn't let her consider before. Someone at Hurst Hall used a meditation chamber. Someone at Hurst Hall practiced mind magic, though it had been outlawed in Beaumard for 5 years. The advanced mind magic skills, cloaking, blending, and mind reading, all began with meditation and a clear mind. Tovin had shown an interest in mind magic in school. He'd caught him using it a few times. But Orion would also see benefits in mind reading as Mellow's favorite soldier. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful flame. And what had Tovin said? "Don't show your hand when you're bartering with information, Rosewood. What's in your mind can be taken from you." When they arrived at her bedroom, Briony had more questions than when she'd left it. She moved through the door and turned to ask some of them directly. Just then, every candle in the room flamed to twice its size. Briony jumped as the corridor behind Tovin seemed to ignite. And just as soon as it began, it was over. Briony knew this system, as her father had used a similar one. The leader of the realm was demanding the immediate presence of the inhabitants of Hurst Hall. Tovin stood still for a moment, staring at the candles. "I have to go." Bryony's pulse accelerated as she was abruptly reminded that Tovin was one of Mallow's skilled soldiers. Underneath his warm hands and his mercurial eyes, he could be as ruthless as his father in battle. He was a killer. She'd seen that firsthand. "All right," she said. He glanced at her one last time, as if he wished to say something, but then spun to leave. The door locked behind him. Bryony dropped into her chair, staring at the Mind Barriers book and pondering the last 10 minutes with a racing heart. She woke late the next morning. It was past 9 when her stomach rumbled, used to a prompt breakfast tray delivery. It seemed the house was behind schedule. Bryony bathed and dressed, but there was still no breakfast tray on her side table. Instead, there was a note. "Miss Rosewood, I have gone on an emergency. Tovin is injured. I don't know when we'll be back. The house may have trouble, but just ask for what you need. Serena." Bryony's fingers trembled around the paper. Tovin was injured, and it was serious enough that Serena had left to be with him. She wondered at the small kindness of leaving a note for her. Serena could have left her completely in the dark, but she hadn't. Bryony stared at her bedroom door, wondering what would happen to her if Tovin died. Would the tattoo alert her somehow? A sudden, inexplicable terror seized her ribs, the pressure so overwhelming she found herself gasping for air. She screwed her eyes shut and drew on the meditation she'd been practicing until it passed. If Tovin died, would she go back to Raven? She forced herself to breathe. Bryony ran for the door, hoping against all odds. The handle turned under her fingers. She cried out in relief, hurrying out of the room that had started to press in on her. She stood in the middle of the corridor, her fingers over her mouth, and Serena's note in the other hand. "Hello?" she called out like a child. She had to be sure she was alone. There was no response. Bryony moved slowly toward the stairs, piecing together what she knew. Mallow had called for Tovin yesterday, and now he was injured. Did that mean there was a confrontation? Had Sammy, or Finola, or Felicity, or Didion done something to Tovin? She tried but failed to find a scrap of joy that maybe there had been a victory against Mallow. Gasping, she remembered the journal page in the kitchen. She raced down the stairs and flew down the corridor. She ran into the kitchen and skidding to a stop, the headline numbing everything inside of her. "Rebellion squashed at Castle Jarvis. Another Rosewood slain." There was ice in her veins and a cold wind between her ears. Finola was dead. Chapter 20. Mistress Mallow is victorious again. A small rebellion broke out at Castle Jarvis last night, led by insurgents and ever more sympathizers. The rocky beach at Jarvis provided minor cover for the rebels as Mallow's forces gathered and vanquished their foes. There were limited casualties for the Bomardi at the skirmish, but considerable losses for the rebels, who scrambled back to their hole in the ground, their tails between their legs. In the wake of the new international portal prohibition, the rebels attempted to cross the portal barrier by boat, bypassing the line by non-magical means. Orion Hurst was first on the scene, ruthlessly cutting off the boat supply and taking out several essential faces of the rebellion in the process, including cousin to Rory the Slain, Finola Rosewood. Bryony squeezed her eyes shut, struggling to take in air. Finola was dead. Orion had killed her. It felt like her chest had been cracked open. Bryony's breath trembled. Who else had died that day? Sammy? Didion? Would they have been mentioned? She pressed a hand to her stomach and focused on breathing, swiping away the tears pouring down her face. She called back on her meditations. Think of a lake with still waters. After several minutes of deep breathing, her eyes dry once more, Bryony was able to close off her emotional reaction and focus on the things she needed to cogitate. There were portal boundaries, limiting travel to inside Moorland only. Although it was rare to portal across countries and large bodies of water, it wasn't unheard of. People with exceptionally powerful magic could manage it. But if Mallow had tightened the borders, if there were now actual magical limitations, that would make it incredibly difficult for people to get out of Bomard. Was escape truly the plan for the remaining Eversons? Not fighting? The lake inside her mind rippled. Orion Hurst killed Finola. She braced herself on the wall, feeling breath pull sharply at her lungs. How many others had died? The article only mentioned Finola. The words "limited casualties for the Bomardi" ran across her eyes over and over. Was Tovin one of the limited casualties? She knew that the journal was probably filled with propaganda these days, but would it actually gloss over the death of one of the 10 successors? She took a ragged breath and pressed her face into her hands, trying to find that lake with still waters in her mind. When she opened her eyes a few moments later, a determined fire filled her chest. Bryony marched to the library. It didn't matter if Mallow could see into her mind. She could no longer sit and wait. The double doors swung open easily for her. She moved to the catalog and called up all books on magical brands. The shelves shook, and books of all sizes slithered out to hover in the aisles. Bryony collected each of them and laid them out on the long research table. She sat herself down and dove in. The house began to respond to her requests gradually. It was almost as if the walls were in mourning, slow to respond, distracted in granting requests. She asked for breakfast the next morning and received roast duck. It was delicious, but it wasn't breakfast. Bryony checked the journal page first thing in the morning, researched in the library after breakfast, and explored Hearst Hall when she began to go cross-eyed in the afternoon. Pacing and medication failed to banish the horrified dread in her stomach, so she went out to the grounds and found the boundary again, reaching her arm out to test the tattoo. It shocked her, unpleasant but not truly painful. Walking the perimeter, she kept trying her arm on different spots until her fingers went numb and all her racing thoughts were forgotten. She looked for Vesper in the forest until she realized the fox must be with Tovin as he recovered. On the third day of her solitude, Bryony was leaving the kitchen after a quick lunch when she passed the tapestry of the ashwood and the door to the meditation chamber. She pondered, again, who it was that used it at Hearst Hall. Since Tovin was the one to bring her to the chamber, did that mean he was the one who used it? And why had he shown her where it was? Surely it was dangerous for Bryony to know about such a room when it implied that the Hearsts used illegal mind magic in some way, especially if Mallow were to look inside her mind again. Bryony tilted her head at the door, thinking. She reached out to open it, but didn't step inside. The white walls stared back at her. What an incredible risk he'd taken in showing her the meditation chamber, unless she was supposed to learn how to conceal its existence in her mind.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender. Bryony thought of the moment the Mind Barriers book had slid from the bookshelf, the way it had come as if called, and Tovin Hurst sitting innocently near the catalog. If Tovin had given her a book on mind barriers and then shown her the meditation chamber, Tovin Hurst wanted her to learn mind barriers. Why? Because he wasn't using her as a heartspring? Or were there more secrets in Hearst Hall than she could possibly imagine? She gazed into the white room as if it held answers for her. A chill passed over her as she remembered being locked inside, the way she'd scratched at the wall until the room released her. Bryony's lips parted in thought. She thought Tovin was punishing her for taking a book on mind barriers by locking her in the room, but he'd been just outside the door, waiting for her, hadn't he? It reminded her suddenly of the night Vesper had attacked her. He'd appeared in the center of her room within seconds. She'd never considered where Tovin's bedroom was, but if he'd been ready for bed when he heard her scream, certainly his room was nearby. Bryony headed up to the second floor. She checked over every room on the floor, finding nothing. Frowning at her own door several paces away, she considered if Tovin had just been passing through that night, if perhaps he'd come to check on her. Sighing and resigning herself to searching the other wings of the hall in the morning, she turned to go to bed. Something flashed, catching the light, and she stumbled to a halt, turning to see the figure of a fox with an onyx eye winking at her from an ornate carved wooden door. She blinked back at it. That door hadn't been there a minute ago. It was charmed to blend in. Her fingers touched the cool brass doorknob, turning it.
The carved fox stared at her as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. This was undoubtedly Tovin Hurst's bedroom, grays and silvers, a Bomardi crest on the wall across from her, a dark wooded bed, bookshelves filled to bursting. She moved inside, her nose picking up his familiar scent. She wondered again if he would ever return. Her chest tightened, and she swallowed. The bedroom was on the corner of the house, with windows facing north and east. It was almost twice as large as her room, but there were similarities in the design. As she looked it over, Briony realized that Tovin Hurst had set her up in a suite as close as physically possible to him, and yet had not used her as his heartspring. Why? Briony wondered if the meditation chamber downstairs only scratched the surface of the ways the Hursts rebelled against the Bomardi laws and customs. Was it possible that they did not support Mallow as fully as Briony had thought? She turned her attention to the shelves, to the trinkets, searching for answers. There was a carved statue of a fox, next to a framed sketch of Tovin with Finn and Liam. Neither item gave her any information. Sliding closer to the bed, she gave in to the urge to drag her fingers across the fabric. His sheets reminded her of her life before, when the thread counts were high and gold and silver wound through every brocade. The bed was made, and when she remembered the way he'd folded his trousers on the dock, she thought maybe it wasn't the magic of the hall that took care of the tidiness. She pulled open the drawers in his bedside table, finding nothing but trinkets. The bookshelf near his bed was filled with familiar titles, and she let her hands drift along the books he kept close to him. The bathroom had a similar tub to her own, tidy counters, and a mirror she could imagine him in, sweeping his hair back or deciding to let it loose. She examined his products, some with expensive-sounding names. She could imagine him here, stepping out of the tub, wrapped up in luscious towels, taking care of his fair skin with the creams and products in the drawers. Her smile faded in the mirror as she wondered if he would ever complete those rituals again. She pulled open the closet doors, finding a vast space for all of Tovin Hurst's grays and cobalts. She checked the pockets for anything interesting, some clue as to who he really was, and found nothing. Although rifling through his drawers was a clear breach of privacy, she had bigger issues to worry about. She shoved aside her guilt and pulled open the next drawer. Laid on top of other grays and blacks was a soft blue sweater that she wasn't sure she'd seen him wear. It reminded her of the rich fabrics she used to wear as the Princess of Evermore. She had to resist the urge to bury her face in it. She pulled open the drawers against the wall and blushed to find his trunks. Black, of course. The next drawer was socks, none of them properly paired. She scowled down at the sock drawer, as if it was a problem to solve. The bottom drawer had extra blankets and a black shoebox. She pried the top open and found nothing inside but a green lace ribbon. Briony stared down at it for several moments, trying to place it, trying to account for its presence here, in Tovin Hurst's closet. Because the ribbon looked an awful lot like one to tie back hair, girl's hair. And as her mind cataloged it, bringing up thoughts and sending others back, she couldn't shake the feeling that she knew this ribbon. She carefully placed the lid back on the shoebox, feeling like she'd been caught doing something terribly invasive. Leaving Tovin's room, she returned to her own, letting her mind run as she leaned back on her closed door. She blinked, rearranging the ideas in her mind, categorizing her findings. There was a drawer in Tovin Hurst's bedroom that contained a shoebox. Inside that shoebox was a hair ribbon. And try as she may to rationalize it in any other way, that ribbon was hers. Chapter 21, 6.5 years ago. Briony never had trouble sleeping in Evermore. The breezes seemed to sing to her on hot nights, and she never underestimated the benefits of a cool bath instead of a warm one. But in Bomard, the chill at night turned to pins and needles in her legs. She thought perhaps she was having a growth spurt, like all the boys had, but the nurse had said that at 18 she should be done. She'd sent her off with an elixir for relaxing at night, but it was now the third time this week that Briony had rolled out of bed, tugged on a thick robe, and gone for a walk after midnight. And it was the second time she'd run into Tovin and Larissa fooling around in the hallways. Briony stopped dead as she turned the corner, the itching sensation in her legs giving way to a weighted feeling, like prey ready to run. When she'd found them 3 days ago in a similar state of passion, Tovin had been crowding Larissa against the stone wall near the staircase, his long body pressed to hers and his thighs shifting forward to press between her knees, drawing moans from her throat. That time, Brienne had quietly backed away and run back to her shared suite with Rory, throwing the covers over her blushing skin and just waiting for the pins in her legs to cease. But now, Larissa was seated on the ledge of the window, her legs twined around Tovin's hips and her head tilted back, exposing her neck to his ravenous mouth. He had an arm snugly wrapped around her waist, otherwise, Brienne thought, she might fall back and out the window. And his other hand had slipped below the fabric of her skirts. Brienne was frozen still as the muscles in Tovin's back moved under his thin shirt, and for some reason, her first thought was, why aren't they cold? Larissa's lips parted on a silent sigh. They had obviously mended things after the state dinner where they'd been playing games, using her a pawn. It was all but given that they would marry after school ended. She should sneak away. She should ignore the couple and just go walk the 20 feet between her room and the opposite hall 100 times until her legs stopped bothering her. But this was her landing, hers and Rory's.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful? And yes, it was clearly a great place for groping someone because it was so isolated up here by the heir's private suites, but it was her floor. Brione crossed her arms and cleared her throat. Nothing happened. Tovin's arm tightened around Larissa's waist, and she turned his face to kiss him. Brione watched the hungry way his mouth moved over hers, as if Larissa could barely keep up. She rolled her eyes. They say across the sea, when the lord and lady become intimate, the entire village is made aware of it. Is that what you're trying to accomplish here? Larissa seemed to slowly come back to present, her mouth going slack and her eyes fluttering open to glare at Brione. Tovin, on the other hand, moved his lips back to her neck, unaffected. See something interesting, princess? Larissa drawled, pushing Tovin back slightly. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed, then twisted to land his gaze on Brione. Interesting? Not at all, Brione responded. Grossly brazen is the phrase I would use. Larissa opened her mouth to retort, but Tovin beat her to it. It must be difficult, he said loftily, being so wound up that you have to ruin everyone else's good time. She narrowed her eyes at him. I am not wound up. I simply think you should fondle each other on your own floor. His eyes sparkled. Do you do your own fondling up here? Are you out for a clandestine meeting yourself? Or do you manage that part solo? Heat rose in her cheeks. Why were Beaumarty so crass? Before she could snap back, Larissa leaned into his ear and whispered loudly, perhaps her brother does manage it for her. You spend an awful lot of time wondering what my brother and I are up to, Larissa, Brione said, and you seem to care a great deal about our intimacy. I don't care, she snapped. I just wish I didn't have to see it. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two, Tovin whispered. His eyes glittered on her, black pools of desire that hadn't faded yet. She saw him shift his arm, and then Larissa gasped. Brione flushed with embarrassment. He was still working her. She spun on her heel and all but ran away. Have a grand evening, you two, she called. Do come back any time you need to stretch your legs, Your Grace. Tovin's voice followed her down the hall. It wasn't until she was in bed again, heart racing and fighting the memory of how their mouths came together, how his shoulders flexed, how his hand slid between her thighs, that she realized Tovin Hurst knew about her pins and needles without her saying it. Which would be preposterous, because only incredibly advanced mind magicians could read one's thoughts. Not even Brione had learned the skill yet. And Tovin Hurst was a heart magician. Chapter 22. The next morning, Tovin's door was locked. Of course, she whispered to herself, glaring at the walls of the house. After finding nothing new on the journal page, Brione went to the library and looked up another book on mind barriers, though she knew it was foolish to think she could use the techniques inside one day. Her mind wandered to Mallow and to how one could possibly learn mind-reading skills without a formal education in mind magic. Was the dragon truly that powerful to help her bypass years of study?
She began to research the dragon that afternoon. Legend had it that the first known dragons were magician-made. The most powerful mage of thousands of years ago, in what was currently known as Starkson, created a dragon and his mate out of the ether. The dragons pledged their allegiance to that mage and completed the familiar bond. Brioni read through sightings of Mallow's dragon over the past 600 years, trying to learn as much as she could about where it had been and why it could have been called to return. Her research left her with plenty of notes without a central thesis. When she'd had enough of the dragon, she spent hours reading and rereading the books on mind barriers. There were so many tricks to meditation, but the water imagery in particular was effective. It helped her to think of the lakes of Evermore. Think of a lake with still waters. Brioni began to walk the grounds, spending a few hours a day near the pond, sitting on the grassy shore and meditating. On the far side, close to the forest, there was a tree on the water's edge, dangerously close to losing its balance into the pond. It reminded her of the willow tree at the Eversun school. She plopped herself down in the grass near the tree, dropping several books next to her. Gazing at the water's surface, Brioni blocked the sounds and smells around her, focusing on her sight only. Think of a lake with still waters. A breeze kissed the surface, rippling the water. Brioni focused on the depths below, still not visible even after the water stilled again. The sun dipped lower as she meditated, her hands clasped together and her thoughts far away. "You've mastered meditation, I see." She blinked at the pond, the voice beckoning her mind forward. She turned, and Tovin stood behind the tree. She stumbled to her feet, a book falling from her lap. There was a flurry of movement as she retrieved it, and he stepped forward. Standing tall again, the book held tightly in her hands, she met his eyes. "You're back." "Yes, just 20 minutes ago." Her eyes scanned him. He wore comfortable trousers and a buttoned shirt. Not a hair out of place. Not a scratch or tremor or bloody stain. But his left arm, he held it across his stomach as if it were in a sling. "Your arm." She stepped toward him and stopped. She watched his throat bob. What happened to it? "An injury," he said quickly. "It wasn't my intention to leave you alone." "What kind of injury?" He looked down at his shoulder. "A blood boil that started toward my heart, and a bone dust spell that got my shoulder. I'm almost healed. I just shouldn't use my arm for a few more days." Blood boil and bone dust. Brioni swallowed, visualizing how incredibly painful it must have been to feel his blood boiling and his bones shattering. Terrible heart magic. And then she remembered Castle Javis and the people his father had killed. She closed down her concern and joy at seeing him alive. Did it happen at Javis? His eyes snapped up from the path they were taking over her clavicles. He examined her, and then it seemed to dawn on him. "So, you've been reading the journal page? Is it true that my cousin Finola is dead?" She could hear the blood rushing through her ears. "She's dead." The answer was swift and merciless. A heavy weight settled in her chest. "And your father killed her? My cousin is dead because of your father? This is a war, Rosewood." He stepped closer to her, and she noticed that he wobbled on his left leg. "Or have you forgotten? The war is won," she hissed. "You won. But of course, you won't stop until every last one of us is dead or in chains. How in the stones is this my fault? It was my father who killed her. Just because a few people were trying to escape? No, to kill the woman murdering his son." Brioni's lips opened and closed. Finola had been responsible for the blood boil and bone dust curses? She swallowed, feeling her stomach churn and tumble as her fingers dug into the spine of her book. She felt a desperate need to turn the conversation away. "Any other questions, Rosewood?" he said, but it was a whisper in the space between them. "Millions, actually." "What would have happened to me if you died?" she whispered, watching his brows furrow and his eyes clear. "Would I have gone back to auction?" His face twitched violently, as if he'd been slapped. He stepped back from her, eyes tracing her from top to bottom, and he exhaled sharply. Blinking, his mask fell back into place. "My mother would have taken care of you." "Your mother?" Brioni laughed, thinking of the woman whom she'd hardly interacted with. "Why would your grieving mother spare a thought for me?" He swallowed. "She wouldn't have let you go back to auction." But he didn't sound convinced. He looked over her shoulder at the pond, and her confidence faltered.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful. Would I have been returned to Raven? His head snapped back to her, and his eyes turned hard as stone. No, he has no claim on you any longer. She felt a chill across her shoulders, and a darkness rolled off him. You don't need to worry about Raven. She looked up into his dark eyes, searching for the source of it all. What did you give him in exchange for me? He swallowed, and she waited for him to tell her the truth or a lie. The one thing he wanted more than you, he said. Her heart pounded and her breath left her as her mind worked through all the possibilities. Which was, "It's a private agreement," he said softly. "I couldn't tell you even if I felt compelled to." She glared at him. "Why even buy me if you aren't going to use me as a heartspring?" He took a breath, and she prepared herself for the range of answers he could give. She thought of the ribbon in his drawer, her bedroom close to his, the way he held her while she bled. She thought of the esteem she brought the Hearst family, the way Mallow had smiled when Tovin boasted about the money spent to obtain her. But she thought about the answer she most hoped to hear, even for all her logic, that she was more than a heartspring to him, that she was more than an Eversun princess. His eyes turned to a spot over her shoulder, and his lips pressed tightly together. "What kind of answer would you prefer, Rosewood?" "I'd prefer the truth, but I don't assume I'll get that from you." She grabbed her extra books from the grass and marched past him. She was boiling. She'd made it 10 steps beyond the tree before he spoke. "Rosewood, can't it just be the right thing?" Spinning back to him, she laughed dryly. The right thing? The right thing would have been stopping the auction altogether. The right thing would have been not going with your father the day the Belmarty school was attacked. Her voice cracked and she swallowed. She shouldn't have brought up that day. He lifted a brow, and the haughty look he sent her sizzled her nerve endings, firing up her blood. "But if I'd fallen on my sword, Rosewood," he said, "who would have set you up in a private suite?" He prowled forward, his injured arm hanging uselessly across his chest. Her skin was buzzing. "Who would allow you privacy and leave your magic untouched?" "I didn't ask for any of this. Hearst certainly not Raven." Her lips curled back as she bared her teeth at him. "Is it gratitude you're looking for? You want me to say thank you? It'd be a fucking start." His breath was hot on her face. He glared down at her, his eyes flashing. Her fingers itched to hit him, to push him back. She was shaking with it. "I won't say thank you for something so selfishly motivated. Clearly, nothing you've done has been for the greater good if you need validation for it." Selfishly motivated? His eyes dragged over her lips and shoulders, down to her chest. "You're the one who sought out my bedroom, Rosewood." He smirked at her, and she saw red. She vibrated with the need to hurt him. It shook her every muscle until her hands fisted with her determination not to raise a hand to her captor, and the energy punched its way down her legs. Ready to snap back at him, she stomped her foot on the ground, freeing the electricity. Tovin jerked back, flying through the air as if on a string, his lips parted in a silent gasp. His body slammed against the tree trunk with a crunch, and he crumpled to the ground. Brioni stood, mouth wide and eyes popping, looking for the source of the magic, looking for the reason. Her fingers shook, life sparking in them. Her magic. The collar wasn't working. When had that happened? Her eyes snapped back to Tovin, curled in on himself, wheezing. Had he granted her request? Had he given her back her magic? "Tovin, she stammered, "I didn't mean to." He gasped a rattle. His eyes were pale and his skin was gray. His injured arm still held across his chest, leaning back against the trunk, but his entire left shoulder seemed disfigured. His shoulder had been dust not long ago, and she'd just slammed him against a tree. She was running to his side before she could command her feet.
Dropping to her knees, her hands reached for him, stopping short when she didn't know where to touch him. His head turned away from her, eyes squeezing shut, a tear dripping out of his closed eye. He wheezed, "Tovin, can you—" His voice shook, and fingers trembled. "Can you stand?" He coughed, and blood sprayed from his lips onto her dress. Her head whipped to Hurst Hall. "Help!" But they were too far away, and his lungs sounded wet. She couldn't run and make it back in time. She looked down at him. "Tell me what to do. Tell me how to fix it." He wheezed, his eyes locked on her face. He seemed calm, almost resigned. She would not be. Brioni dropped his hand and rose to her feet. She turned to the forest. "Vesper!" She scanned the forest, eyes darting for movement, heart pounding in fear. "Vesper, you must come." There was a crunch of leaves to her right, and the sly gray fox poked her head out from behind a bush. The fox let out a high keen and bounded toward them. A gust of relief whooshed from Brioni as she dropped back to her knees beside the animal. Vesper sniffed at Tovin as he lay wheezing, and then she snapped her jaws at Brioni. "I know," she said, raising her hands. "Just fix it, and then you can bite me again." The fox bit down on Tovin's collar, and with a burst of wind, they were gone. She gasped. She'd never seen a familiar's magic up close like that. She was alone at the pond. She was alone, and she'd hurt him. Gasping with sudden tears, she looked to his bedroom window, the corner bedroom on the second floor. The candles were lit inside. She grabbed up the books she dropped and ran. Her legs carried her through the gardens and up the stairs to the entrance. Then she was at the base of the marble stairs, her feet thumping as she ran up to their shared wing, barreling toward the door with the fox carving. The door handle didn't turn. She had to see him. Suddenly the door flung open, and Serena Hurst's face was there, scowling at her. "Miss Rosewood, you must let us fix this before you cause more damage." Brioni sobbed. "I didn't mean to harm him. Please." Tovin screamed beyond the cracked door, and she shuddered, craning her neck to see into the room. Serena closed the door on her and locked it before Brioni could blink. She stared at the carved fox, her hand covering her mouth. He'd been recovering for a week, and she'd undone it all. Brioni stumbled back, still confused where her magic had come from. She felt someone in the hall before she heard them. Glancing up, Brioni barely had a second to take in Orion Hurst's vicious expression before she was flung back against the wall, her body hanging by an invisible force, her throat closing with the magic he held her neck with. Brioni's eyes bulged in panic, and her feet kicked at the air. Her shock battled with her fury over seeing her cousin's killer in the flesh. Orion Hurst snarled in her face, one hand held out as if he were choking her. "Do you have any idea how difficult you make my life, Miss Rosewood?" he asked her, his voice deceptively calm. She tried to speak, croaking, "It was an accident." "It would be so easy to just be rid of you," he said softly. His fingers twitched in the air, and fear choked her as she wondered if he would just snap her neck. Her legs scrambled against the wall. He leaned into her and whispered, "You wanted your magic back to learn mind barriers? Go learn mind barriers." He released her, and she dropped to the floor in a heap of limbs. She gasped for air as he spun on his heel and disappeared into Tovin's bedroom. Tovin's groaning filled the hallway, and Orion hissed, "The medics told you it was too soon, Tovin." The door slammed, and she listened to the echo of it bounce over the hall. Brioni's heart raced. Orion Hurst knew she had her magic, and he didn't plan on taking it from her. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful Brioni. Brioni pulled her legs into herself, trying to catch her breath until her shoulders stopped shaking, and the image behind her eyelids of Tovin crumpled under that tree vanished. She lifted her hand and slowly rotated her fingers. The string behind her eyes that felt like home vibrated. A soft wind filled the hallway, and Brioni sighed in relief. Tears fell down her cheeks as she kept vigil outside Tovin's bedroom, with only one set of thoughts chasing each other around her mind. She had her magic. She'd asked for it, and Tovin had given it to her. The Hursts must be desperate for her to learn mind barriers, and Bryony couldn't imagine why. Chapter 23. Bryony stood at her door, her ear pressed to the wood, listening to Serena's footsteps grow closer. Every day, she left the door to her room cracked so she could listen for a scrap of conversation as Serena went in and out of Tovin's room. And every day, she heard nothing. Waiting for Tovin to recover from his injuries was somehow even more agonizing when they were only separated by a wall. She suspected his condition was serious, but not critical, as Orion had left Hurst Hall again the day after Bryony had injured Tovin. Some days, after Serena had left Tovin's room, Bryony would creep to his door and try the handle. The carved fox's mocking black eye stared back at her, refusing to budge. She attempted to open it with magic on several occasions, but without success. Now, a week later, as Serena grew closer, Bryony held her breath, waiting for the sound of Tovin's door opening. The knock at her own door rattled her head, and she jumped back. Serena stood on the other side with a strained smile and folded hands. "Hello, Miss Rosewood. I thought it was time we spoke." "I'm so sorry, Serena," Bryony said, words pouring out of her. "I swear I didn't mean to hurt him. I had no idea that I had magic, and I was angry, and it just happened. Believe me, I wish I could take it back." Serena blinked down at her, lips twitching. "Thank you, but I think you are apologizing to the wrong person. He locked me out." She shut her mouth with a click, regretting speaking so quickly. "I mean to say, he obviously doesn't want to see me." Something sparked in Serena's eyes, and Bryony felt her face heat. "Or he's resting, I'm sure. Resting, certainly. It's been a trying few weeks for him. For the whole family, really." Bryony nodded at her feet. Is he what felt like hours, instead of calling for help immediately? Bryony's lip trembled. She glanced back at Serena to find the woman staring at her with an assessing gaze. "Don't fret, dear. He's healing as we speak," she said. "And if I know my son, I know he probably deserved at least a slap across his mouth." Bryony forced her lips into a parody of a smile. She asked a few more questions, steering away from Tovin's health or the battle at Javis that had injured him originally. Serena revealed nothing, except that they had stayed in a cottage on the outskirts of the remains of the castle while Tovin recovered, and that Orion was currently gone on a mission for Mallow. Bryony had no desire to press her on either topic. As Serena stood to leave, she said, "Do be advised. Vesper is in Tovin's room while he heals. It speeds the process, as I'm sure you know." Bryony nodded, and irritation flashed in her briefly before she realized she was feeling jealous of a fox. "Perhaps you can distract yourself with reading," Serena said, letting her gaze land on the collection of mind barrier books that Bryony hadn't thought to hide. Shock spiked through her. It was Tovin, Orion, and now Serena, who all were pushing her to learn mind barriers. Bryony looked at Serena warily. "Yes, I will." Her voice was careful. Serena crossed to the door. "Good day, Miss Rosewood." Bryony stood. "You may call me Bryony," she said. Serena paused and gave her an inscrutable smile before closing the door. Bryony sat alone, thinking about the fact that Tovin wasn't using her as a heartspring. Why wasn't he? And was that defiance punishable? Was that another thing Bryony was supposed to hide in her own mind? Were the Hursts worried Mallow would see that in her thoughts? Her mind spiraled for the rest of the afternoon, thinking of hundreds of possibilities. The next day, Bryony tested out her newfound freedom a bit. She slipped down to the kitchen to check the journal page for information. She met no inhabitants of Hurst Hall and no resistance. There were a few skirmishes reported in the page, but no sightings of Sammy, Didion, or Felicity. The only thing that caught her eye was today's date. A weight dropped in her stomach as she realized Tovin was mending broken bones on his birthday. When she climbed the stairs, she passed her room and went straight to Tovin's door. She'd forgotten to try it on her way down to the kitchen, even though it was a force of habit by now. The handle turned. She pushed open the door and entered the room before it barred her. Knocking hadn't even occurred to her. She shut the door swiftly once she was through. Vesper sat at the foot of the bed, lifting her head to growl in warning, but Bryony paid her no attention. Tovin lay against his pillows, looking deathly pale. When he saw her, he began shifting, attempting to sit up, possibly saving his dignity. "Don't," she cautioned, moving toward the bed. "Don't injure yourself further. I'll be quick." She wrung her hands. "I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry, Tovin." His eyes grew wide, and the color returned to his cheeks as she came closer. "I had no idea that I had my magic, which, actually, I'd like to ask about, but no, another time." She was stammering, and she felt a blush rise from her chest. He pushed his limp hair off his forehead, raking his fingers through it. "I would never have injured you further on purpose. I promise. That wasn't my—" She swallowed. "I mean to say, I was just very angry, and I felt out of control. Rosewood, please let me finish." She stepped forward again, and for a wild moment, she thought about taking his hand, sitting at the edge of his bed. "Hurting you was unintentional. I hate your father for what he did to my cousin, but I'm aware that things could be much worse for me here, and I know you're just doing your best. Rosewood, we have company." She froze, heart stopping. He didn't mean Vesper. Spinning to the other side of the room, she saw Finn Rackwin reclining comfortably in Tovin's wingback chair, sipping merrily from a glass, and smirking. "Bryony," he said, "so good of you to drop by." Her lips parted uselessly, staring into Finn's dark eyes as he smacked his lips, drinking in the brandy and the show. "Finn," she said, heart thrumming with panic. She'd just admitted that she had her magic. How could she have been so stupid? He might have freed Larissa, but he surely had no loyalty or care for her. Of course he was here. It was Tovin's birthday, wasn't it? She looked back to Tovin, a strained expression on his pale features, and her cheeks flushed in mortification. The anticipation of seeing him again had been too great, and the need to apologize had overwhelmed her logic. There was a noisy sip from the armchair, and Finn smiled at her over his glass as her attention returned to him. "Rosewood, pull up a chair. Let's catch up." He crossed one leg over the other, eyes sparkling. She gaped at him, blinking quickly before blanking her features. Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful love. As she worked to calm her racing mind, it dawned on her that, on balance, Finn Rackwin might be the only Bomardi that Bryony could make this kind of mistake in front of. He had never cared much for the politics of Bomard, as his mother was Everson, had always remained quiet when the rest of them were boisterous about their plans for their heartsprings. "I've just come to clear the air. About something." She glanced to Tovin quickly, where he sat up in bed as much as he could, leaning slightly to his right. And I have, so." "Enjoy your visit," she said, nodding to Finn. She hurried to the door, pulling it open, and in a moment of sheer impulse before she could stop herself, tossed back over her shoulder, "Happy birthday, Tovin," before sliding through and shutting the door behind her. She was still blushing when she got out of the bath an hour later, having allowed her mind to concoct all the different ways Finn Rackwin and Tovin Hurst might have reacted to her flustered intrusion and intimate birthday sentiments. Sighing, she slipped on her bathrobe and tossed her wet hair up in a knot, exiting to her bedroom. Finn Rackwin sat in her armchair, flipping through one of her books. Thankfully, not one of the mind barrier books. She'd hidden those yesterday. He smiled at her from across the room, sipping on her afternoon tea. "The water temperature is decadent, isn't it?" Bryony pulled tightly at her bathrobe, her heart pounding under her fingertips. She knew Finn a little, since their mothers had been close. After Bryony's mother had died in childbirth, Ember Rackwin had become almost an unofficial godmother, visiting Bryony and Rory frequently as a child with Finn in tow. As they grew older, the visits became less frequent, perhaps due to tensions between the two countries, but she had always offered a friendly word or smile when she'd seen Bryony at official functions. From the little Bryony had seen of him as a child and how unpolitical he'd been at school, she knew Finn wasn't as bad at the other Beaumard, but then she had no idea what this new world was like. "What do you want?" Her voice was stronger than she felt. He waved his hand. The room was quite difficult to find, actually. Charms and the like. He crossed his legs and smirked. "But I knew it would be close." She glared at him. "Well, thanks for dropping by, but this doesn't look like a sex dungeon at all, really." He stood, straightening his unwrinkled shirt and taking in the suite. "I'm quite disappointed." She stared at him incredulously. "A sex dungeon?" she snorted. "And where did you get that idea?" He turned to look at her from where he'd just parted her curtains to examine the grounds. "Tovin," she blinked, mind twisting to work through it. "He's very coy with the details, of course," Finn blithely continued, "but he said that once he'd completed the bond with his heartspring, that sacral magic became undeniable. You two have been at it like rabbits, from what we can tell." The mention of the heartspring bond, which Bryony understood was not being used, and sacral magic. It was possible to have a heartspring bond without experiencing sacral magic, surely. But apparently Tovin had been crafting quite a tale about what went on behind closed doors at Hurst Hall. "My ropes and chains are in the closet," she deadpanned. "Who is we, exactly?" Finn wandered toward her bookshelves. "The boys." His fingers drifted over the handful of titles, then the bare shelf surrounding them. "At our gatherings." He eyed her, his features giving away nothing. Bryony considered her next move carefully. "How is your mother in all of this?" Finn blinked once, expressionless. "She's gone. A traitor to Mistress Mallow." Bryony's lips parted. Her chest tightened. "She's gone? What does that mean?" Finn glanced out her windows. She was at Castle Jarvis with the Eversons. She's either dead or she's none of my concern any longer. He looked at her. "She's gone." What did he truly feel about it? He seemed so controlled in the way he gave information, in a same way that Tovin could be emotionless. She tried one more question. "Where is Larissa?" His dark eyes danced over her face, pausing. "Dead." Bryony felt the wind knocked out of her. She resisted the need to lean on something. Her fingers tightened in her robe. Her mind worked. The last time she'd seen Larissa, she'd been running into Finn's waiting arms as he rescued her. Her eyes dug into him. Why? "For disloyalty to Mistress Mallow," he responded smoothly. Too smoothly. "You're lying." Finn paused, then shrugged and said, "Ask Tovin." He sauntered into her sleeping area, drawing closer to the bed. He ran his fingers over the decorative jewelry box, almost dearly. "He'd be more than happy to give you more information." "Wonderful. Anything else? Or can I get dressed now?" He opened his mouth. "In privacy." He grinned. "I was just interested in seeing the sex dungeon, but—" He sighed dramatically. "I'm afraid you've let me down. Apologies." She moved to her wardrobe, dismissing him. "It does tickle me to see how close you and Tovin have gotten." She froze in the middle of reaching for a clean dress. Finn leaned against her bedpost, watching her closely. "We're not close." "Yeah?" He lifted a brow at her. "When's my birthday, Rosewood?" She pressed her lips together, fighting the blush creeping up her neck. He smirked and sauntered out the door. All further news of Tovin was passed on from Serena. He finally left his room for the first time a day later. He walked by himself through the estate's gardens on the next, and finally, on Friday, he left the property. She looked for him in the mornings from her window, hoping to glimpse him walking through the grounds, testing his new ribs, but she never spotted him. Bryony had begun tugging at her magic again. It was slow to respond, like a muscle weak from lack of use, but she started small, turning the bath taps, calling books from her shelf, warming her cold teacup. She was eager to try the next steps of mind barriers. On Tuesday, she moved her meditations to the library, choosing a book on different barrier techniques. One that had resonated with her was thinking of her mind as a bookcase or a series of shelves. Her introductory textbook had included a short summary of it, and she'd experimented with it before using pure intuition. But now she had pages of detail and theory at her fingertips. She found ideas for bringing other memories forward, in her case, displaying a memory on an easily reachable shelf. Although the techniques were incredibly advanced, Bryony couldn't help but soak in the information, always seduced by the most challenging ideas. Hours later, Bryony sat in one of the grand armchairs, facing a large window that overlooked the pond as she focused her mind on still waters and hidden shelves. She tried to bring forward only memories of her father, but it quickly became apparent there were too many other things at the forefront of her mind, making her shiver as they played again and again. Tovin's bare shoulders as he mended her neck back together. The echo of Didion's screaming that it would be all right off the stone walls of the prison. A body flying backward, hitting the trunk of a tree. Rory's easy smile on the day he rode off to his death. The dried blood on Cordelia's temple as she turned to her, pale skin translucent in the spotlight. Bryony took each of them, holding them like books, and placed them on tall shelves, or shoved their thin spines inside larger ones and hid them on bottom shelves. It was like tidying away the things that cost her most, both in love and in pain. She pulled forward the memory of her father taking them to the circus, her father's aftershave, Rory's easy laugh at unfunny jokes. An entire shelf was open at eye level, now that she'd replaced the other thoughts. She filled it with happy memories of her family. Rosewood. Her eyes blinked. She was staring at the pond from a deep armchair in the library.
Excitement, crushing doubt, fierce independence, vulnerable surrender, and joyful surrender, and joyously. The books inside her mind shivered, thrumming with the energy it took for her to contain them, to keep them in place. Only happy memories of her family available to prying eyes. Rosewood, someone said again. She swam back to herself. There was someone next to her, but if she looked at him, the books would fall off their shelves, and she'd be left only with bare shoulders and echoing screams and dried blood. "You're feeling better?" she asked, drawing breath from her lungs and preparing to look away from the pond and the still waters. "How are your ribs?" She focused her mind and called on her strength to keep her shields up. Her heart pounded with excitement to look up, to see him again, and she quieted that book, pushing it away. "Better," his voice rumbled. Breathing deep, she turned her eyes to him, taking in a tall body leaning slightly to the right and curious eyes gazing down at her. Only happy memories of her family. Her gaze